Of course I was gonna start. Of course I was gonna start. Also, hey Atlas. Hey Henry. How we doing, boys? How we doing? Oh, where did I open that? Move this, go to that display. There we go. Yep, I've not been live these past few days because I've been busy. Been busy working on a banger of a video. Sheesh. Why have I not got a notification for that yet? Thank you very much, Susa, for the donation. Thank you very, very much. Bam, ba, bam, bam. First donation and we haven't even got into a game yet. Yo, Anthony. Ooh, my throat. Give me a second to go clear my throat. Not gonna lie, Suitor, I'm pretty trash. I can't play Fortnite like I used to anymore. Me is now a bot, as I say. Bam, 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 bam. Put it this way, I'm not bad, I can't even crank a 90 properly anymore. Zero PR, bro, zero PR. I don't do competitive. Well, I've done a few. Not enough points to claim placement on a leaderboard. Has notifications not even gone out yet, or is it just you 4 lucky people that have got me? See, the issue for me is I've got to upgrade my GPU because my FPS is all over the place. But it's not a cheap job. Must be you three. It must be just you three that like me. Mind you though, it's nice weather in the UK, so a lot of kids will be outside. A lot of kids will be touching grass. Yeah, I'm in England. AKA United Kingdom. Bam bam. Ooh, nice. I'm up in Leeds. So I'm about 5 hours away from you. Bum, 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 bum. You'd be surprised though, a lot in my business, because I'm self-employed when I'm not doing YouTube, is I've got a few customers that I do that are teachers. Anthony's a Wigan lad. Bam, 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 bam. Hey Lance, yeah, I do like this lobby music. One thing I always do, if I find a good lobby music, I always buy it. But yeah, in the next couple of days I will be publishing my first montage / music video. If you do want to see the unfinished preview, it is in my Discord. Bam, bam, bam. More the merrier, more the merrier. There's only 2 queued at the moment. I'm upset. No one wants to play with it. Or should I say, no one wants to kill me. You are, Anthony, actually. Let's just say that sniper clip made its way in it. Let's see if we can get a few more people to join. Copy. Close up. Right. There's a link to the video, Anthony. It's not finished yet. I've still got to add the second half of verse 2 lyrics to the song, and then I've got the second half of verse 1 of the lyrics, and then I've still got the whole of verse 2 lyrics to add, and some more custom animations and overlays. Pardon me. That's the downside about drinking fizzy energy drinks, they make it gassy. You're not the only one that needs warming up, bro. Right, we've got 3 then. Right guys, we'll land at PP. We'll land at PP for this warm-up game. Yeah, I do like the loading screen. That's why I applied it. We do love Fortnite and our good loading screens. If Fortnite gave me the permission, I could use quite a lot of these loading screens and make some really nice design t-shirts out of them. But copyright. The Sunny Barker skin here. I'd say I'm average. I have my good days and my bad days. There's one sussy back out. Oh, there's a third. There's a third one. Oh, who was the poor guy that was about to get me? Ooh, I hate those angles. GG's, oh, GG's. Hey, Lewis. Where is Anthony? Oh, Anthony's watching the video, that's why he's not killing yet. Almost had you, almost had you. But if I would have had a pump, deal extra damage. Oh, Gabby. I think it's good they've increased the launch pads, brought bounce pads back and wrist to go. How did I manage to even activate that menu button on my monitor? I think the other player's still AFK. Anthony's back. I guess he didn't think anybody else was at PP. Everybody's back at PP if you want to go get him, Lance. GG's, unlucky Anthony, unlucky. Easy lobby, bro, easy lobby. Don't worry, be happy. Let's see what's new in the item shop. Let's still get a bar bundle. Something I've not seen in a while is good lobby music. I'm not gifting anyone, sorry Gavin. I'm saving these V-Bucks for the next battle pass. Yeah, star power ones are good, but it gets a bit boring after a while. Bam 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 bam. Hold on guys, hold on. 10 seconds and we'll go. Sheesh. Sheesh. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Oh, yesterday I went to go visit the mother. So it was meant to be a visiting day, but it ended up turning into having to put shelves up. So I had to put 6 shelves up in total, and I had to drill through the most toughest wall I've ever drilled through. And all that drilling, it's literally made my shoulders ache. It's only just a game. You win, you lose. That stuff's the way life goes. Definitely some number two. When I do this roughly. Why can't she be working? Bruh, the game's glitched. I literally couldn't shoot a weapon. As if there's one right outside that wall and then one right up there. Two people teaming now, wow, terrible. There was literally 3 people in that building as well as myself. Hey Lindsay. Also hey Fish. Please don't tell me this kid's gonna jump back and forth. Woohoo! He was going to use a launch pad again, but that railgun destroyed the tarp and the launch pad. Yo, kaboom. Long time no see. Well, the unfinished, the listed version, the unlisted version that you've seen, that is a full length. But as you noticed, I've still got a lot more lyrics to add to it. See all the fireworks and the butterflies that are in the that are overlaid over one of the clips. I had to individually add them at each of the elements and position them in the right spots. Sheesh. And things like booyah. Bum, bum, bum. Vivek's too engrossed in his Minecraft to play Fortnite. Fish, not gonna lie bro, you're pretty average yourself. Pretty average yourself, bro. If you only just realised. dun, dun. Bum, bum, bum. If you guys are chapter 2 OGs, I'm chapter 1 OG. Bum, bum, bum. Two, one, let's go. Fish, I gotta admit, with the current number of COVID cases in Turkey, I might not get there in October yet. All my phone does is bleep. Oh, Dr. Sloan. Give a man breathing space. Here comes the excuses for lag. Lag city beach, lag city beach. Well, hello there. today. Leaving after dying to me just once, Lance. Come on. No, I'm not doing creative customs. Because I said I'm not. Yes, what would I point in that, bro? Or did you accidentally use the rift to go? If you want mod, you got to prove to yourself by being active. It's the only way to get a mod on my channel. You gotta be active, and then once you get your mod status, you're still under review. Guessy. Oh, fish, I had the best dinner today though. So it consisted of fried mince, salt, pepper, a touch of garlic, and then it was fried for a little bit, and then I added in some cheese as well to it, so it went all gooey and nice, and then I had it on 2 toasted ciabattas. It was so nice. Now fish, did you have beef mince or did you have lamb mince? Because if you had beef mince, you had a cottage pie. But if you had lamb mince, then you had a shepherd's pie. But you can't beat a good shepherd's or cottage pie. They're just the best. Fish just goes up to his mum and is like, Mum, you know that shepherd's pie we had? Was it beef mince or was it lamb mince? For dinner tomorrow, I'm making a lovely pork shoulder and dumpling stew. Ah, so you had a shepherd's pie then. And then Monday for dinner I'm making my own sausage rolls. Some really nice chipotle sausages to go with them, to go inside them. You see top of your head. You seen the top of your head, Gavin? So yeah, hopefully I should have the rest of the video finished tomorrow. That's if I don't find any more crazy overlays to add into it as well. Unfortunately though, Lucas though days are coming back. Those days are not coming back at all. Keep spraying, fish, keep spraying. We're allowed to get a 50 and a mini and a 50 off. game's not gonna let you get those heals off. Have patience, Lucas. Have patience. Also, thank you for subscribing, Biffy on 60 Hertz. Right, which of you hasn't smashed that like button? Unlucky fish. Not gonna lie, James was a bit of a spammer there. Bam, 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 bam. Welcome, Biffy, welcome. Not gonna lie, Fish, you gave him so many opportunities to heal up as well. Oh, Cow, what's good? Code is on the bottom right hand of the stream, guys. Bum, 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 bum. If I kill you again, Lucas, don't get salty. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. If you keep spamming start, I'll just time you out. Bam bam. Fortnite's close to locking down the plan of attack. Bam, 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 bam. 10 seconds and we'll start. Hey, watch where you're placing in hands. Hey, hooks is kind of sus, bro. Chaos team got rejected. Bam, 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 bam. Not until there's at least more people in the stream. Ooh, SMG spammer! This is where Lucas is gonna die to the next stream sniper. Right, who was the bunny skin? Who was the Giga skin or whatever it's called? I'm not gonna lie, Lucas, though. Why are you dancing on people you kill, but if someone killed you, you go raging in chat? Lucas has two personalities. Bum, bum, bum. It's not my phone, bro. I'm not important. And if it is my phone, it's probably just some scam call. One good thing about going to the supermarket today, Fish, is my energy drinks cost me nothing. Because I was walking up the street, walking up to the supermarket, and there was a £5 note just laid there on the grass. But yes, free money. Lucas, what he's waiting for. GG circle, GG's. How's it hacking? What should evidence? You can't say that, Lucas. You can't come and focus, stream snipe and focus me and then complain that somebody else has focused you. GG's and PPG's. Ciao, Lucas. Your love's not mine. Anthony. Stop spamming your spam swapping your weapons. In comes the third party. Goddamn turtle filter. Sounds being in the background. Welcome back, Harry. Aim assist pump then. Fish had his blueprints out and it wanted him in his wall. You shouldn't have hit that shot, Anthony. Your crosshair was on the post. Anthony got some sussy shots in a few sussy shots. Who's reporting you? Oh, Lucas. Lucas is just a little salty. I have a feeling though, Anthony, I've got a feeling that, do you use a setting, I forgot what it's called now. I think it's something to do with where your aim assist locks on. Aim assist locks on after you've confirmed an edit. I don't know if the setting's still in the game. So like when you do an edit, it auto centers your crosshair. Busy playing Minecraft with a missus, Vivek? Busy role playing mummies and daddies in Minecraft. I know everything, bro. I know everything. Right, let me see if I can look what that setting is, what we're talking about. I don't know if it's still a setting or if they got rid of it. I'm sure of it. I think they've removed it. But there used to be a setting. There used to be a setting for controller players, so after you'd edited a build piece, it would automatically center your crosshair to make your aiming a bit easier. I think they removed it. So edit hold time 0.16, let's lower that a little bit. Ooh, poor laggy internet. Ooh, Royal College of Nursing conference scrapped over sex harassment claims. Alright, let's start. And 4 hours ago, the final UK flight for civilians leaves Kabul. Easy, both easy. Not gonna lie though, bro, 1v1s are so boring. Ooh, that's a bit too high. Hey Vortex. Damn AO guards. Oh, where's all the shields? There's a little present for me. Why did I do that? Right, so that gives you Thank you for subscribing, Ari. Ari Almighty. I'm just far into the game and I still not found any shields. What's up with Fortnite? Bro, my username too sweaty, you weren't even that sweaty. That pump of mine should have definitely hit. Bro, it took me a while before I even had a chance to even confirm the edits.
Having a bit of a nightmare there. Nevertheless, Dirty Docs, right? Default Sapphic. Similar sort of stuff, right? Corny Complex is contested. You know, this area over here is going to be contested. Plenty of Storm Surge opportunities for them there. Of course, if there's no zones as well, teams might take a bit longer to fight. They can sort out their Surge a lot better. If this team in Default Sapphic and Preacher can sort out their Surge, they're going to be good, right? Because Endgame, we know what they can do. They're very explosive trio. They can pop off, get a bunch of eliminations in a Victory Royale. I'm really just hoping that they can sort these issues out off spawn and towards, you know, the sort of early stages of the game.
I wanted to ask super quick, do you guys feel like there's a trio coming into the semifinals that is like, I guess would be kind of experienced here, right? Like they have this kind of X factor where they have that experience, they have the knowledge, and they could very well excel in the semifinals.
Yeah, you know there is. We're highlighting placement power. We got Fly, Bobby, and Bertha. We've been here the last 3 weeks, right? This isn't necessarily a team that you would have suggested before this, or even coming into this season, is a top team to look out for. Just
I'm a
purely
bit
based on
shocked
the names
Nick's
alone, right? Because we haven't seen them perform
streaming
over and over again in
FNCS though,
previous
because he
seasons.
doesn't
But
normally
now,
stream FNCS.
what we're seeing is them being super dominant. They've made every single round 4 so far and been really, really close in some of them as well to actually making the qualifiers. So these guys, this season, clearly have the best experience and consistency, we'll say, of basically all the teams here.
Well, yeah, more so than experience, I'd almost suggest that it's a thing of these guys are really in form. You know, we've got some stats up to be able to show you, so we'll sort of switch to that now, right? But these guys have been on form, right? Like Reece said, total round 4 appearances, they've had 3 out of 3 weeks they made it to round 4. Their best finish was a 4th place. They were the #1 team in terms of series points, right? So of all the teams, right, you know, we talked at the start of the show, 99 top teams on the series point leaderboard made it here today. They were the 1 team at the top of the series point leaderboards. So, you know, these guys clearly have been informed this season. They're going to be hoping that they can sort of use that today and, you know, secure a spot in the finals. And it would be deserved, genuinely. I think it would be deserved if they made it through.
Yeah, basically they've been the most consistent team that hasn't auto-qualled, essentially, right? That's the easiest way to look at it. So good stuff from them.
Yeah, that's
I used to be a Man U fan.
Of like first in the series point leaderboard. That's pretty telling of this team's, I guess, prowess. Semifinals. I am looking forward to it. Guys, let's shift gears. Let's talk predictions. The trios we think will make those top 6 spots and go right into finals.
Back in my teens, I used to be a Man United supporter.
You got Stafford, Default, and Patrick, which I'm in agreement with.
Yeah, we're on the same wavelength here. We are on the same wavelength, and I think you look at what these guys have been able to do this season. They've been informed. They finished, 4th in a round 4 as well. They've come so close to qualifying. We talked in previous weeks about the sort of revenge arc they're almost on, right? That opportunity to come back and really show people, no, we are one of the elite trios. When you look at raw talent, they definitely have it, and so looking forward to seeing them sort of walk through to the finals today.
Yeah, and they're also going to put on a show. That's what's important, right? Every time we see them so far, they've put on a show. But another team who's put on a show along with that, Merstash Malibu Shizo, an incredibly aggressive team. I didn't choose them to draw on the map for no reason, right? These guys are super, super talented, and I feel like anytime I've really been looking at a tournament leaderboards, they've just been there, right? It's just one of those teams who have always been performing super consistently. So, look, I'm vouching for them, and you got to remember, when these guys if these guys make it through to finals at the same time, they're going to be contesting against Savage's team in Steamy Stacks, which will be an interesting matchup indeed.
Easy though for Anthony there. Easy though.
Mongrel, definitely fan favorites, and definitely a team with a bit of a question mark around whether they'll be able to show up today. That's going to be a big question. I think if they do have a good day, then we know what they're capable of. Skill is not an issue with these guys. The skill level is never in question. It's more so about the preparation, whether they are ready to show up and whether they can do well in lobbies like this. It remains to be seen, but we are going to have to see today. Today we will find out, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I want to believe in all these players, all right? I just want to make it so that all these teams, we just go right to finals. We'll figure it out, I don't know, but in reality, when you look at like Mongo's trio, this last time in Qualifier 3 was their first Qualifier 3, and now they're kind of being put up against these trios in semifinals. They may do well here. We have to remember all the other fantastic trios that have gone through in previous qualifiers, the top 3 champions from last season that await them there. I mean, we'll see, man. I believe if any trio can do it, Mongrel's trio can do it. Guys, we have about a minute before we hop into all of the action. I want to get your just sentiment right now. How are you feeling about the competition? Do you think that we're going to see some crazy things? Do you think a lot of these teams are going to play reserve? And how much do you guys feel that like pressure is going to play a factor? Because you just don't want to be put in a situation where you get pushed to reboot round,
Well, look, I'm going to stop you right there, Zeke boy. Let me tell you something. You always get, some excitement. You always get crazy things happening. That's a given. That's an absolute guarantee. But in terms of, pressure and all these things, yeah, you're going to feel pressure. At the end of the day, you want to make it to the final. You've played this whole season of Fortnite wanting to make it to the finals. Of course, there's going to be pressure there, but you got to be able to handle that pressure. If you got to handle the pressure now, what are you going to do in the finals? So of course you got to handle the pressure.
Exactly, and a lot of the heats for some of the players say that that's like the most nerve-wracking part, unless they go to the reboot round. Obviously, they say that this is the most like nerve-wracking part for them. There are going to be a ton of nervous teams, so we're going to see which teams are basically getting to test their nerves as much as possible. And I think we also haven't had that big pop-off yet. From Heat 1, I don't think there was that crazy big match, 20+ eliminations or something like that. And look at the teams that we got here, like Freewalk's team, which we haven't really talked about too much as well. There's a ton of teams with the potential just to go mad one game and just go on a show.
Oh man, that's what I'm
my
looking
predictions.
forward to, guys.
My predictions for semi-final.
Getting ready to jump into all the action. Don't forget, we have another heat we'll be checking into. That'll be after.
I'm saying by third game.
For now, let's kick it a shot.
By third or fourth game, Mongrel's trio is going to be in at least top 5.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Levin, and Reese. Definitely a potential for a lot of teams, but these guys mentioned it. Top 3 from last season. The top 3 players we see in teams from every qual week. The legends and the great teams await us at the end of the line, but there's one more hurdle in the way. That is the FNCS semifinals.
And what a phenomenal hurdle it is, and it happens right here. 6 games, so basically you got 6 hurdles to make sure you clear to be able to cross that finish line to get into the finals. And here we go, it's game 1. Let's see how all the action unfolds. And surprise eyes are on Milan Wolfies and Marine, as they've been known to go all over the place. And look at that, the feed's already lighting up, and it's about to light up some more here as we're about to watch in this corny complex drop.
Gascador already down. Ryan landing 2. Complex will have a little bit of a fight that'll last a long time and possibly delve down all the way towards the basement portion of this POI, but there's definitely a lot of action on the line for this team as well. When it comes to Malign, Brian, Milan, and Wolfies. I feel like, Sancho, these guys are always so inconsistent throughout the day. They have that one game where they end up popping off, but then sometimes they don't meet the line of either Storm Surge or their game plan doesn't work out. They don't have the best position overall. They need to fix that today because 6 is the magic number. The top 6 will be able to move on towards those finals. That's what they're moving towards. And as they brawl out, we'll tune in with Sean, Andy, and L2R2 as they're in a little bit of a kerfuffle here all the way up at this station.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the dockside dish that we're seeing this engagement here, or a no landing spot for Cammy Steady and T.
Let me start this.
Kind of rack up here.
Let me start this game. I'll be playing I'll be AFK, guys, while I hook my
We're also seeing some engagements happening.
third monitor. Well, hook my TV up as my third monitor, and then I can put FNCS up on the top on the TV.
And that's when I got my eyes here, but it's all about the drop spots and can they survive this engagement?
Yeah, this engagement gets very scrappy too, back and forth. Not much room here or mats to farm because there's so much metal around. You'll have a lot of people just relying on their first type of play to make. The first angle they're going to be able to peek. Kirby trying to hide under the stairs, but this man's not a wizard. He'll get found out immediately, and after that, Sean will look for the final elimination to make this 3 for the team.
I hate undoing these twist nuts on these GA cables.
Start right now for Sean VP, just to be able to let them know, hey, you're not going to be able to get this dockside. This is going to be our opportunity to claim this spot. Because we were talking about there's only 6 games, and look at this. We talk about another trio here that's been historically going to Stealthy Stronghold. Paco Gray right now will have to operate as a 2-man as one of their teammates is not. As Raiden is one of these things there. I thought that this would be one of these engagements that could be wrapped up quickly, but it's not looking so much for MXR and its co.
Yeah, MXR Paco Gray, this is their POI from season after season. They made their stamp here, and right now looks like one of the members already down, but Gray's here to clap back.
Nice!
Twice almost, 1v3 against Nano and Radio, but it's too much to handle. No! It's just enough. Gray is insane, and he holds it down.
That was a nice window edit there. You know, Gray was able to get that right hand strong peeking. Nicely done. We go from the action happened all the way as formerly known as Stealthy Stronghold up to the Craigie Cliffs, just a little bit aside to that. Another engagement between Monsters Trio and Can's Trio here. It's going to be something that a lot of people are going to try to capitalize on these power POIs.
Start, you will have contention at your POI, and it will get dealt with fast from both sides. So Taser will look to make his first shot here, but there is another third party coming in towards this fight, so it has a very fast ticking timer. They have to get something done quickly, get the mats and rebuild again, because if it gets to a stalemate, Sancho, that third team, they're gonna pack a punch.
And this is the third team that's coming in. It's Tiago's trio kind of sneaking on in here. I thought this may be Bobby's trio out in Pleasant Park.
Yeah, it might have been, but now this battle turns into a huge war. And you know how long these wars can last? It might go on for even a minute, 2 or 3. We're inside the zone as well. Craggy has a little bit of that home zone advantage. Whoever ends up controlling this POI now, out of this 3 fight, I mean, they will have a huge leg up on everyone. And Finn, he already starts, gets 1 healing. JJ2's down. Now it's up to see exactly what this team in front of us will do. Guns towards the walls and floors, and Taser's taking a lot of damage, but Tiago gets it all reflected back. An easy clap here, but it costs them 2 members of their trio, and JK is left alone.
Big trades are happening back and forth, and Tiago was able to hold the line just a little bit, but it is Khan right now who's able to put the pressure. Jakey there is going to get a revive here on Mosh, and there you're seeing the kind of after effects of this third party. Khan with 2 eliminations on Cession, and Tiago. Fly picking up eliminations on Gray and Paco, so it looks like Bobby, Versa, and Fly decide to push into the formerly known as Stealthy Stronghold, picking up the pieces on Paco, Gray, and MXR. And what I noticed about Bobby, Fly, and Versa there, if they're able to push into that fight, they're gonna have a great day today.
Absolutely. So we see lots of fast fights happening in these POIs, and as Sancho mentioned, some very, very smart rotations from different teams to be that third party. It's happening.
Changes. Where's my sound going? Display settings, identify. this system? It's crashed. I can't have my phone monitor. Why not?
These guys are going to be stuck between two godlike teams on both sides. Sean and Eltortu now in trouble from both sides, working towards the bottom of these builds. Safik sees him at the back, his teammates down now. It's just up to Sean for the moment. Jumps from all sides, nowhere to hide, and he gets eliminated.
This was the kind of engagement, those smart rotations that Shia was talking about, that Reese was talking about, that Safik's trio will do and may set them up. We talked about one highlighted trio that Reese talked about. Now we go to the other. And Malibuka out coming out, Steamy Stacks already pushing down into the orchard. So you're seeing how aggressive the EU region is starting up in this Heat 3, getting right into the business and getting a little their hands messy.
Absolutely, that surge is very valuable. Might even end up popping for this threshold. It's 70 players usually that the server kind of wants to make sure are alive at the moment, no higher. If there are more, lightning will strike depending on how much damage people have done. But if servers act like this, Sandro, if everyone's just pushing each other, I don't need storm surge this entire game.
Exactly. Already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trios have been fully eliminated in this opening frame here of the semifinals of Heat 3, and the action is getting more intense as you see Wolfie, Milan, and Marine here just trying to dip their toes into this water's too cold. Water's too cold. They're gonna go ahead and back out.
And everything at this
System's
point has
messed
been
up.
preemptive. It's people, you know, as we've seen so far, it's fast, fighting for their spots, or with the preemptive smart strat of rotating to another BOI.
So how it works is the first top 3 players automatically qualify.
Everything we've seen has been game plan. Everyone's executing their
So
game
the
plan,
winners of last
Exactly, and now
the winners of last FNCS last season, they automatically qualify for finals.
You still can have a script of where to move and what to do, but when you get, you know, toe-to-toe, if you're Belusi right now and you see Swaps, Edison, and Jakey in the background, you know, how are things going to look for you there? How do you rotate? Do you really want to fight this? They say no. They want to rotate first. It's smart. Zone is slightly further away, but both teams have to keep in line with the damage and the tags they need to. See Belusi's team getting a little bit not too hasty with the builds as a result. From this side at least, there's some openings for Jakey to take shots. Now Jakey was also landing where Fremont, Letwick, and Wolfie were planned to land here, all the way over at Believer Beach. Was what we were thinking was going to happen. It looks like they might have switched things over to be a little bit more south side, leaving Fremont that super powerful POI. And as they move on, Russia, Fire, and Gaslight will move as well. Now we watched them a little bit on the previous weeks, and they looked very good all the way towards the end game when all 3 members are alive. I haven't seen too much of how they move around mid game. Their choice will be to control the center of the map or the mountains and look towards the outsides for late rotate. They find a few in Dirty Docks, but I think that's Safik's trio. So knocking on their door, Sancho, they might not be too happy about that.
So much action has happening. We're already in zone 2, and we already been coining the
elevate to that standard. Wolfies as well with Juan Mariah.
Yeah, we should be back now, guys. We should be
leave them
back.
side by side in solos. Look at their history overall. The season's been a little bit shaky for them, and there's not that much confidence for a lot of people in terms of, hey, will they make it? They are fan favorites for sure, and pros like them a lot. Question is, you know, off of game 1, will these guys do well? Because Sancho, they rely so much on momentum. They start the day well, it always goes well. They don't start the day that well. We saw it in the quals. They end up just crumbling and not finding a footing to stand on too much.
Let me just relaunch Fortnite.
Game 1 heading into mid game here, making that transition. You're seeing already, like I mentioned, another trio has been added. Paco, Gray, and MXR went down in Stealthy Stronghold, but another trio here is in trouble here. Bobby Fly, and Versa here are pushing right into Mosh, who already has been wounded, finding in craggy cliffs here. They're not going to have the advantage of Bobby Versa here, already pushing into another one, gets an elimination on Jakey. Jakey going down right there. Bobby Versa and Fly looking to get into the finals after becoming so close throughout the entire 3 qualifiers that we've seen him on the broadcast. But you're seeing the bright side here. The silver lining for TaZe is that they have a lot of Storm Surge accrued here, but at what cost? And that cost may be their chance here to make it to endgame in game 1.
Look at all the fear. The best team in EU for the semifinals is kind of putting into Taser and Mosh for the moment. They pick up Jakey from the back. But yeah, Bobby versus Fly, 4th, 5th place respectively, I believe, in a few weeks. And then another qual appearance as well after the fact. I mean, these guys have to be the ones to watch for this heat, for the entire semifinals in general, possibly across the world, because they've done things so well up until this point. 5th will still be good enough, 4th will still be good enough for them, but they're definitely also shooting for 1st.
Yeah, not to be using that cable out while I was hooking up the 3rd monitor.
Really well when they're contested at Pleasant Park. In the qualifiers, that's when they got their best finish, and when they finished in 4th. When they were uncontested, they finished in the 15th range, and like 19 around their mid-range. But they made the adjustments, and they're pushing aggressively into different POIs to rack up that Storm Surge. So I like the adjustments. I like the new game plan that Bobby Versa and Fly are executing.
See if the freedom factor will be in their favor. Kowalski, Belusi, and Artie, we saw their struggles so far. They've kind of just, I don't know, spun into a different trio over and over again. Can't find room to operate themselves. Now we see Mongrel rolling in too, but once again, Storm Surge issues. 77 is where the server kind of just stopped, deleting players left and right. Now we're stuck at 74, and Mongrel's trio's also stuck. Slender knocked down. Kiko looking for some damage, looking to get Mongrel back up, possibly and alive, but it needs to shoot more. Oh no, already. The #1 team to watch from the fan perspective is taken out.
Pink's trio from Lazy Lake moving into colliding with the trio from Retail Row. You talked about a Mongrel, Slender, Kiko. You were telling me that Kiko walked out of Retail Row with only a gray tack. Not enough firepower, and most likely they you know, maybe they were pressured by Storm Surge to rotate out early. We've seen them do it before.
Hey, Miles.
Qualifiers, but yes, the fan favorite already out in game 1.
If you guys were watching qual #3, they were just so good at fighting in their spot. That's where they got their surge. That's where they dealt damage. That's where Kiko kind of warmed up. I guess not having an
so I've got FNCS up on my TV acting as my 3rd monitor.
They might not be used to it yet. Still have 5 more games after this to adapt to that.
I can just sit back,
should be hiding,
watch the game every time I die.
All these guys coming in with a new flavor. They have Aryan Lee, FSI, and Surprise. I mean, these guys are looking at any opportunity to find even a limb of an opponent and deleting almost 80 HP in the blink of an eye. Stompy should be a much bigger challenge than Belusi down below. It'll be a lot tougher to find any shots onto that base, but these guys are still rolling in. Scot-free, barely building. Breeding for a better position overall. I mean, they haven't even made it in the zone completely just yet. They forced Belusi on the left to stand down. They look like the dominant rotators for the moment.
Talk about a metaphor in action that we're seeing. They're usually using the paved road that someone already paid for them to make this rotation. Surprise being the veteran of this trio. Surprise coming all the way from the Season X days. So now you're seeing that is the veteran leader of this group, FSI, and Ryan here coming in from the new fresh faces that we have to the broadcast. Now we go to Flecken, an old name that we all seem to love because he was able to qualify via the reboot round with the old friends of Diablo. But now we're seeing them make that rotation, and they're going to go ahead and park on top as we jump to another perspective here on the south side of Zone 4 of Milan, Wolfies, and Marine.
And this zone will have a very big bowl effect. You'll see lots of big bases all the way around the edges, and then towards the center. Everyone should be, even though on higher elevation, possibly slightly further down. That's because there's so much collision all the way at the edge of the safety zone line. You can even see it right here, right now. There's a little bit of a hill that's forcing everyone down. Anyone that comes in is not going to be able to build as high as Wolfie's bases right now, as high as anyone that is around him either. End up just shoved down towards the dirt. Wolfies, Pablo, Tomsy, Gloomy, these should be the trios that should just have these high bases.
I don't know Vivek's definitely sneaking into this match.
Overbuild up, but at the same time, all these ones on the edge will be able to launch pad in past there and then stick towards the dirt.
We went from the mid game, now we're transitioning to the end game. Half in and half out zone 5, half in the safe, half in the storm. 6, 7, 8, 9 for those of you
Half
first time
and
tuning into
half.
competitive play are going to be moving zones. 9 going to be that ultimate close here. And of course, we have to keep an eye on Storm Surge. Next one's going to come out with 50 at the top. Milan! Oh my goodness, what happened? Did his toes? No, he went for this engagement. He pushed someone. He pushed Artie Trio down below. Was going to go for a box-to-box engagement, and he pays the price. And that is what happens. I thought Storm Surge was going to be a factor there. I thought, why would they be pushing? But I think they were just uncomfortable with someone being down below. And Wolfies now pays the price. Giving them toes, says the other team. And Wolfies is down, and Marine, the former DreamHack champion, is left as a solo.
Artie and Belusi just completely tired of getting bullied for the first 3 zones. They take matters into their own hands and get mean. All that loop for them now. Marine still has that pad that they can force out and then recycle after the fact. That being said, though, for this next zone, I believe 18 people, one after this, once it locks in, are going to have to be able to get taken out. That is a huge amount. Still a few people trickling here and there, just like we saw Wolfies and Milan do.
I knew it had
Lots of
changed
people
it.
possibly saw, you know, just having a build open here or there. Maybe it's surge, maybe it's positioning. It has to be positioning for Flecken right there. Taken out by Freemock, still has the chance to extend that base. 80 below though for Shizo, Flow, Burstash, and Malabuka.
I noticed you won the last one, Anthony, as well.
Are expecting to get first, and right now their chances, at least in game 1, are looking very rough.
Reese was kind of predicting that they would do a lot of Storm Surge, but no, so far they're below it, and they get right inside of Freemock's face. Freemock's still dangerous, and Freemock had a purple pump shotgun. How did that happen? Murstache with a sneaky play, eliminating one of the most dangerous players, armed with a purple pump. Oh my.
Oh, Surge is so difficult to get to in terms of threshold in this lobby. That week with just a full elimination, that's still not enough damage. Shizo, Murstache, and Malabuka, they've been tapping on teams left and right, center, all the way through mid-game. Those beams aren't enough either. You have to go even further, even more. The lightning is still striking for the moment.
I'm just surprised that Malabuka is struggling for Surge, considering that so many people have the ability of a third party. Here it is, that half in and half out on the left side. On the top right, you have Leon, Etsy, and Skype right now with 9 points. On the bottom right of your screen, though, we just saw 7 points as Shizo's trio. As, oh my, Leo gets lobby focused, gets eliminated, gets sprayed out as Etsy and Sky now have to work as a duo. As the majority of the trios that are in the safe zone, there's only 2 who are the late stragglers, and one's about to pad over.
See, the downside, the only thing about FNC is you have to be careful. Because if you die,
we'll go towards the top left, River and Toe.
It's very hard to get a reboot off.
Well, SD in a lot of trouble. Strives will finally equalize for the moment, but these guys know they're in trouble and they need more damage. Now it's SD all by himself. Minis and Mekka can be popped here. In 15 seconds, the zone will close in. We'll have a little bit of a lull period to see exactly what these teams can do. Game 1, though, has been absolutely rough. It seems like every team's had to move, and no one's had control of anything just yet. Already even going down the meta inside boxes. Escanor popped off, and I think also went down early game, rebooted. He gets taken out in a second chance by Jakey. Now we have so many different players finally finding their footing here, but they'll have to move once again. The majority of the lobby does get zoned for the moment. We'll see who's in control.
We've seen Esti here, man. If you remember that name that's coming from the World Cup days, coming in 10th place with Vato. And now we're taking a look at who has the power advantage in this K-Rose trio at height.
Q-Roll will try to get his things done all the way towards the top, but Marine is the focus right now. The solo clutch is how far, how long can they go? No, completely vacated. Looks for shots too on the Zestin. Oh man, so many people on so many layers around him.
If Marine could do this, he has the pad. There it is, a short pad to get to the front side. He has the mats, he has the firepower. He is below Storm Surge, 114. He has 13 people know to go down, so he's gonna have to put some use with that purple tack.
I'm seeing Stompy pop off, so mid-ground's being very loud right now. That's good for Marine. Not too many people should be fighting on this layer, but he's trying to do something against Rotary. Get an Elam, get a refresh anywhere. That's his goal right now, and as this zone catches up, all those opportunities, they start to disappear. They get riskier now on his walls. Rotary gets his revenge. Marine is forced to go all the way up, and this is where the action is. This is where it's trouble land, and Marine's almost out of mats too, left with just 300 soft wood materials. If anyone watches and sees that he's rebuilding with ramps. It should be over. He's deleted, but got some final placement for his team all the way up until that point.
During that scrum, Malibuka's trio picked up a couple eliminations, and now we're seeing Meta pick up an elimination, and now we see Lyzen getting that elimination on Rotary here, but we're still focused on another possibility for a slow clutch, and it's Etsy, who placed 17 in the Chapter 2 Season 3, gonna try to dip into the med kit here. I don't think that's enough. Okay, there it is. He was able to get it. There was a little bit of latency on that. Murstache gets another elimination on fly. So Malibuka's trio, who's been dormant the first half of this match, is really getting hot in this end game right now.
Racking up the points, but at the same time, so many teams are just surviving fully. No trio member going down. And there's so many different bases built too. There's so much space for people to be able to live right now. We might be going into a crazy night zone with Kuro and High6 with Deads still on height.
Hi, Joe. The mosquito of the lobby gets a knock on Shizo. So that was very nicely done as Etsy, the solo player, is trying to get away from the eyes of Geds here. They have the high ground, and they have 5 eliminations right here. Can they close this out? Being one of those unsurprising teams, they're coming out of nowhere to get the first victory out here in the semifinals.
We've seen some mistakes from high ground teams as they have this comfortable position. They don't push for more, and as a result, at the end of the 6 games, they don't get enough points to be inside the top 6. Geds might have to get even dirtier, drop down and get more elims, or just play that safe route and hope those 6 games don't catch him up. Regardless, though, SD still trying to make that clutch, has that slurp cannon, is looking to make it a little bit more, and gets crucial placements from 13 all the way down to 6 teams alive. That's how far he survives, and now we have full trios battling it out. No, it's Malibuka by himself takes out Meta. Inside the storm goes the other way. We're hoping, just waiting for any other team to go down, and one does. He gets even more placement after that. A huge clutch. This trio, though, is still on height. They're looking very good. Bobby deleted inside the storm. The Loot boys are not letting anyone by through their filter of a low ground lair. Zestin now all the way towards the ground. He's got the match in the end to make sure this final fight is in his favor. Built up the whole way. There's no way yet to really find any opening here towards the bottom side, and Hydro and Backfeet are still beside him.
We have 2 trios right now and 1 solo running around the cause of ruckus. And it's Versa in the mid ground, and the low ground it's Versa here trying to push through here as the Loot boys are controlling the low ground. He's getting pressure from the top side. Versa here is going to try to dance on the storm line as much as possible. What a great round, 10 eliminations. Now he has no choice to go up to height, and he gets clapped right there by Kuro. Now we have the battle between height and low. Low ground right now does not have a lot of firepower. Kuro is going to try to push on through. Let's see who's going to be able to win this engagement right now for the first victory royale. Some great plays. Kuro goes down. Here we go. It's coming down to the finish. Jeds and High6 get those eliminations with 11 eliminations and the victory royale, able to wipe out the Loot boys on low ground. Wow, what a surprising finish, surprising names, trios that we have yet seen here on the broadcast besides the Loot boys making an impact in game 1, Shayo.
Yeah, what a way to make that impact too. Kuro and Gads all the way from the start.
I see you, Taxi boy. I see you.
And then dominated all the way towards the very end to win a very clean 3v3. I mean, that was just magical.
Very magical indeed. And you speaking of magic, I know there's going to be magic on the analyst desk. Let's go ahead and take it to 11, Reese, and Zeke.
Magic you asked for, magic you shall receive. Congratulations, Isaac, Ginas, and Kuro. Forgive me if I'm saying your names wrong, but guys, this trio came in on 36 in the series point leaderboard, and now they're going to start the semifinals with a victory royale and 11 eliminations. 11. This is a very strong start.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I always say to teams, you want to start how you mean to finish. And at the end of the day, a good start is everything. A good start can be the difference between you falling and not falling. But, you need to continue this now. And it's a really good start. They played high incredibly well. 11 eliminations gives them a good sort of lead. Can you keep on doing this in the next couple of games? That's the most important question.
Well, that's a good question, given the fact that they are currently a very 50-50 drop spot, landing at one of the dishes near Orchard with Ledgy's team, which has obviously William and Kylix on as well. So, it's a difficult one to say if they're going to be able to keep that consistency going all the way through. But look, maybe they've just absolutely mastered that early game and drop spot when it comes to every single match. We're just going to see some domination coming out from Kuro and the boys. It'd be good to see.
Yeah, and that's to 11's point as well. We see this all the time, right? A team starts really strong, gets a ton of eliminations, but then cannot do anything else, right? That first VR is a make or break for a lot of trios. And sometimes we see trios prevail, but it's pretty small time, so I'm hoping this trio can keep that ball rolling. Guys, we know Storm Surge has absolutely been an issue for trios, but there's one trio that started this early game, and they're already identifying the issues that they have, and they're correcting those mistakes. Reese, want to break it down?
Yeah, look, that's Fly, Bobby, and Versa, the team that we've already mentioned, who placed third in that game with 10 eliminations. And this is how the first 3 of them came out. Look at the positioning that they're in. They pushed up north, up to where Paco's team has already actually ended up finishing a fight, healing up, and like getting into the weakness of it. Look at the angles that they're at. Bobby, Versa, and Fly taking complete pinches from all of the way around, applying that pressure down. You notice Versa's 300 AR because they've looted so efficiently in that early game, and they got a good RNG and got a llama at the same time. So that just allows them to be at every single angle, and that team down below has nothing they can do. If you're Grey Inyo's team with Paco and MXR, what do you do in this situation where you're just getting pressured all the way from the outside?
It's almost like they're like a Burrow constrictor, right? You know, just easing them in, not really giving them much resource. But in that stage in the game, right, the team you're fighting is never going to have that much resources as well, right? Unless they've gotten lucky and found a llama like you. So being able to just wait them out there, brilliant stuff. And as you can see, they are sitting in second place. So did a great job of
you can't
class them a couple extra places.
the patch that
These guys
glitch.
definitely going to be someone to watch out for. Bloomy, Pablo, Tomsy. In the end game,
You can't rift and pick up an item.
Eliminations, right? He seems to have had a bit of a pop off. They're sitting in third. All around, a lot of the top teams you would have expected to do well this deep, high up in the standings. Of course, there's a couple people who I want to see a bit higher. Looking for statics. Can't see them yet, but I'm sure we will see them. I'm sure we will. Mustache, Malibuka, Shizo as well. Decent start. All around, no big surprises other than the Puro in that preset.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. If we look over the next page, you can see what's there and see if we can see. There we go. 12th place, Static Default, and Putrick coming in. You know, they end up placing 12th with 3 eliminations, so you know, not a hot start for them. Still a good amount of points though, right? Being 12th after game number 1, not too bad at all. It's not like you're in a 0-point game, you're further down. That's plenty to get yourself moving. Same with Rotary's team in a very similar position. Same with like Squint, CC, and Remix, who've also been really, really good this season. So there's a lot of teams who have started to get that hot going, but you know, didn't necessarily kind of take the whole way to the end game. So the next couple games, we're going to hopefully see those teams capitalize on the rest of the fact they actually had a good start to it, right?
I feel like we're always talking about, you know, adjustments that are being made right in between game 1 and game 2, and that game we saw a bunch of teams struggling with Surge, a bunch of teams being forced to take fights where they didn't look comfortable, like Kiko, Mongrel, Slender, that trio. Obviously people will be watching out for them. They just didn't look like they wanted to be in that position. They were forced to sort of be in that position. How do these teams now adjust? Because, you know, can't afford to make those mistakes in game 2 after you've already made them in game 1. Game 1, cool. Clean slate, now you've got to go back in and sort of be a bit more efficient in that sense. So I'll be watching out for those teams.
Every trio can adapt, man, right? You can make these errors in the semifinals, but if you want to compete in finals and you want to be a champion, you cannot make these errors. We'll have to see which trios can adjust and come out stronger, especially in the remaining 5 games. But you all know what time it is. We heard the buzz, which means it's time to go. We're going back over with Shy Wager and Sancho West to kick off game number 2.
It's all about having that hot start and then keeping it rolling. I mean, thank you so much, Ziegler and Reese, for that, because that's definitely the case here, Sancho. No matter what adjustment it is, it has to be a good one. If you fall in game 2 after having a hot game 1, that's trouble.
This is a marathon and not a sprint here. And Reese talked about the traffic jam that's happening here up at this dish area. And Lecce could be the one that kind of stops that big train of Q roll and slow his roll essentially here. So now we're going to keep eyes on this engagement here. And already the roll is already starting to hit a bump right now. And that bump is in the old school name of Lecce, who was able to claim the supply chest.
He gets it up because that first fast Elam 2, it's huge to have, and Kalex will be beside him. Yeah, it's game 1 winner, and this is what we're talking about. Q rolls here too. I mean, Landowar's the north side. We can see what can kind of really happen. I guess it's, you know, disaster for this team. A very, I guess, the best possible placement you could have in the first game, and then what's looking like to be the worst possible one for game number 2.
Yeah, and you're talking about a trio right there featuring Lecce, who has historically been one of the most decorated EU players in the region. And, you know, we're talking about Lecce's success mainly during the Benji and Savage days in Season 4. This man has got so many first-place finishes in third-party tournaments here, and combined with Kylix as well. You know, Lecce's one of those kind of players that we've all been rooting for to make a return. He's been always looking for trios, has always seemed to not find a home. Maybe, just maybe, with this trio, he finds a home.
Possibly right now, trouble at home for Gray, Paco, and MXR. That domination 1v3 from Gray's side of things, this POV that we just saw a game before in the past, it wasn't enough to kind of stop Nashi Radeon Company from coming here again, contesting once more. And honestly, I don't blame him. You know, either way, it was pretty dominating fashion that Gray kind of ended that fight. He might be the one to make it happen again, forcing all three players into the same box.
Yeah, you know, all I can say is, like, when you get these eliminations, you have to wrap this up quickly because they are on a timer. They are on the clock right now, and that clock is going to have the big alarming attack in Bobby, Versa, and Fly. So now this team is going to, they wrapped it up quickly. Great. Now they're going to definitely be on the defense and keep all eyes on the swivel, or heads on the swivel, to make sure that Bobby, Versa, and Fly are not pushing it.
I think the reason Bobby versus Fly pushed in the Pleasant Park game and gave him one is that Zone was also on the north side. It was a possibility, an option for Pleasant Park entirely in that first game. Now with Zone being a little bit more south, I don't think any teams will go all the way up to Lighthouse and give away that much. So great pack, whatever.
But I couldn't hit a shotgun there.
Definitely
My FPS was dropping like crazy.
A better picture of zone 1 is going to be a centralized zone, a little bit favoring the west side. So this is going to be a home zone for the Loot Boys down
I thought I heard someone behind me as well.
You're going to also see another team. Fremont is definitely going to have a great opportunity to cash in with this zone. And those are the trios they're going to keep an eye on to see if they were able to do well. On the bottom right of the screen, you see clashing here with Z Andy, like I mentioned, winning a Cash Cup. Surprisingly, one of those teams is, I don't know where you look at the leaderboard, you're like, wait a minute. How did
Imagine sneaking up on me like that mid-game.
They were able to capitalize.
I should have said mid-fight.
Points in game 1.
Try to see if they can elevate that. For reference as well right now in terms of who's in first place. The points aren't that, you know, unattainable off of one game. It's 52 for Kuro against and High6, who should be at a complete standstill after this game, especially if Lecce ends up finding Kuro wherever he may be hiding for this early game so far. This should be the trio to really focus on inside this game. Pleasant Park, once it's in zone, which is still kind of forced to rotate off of it, it's kind of a very normal and advantageous game for the people landing there. That's Bobby, Fly, and Versa. That's the #1 series points team coming into the semifinals.
Where are they going? Are they going to push into Coral? Looks like they're going to collect themselves a supply drop, but where are they going to go after this? We already seen them get a llama in the previous match, and that gave them the green light to decide to push into other regions, into other POIs to cause a ruckus. So let's see where Bobby, Fly, and Versa goes. We'll keep an eye on them, definitely keep a keen eye on them in the elimination feed.
We'll keep rocking and rolling. Want to see exactly what the plan for Mongrel is for the moment as well, because early game is where they made a few mistakes here and there. I guess it's also the exact same thing for Bobby versus Fly. They're going for this cosmic chest, and now for the second time.
What's good, FNZ? What's good?
I guess this is all part of the plan for them overall. We'll tune in with Sean and company here as well, up at this station again for a second time. See if this fight can be clean a little bit faster, and then they don't get trapped in the mountains by Sapphic after the fact. It'll be Marine, Wolfies, and Milan. They're fighting. It will not be a easy fight whatsoever, but one they might have to take to stay ahead of Surge.
It's so amazing to see the push coming from Corning Complex versus coming from the dish area. The dish has a pad that you could kind of push right into it, but it's Wolfies, Milan, and Marine pushing this engagement. So I'm just quite surprised. Once again, they disengage. They take a couple of shots and disengage. Water is just too cold for them to cannonball into.
Now, lots of proactiveness from all teams, but you're right. It's not like they're fully committing towards the plan. The water might be cold because metal builds instantly spawned up on the side of Andy and Sean. They're still giving a key 9 in case these guys do overpeak, but slowly and surely they'll move back their way into the zone.
Definitely, I want to see if we could find a way to take a look at Mongrel just to get a taste of what he's doing in early game, to see where is that small snowball that's starting on top of their hill that kind of like, you know, just careens right down into their qual, you know, that avalanche of destruction of like all the fans. And where does it start? It has to start somewhere, and that's the thing about Fortnite competitive, Shayo. It starts somewhere. It's a butterfly effect. It causes so much chaos for them in game, and we saw them go down in mid game. And I was looking into it when I was looking at the drop spots in this kind of lobby. I saw, okay, Pink Trio could go into
that
them
spot on the
and
map
cause a
looks
problem.
so
And they did it this
dark.
round. So here we go. Now we get a taste of them, and they're setting up right south of the aftermath area. Did they go somewhere else, or did they just make a very aggressive rotation, Shio?
They have to change things up and make rotations. It's still kind of, you know, it's deep into the game. You loot retail when you're uncontested. It can happen fairly fast. Then you move across the map after the fact. The thing that kind of left them out before is not moving fast enough probably and going for these tags. This is a very good spot to look around both ways for anyone rotating out of the south side. One big issue though is that, you know, a lot of the part right now of zone is actually safe around them. They're not going to find many people really, you know, moving around willy-nilly all the way around the outsides. That's exactly what Safik was kind of driving by, the spot we just saw Andy and Sean in. That's a very good spot to maybe tag people for Surge, a little bit outside of the zone. Over here, it might be tough to kind of find things. They're kind of rattling on Bobby, Versa, and Fly and some people around them, but it seems like rotations here are just kind of sparse.
And Mongrel's Trio came in 26th place in game one, going down to the hands of Peak Trio. Back on board here with one of the favorites to be in the top six, Bobby, Fly, and Versa. And there it is, they're taking shots at that general area Mongrel. And that's the thing, is like I don't want to see this trio being another Cammy, City, and Teak where they're just the woulda couldas, you know, so close, and then they get sent to the reboot because that will test their mental. And we're already seeing some big names of the EU region from the previous heat go into the reboot, like Thomas, Flick, and Nos. One of those ones that we were just hoping that they would definitely get in with the semifinals with the kind of the lobby, the kind of the names here, the kind of experience they have in FNCS, and that just did not happen, folks.
I mean, the good thing for them right now is that off that first game, Versa all the way towards the very end, got a nice third place. Not a good pedestal off of game number one, but two here is all about fixing mistakes. They're going to be looking all the way for first. Fleck is going to be looking for a better position overall in the first, second, third, and fourth zones. The fifth is where he got taken out, and he'll get rattled by Taser as he drives away. Now, the perspective of this trio, JK and Mosh. We were watching them last game. They were the chaos. Wherever they went, two trios followed. Every box they had was automatically a pinch. I don't know how or why, but they just attract carnage wherever they walk. And Letlick is stopping them in their tracks right now. They might attract another third party too if they stay here too long.
They probably got those, you got cute cheeks, you know, you just want to pinch them.
GG's versus GG's.
And now they're going to have to try to avoid Fremont, who probably has the biggest pincers in the EU region. We already saw Fremont go down earlier in game one, but literally Freelock is out in the open saying, shoot me, I want this engagement, and Tazen, the Portugal boys, don't want to taste.
Thank you very much, Pro Gamer. Thank you very much.
Wolfie Letlick are there to drop the punishment.
It's much appreciated, bro.
Much, and Taze misses just one ramp and pays about 90 HP for that. So see him mini all the way up the very sad way, and Letlick's not stopping on this. They've kind of identified that this would be a free team to
GG's, Miles. GG's. I keep forgetting his yard account.
Trio to kind of maybe jump on the walls, but they bully them under the bridge now. They're kind of in a position that's very hard to get out of, very pinchable from all sides.
Now we're seeing them get in a defensive stance. This is a very dangerous defensive stance, considering that there's so many focus on here. Fremont gets knocked by
Also,
JK.
hey again, FNZ.
So Fremont was trying to get in, and JK says, get out. They're not allowed in this one. It's sent out of this lobby, and one of those ones that we've seen it again, like a highlight maker, clip maker, styling and profiling all over the socials in the Fortnite comp world. And that one has already been eliminated. So it's up to Wolfies and Leftwick here. We're sitting just above them here on the red bridge. Got to push on in. Again, their feet. We've been seeing, there's another trio that their feet was something down below. I love this new meta that's been developing over the seasons, is just reaching down and pulling people that are above you.
Yeah, I'm not sure that if it was a Fremont dive or if you got that
That's a good question. Him down. That is a good question. Did Fremont decide to go in? Yes.
If he did, it might have been a bit.
Ooh, these guys need to pull out. These guys need to do something. 7 points in game 1. After in game 2, it's not exactly a good start for them.
And in this position, inside the zone, everything's so safe, there's no chance they move. And now Wolfie and Letwick, they're enticed to actually go for that reboot. get a little bit of conflict because they're 16 below Surge at the moment right now. They need to get things up, find players deal damage. Could be the men who took out their partner, their trio mate just moments ago.
That's what I mean. You know, Fremont must have known that they were under a storm surge. They were coming out of Believer Beach. They didn't find anything, so they send in Fremont, their canary, into the coal mine, and all of a sudden, eliminated was that big juicy canary.
GG's, Venom,
so now Wolfies and
GG's.
Ledwick here are gonna have to deal with it. They're in shambles. They're about 16 below. They have to get this trio right to feel a little bit better when the next time Sword says hello. And here we go. 50-50 inside the box. Wolfie trying to go in. 13 HP, but Taze gets that knock. And now it's up to Letwick here to hold on to the fort here. And that's the green light for the Portugal boys to kind of chase down and Letwick. Letwick now trying to get away. He's going to have to use the natural terrain to work his way around. And that's just going to be enough distance.
2 bad games for this trio. 2 bad games.
The control on that wall gave Wolfies no chance at all in that fight.
I know you boss Charles, but I thought it was a little suspect.
From Craggy now all the way to halfway rotating to a good
I got
spot
told
on the
not
map.
to get
He's
into
in trouble
cars with
once again
strangers.
To multiple trios around him.
We listen to the shots ring out here. Flecking in an engagement right below. JJ2 and Khan are just trying to slow down. Of course, Peace King, aka Khan, we're working his way through, and down goes Peace King. No pieces to protect himself. So JJ2 now is going to left to rat his way in the shadows to maybe just sneak on through as Wolfies gets an elimination on Zandy. Just almost, man. That would have been a hot snipe, but that was just enough to let the trio know that there's somebody here inside the shadows lurking.
10 seconds
and just
to
like that,
start.
JJ2 is going to bounce out with the insta-bull
5,
to find another
4,
home place
3,
here to kind of sneak
2,
through. This is
1,
home base here, but almost having
go.
trouble opening that front door as you see MXR zoom on by in the background.
The inflatable has been the item of choice for a lot of these solo clutchers running away. SD will have the option to have one still trapped in those boxes, not on greener pastures. But at the same time, these loot boys, honestly, Sancho, from literally the worst possible place when you can have on a series leaderboard to an amazing opening today. I mean, the one time we did see them inside a qual week where they had a chance to deal damage to other trios, they were doing it in seldom games. Overall, in that week, they still didn't have, you know, the best performance. We saw the potential. Now we'll see what they can do once they're in the lead, and we'll see what happens when a team who's used to being in the lead, Letwick, Wolfie, and Fremont, at least in some games, at least in their names, is not going to have that chance. Letwick, no cards for of his teammates at all either, and just out healing Storm Surge. He gets the Loot Boys on his doors, straight back down under the bridge, where these aggressive trolls, I guess, for this game belong. And there's no way for him to run or hide.
Letwick was like looking, oh, my ride share is here. Oh, nope, that's not mine. I'm out. I'm going to go ahead and back on now.
Oh, Letwick.
Boy, the mosquitoes of the lobby, I'm just quite surprised. You talked about what they did last time in qualifiers. It was colliding with Red Rush and Mappy, and they went down so many times, but it was that one time that they were able to stop them there, and we all had a moment to put on pause there to see if Red Rush could qualify.
42 points game 2, not a bad start for these guys.
But hey, Boney Burbs, there's a lot more action developing here as we're seeing Pablo, Tomsy, and Bloomy here trying to push on through. We still see Kiko and Slender are still up with a great metal base. Where is Mongrel? Is it going to be the Portugal duo here that's going to have to clutch for that trio?
We'll try 2 shots from all sides. Skewered like a kebab between these builds. Pablo and Bloomy are, and Bloomy's already down. Chopped, overcooked, and burned. Fantastic down below is having a big push with Gilius. As we look into this fight, it's multi-based and Letwick.
Holy!
It's Wolfie back up. Give me 2. Give me 2 though. It is 2. Is that Fremont's health bar as well? I mean, it's looking extra thick, I guess, but he's here with it. Both teammates up and alive, looking really well. This is the distraction they needed, but yo, the whole server has ears. They hear it happen. A maximum of 300 mats to use to get back inside the game on the busiest side of the Fortnite island. I mean, it's going to be impossible, but if there's a trio that can do it, it should be Letwick, Freerock, and Wolfie.
They found some solace here in the old tunnel, and they were able to work, but Fremont gets knocked now. I was going to say, what a fantastic rescue mission to find some miners in a stuck kind of crazy situation here, but Letwick Wolfies.
It's a shame he never got a chance to get his teammates reboot card as well.
We talked about, hey, Mongrel's still up, Mongrel's still vibing. We talked about it. These are very crucial here as the Fireflies blazes now. It's in trouble, and Letwick is left alone, and they lit the candle here. So now Letwick is trying to avoid the blaze that's happening, but you cannot avoid the blaze in the lobby, focus. Slender picks that up, and Kiko gets an elimination on Wolfie. So Mongrel, Kiko, and Slender gonna take advantage of a dire space situation. But hey, at least you entertain us, Liquid, on that one.
Absolutely, they're moving in from that south side. This is one of the things that, hey, even if that base you built earlier on didn't find a lot of tags, if you stay with the zone, you'll find teams who are struggling basing beside you. That's where you can get your free surge. So a big pickup from Slender, something that wasn't there in the first game, and as a result, these guys went down because of that. Now they have it in this one. Let's see what they can do with the potential to actually be able to play inside of mid/end game.
You're seeing the different ways that people are traversing into the rotation here.
Oh man!
Mongrel, Kiko are going to take a pit stop here to grab this.
I don't even know what I was doing there.
Drop. They do have some pads here, no doubt. They may have gotten another pad from this drop here, but my concern here, Kyle, if I'm going to go looking forward here, is yes, they got the Storm Surge, but do they have the positioning? I would say not. Look at so many arrows that stand in their way.
I wasn't even concentrated.
This is one of the consequences of playing that zone line. Sometimes you have a max rotate, it takes time.
You're not stream sniping me this time, Lucas.
They can find these paths untraveled, the shadows between the eye lines of many different players. Using this hill, they get all the way in.
That's a nice rotation. Very nice. Very nicely executed by the trio.
Staying all the way towards low might be the way for now, but they're going to be battling two different Milans.
That was clean.
Make sure you do me a favour, guys, and smash that like button for me.
Solo, still alive. I think his teammates were rebooted
And
and
also
recently knocked
considering
down
subscribing.
again.
We're trying to hit 8k again for the second time.
Yes, almost consistently. So anything that he survives from now on should be huge, but it's going to be difficult.
Oh no, the great rotation by Kiko and Slender hits a big stop sign. Tiago getting that Q roll with 8 HP, trying to hold on, who's already been a hide-and-seek champion, was able to get away from Lutzy, but Wolfie says, surprise! I found you, brother, you're out.
What was that? Wait, is that a dude behind my box right
Dude,
there?
that was a jump scare right there. All
Why are people shooting our builds? They're missing. Wait a minute. And it's over. Finds Q roll. Thank you for that. So another team that sometimes lacks surge gets a free damage tag. Mongrel, though, while this happens, lost both teammates. What?
Yo, it's so funny, though, real quick. Lechy was like, couldn't find him, but his old partner, Wolfie's like, I got you, Lechy. I found Q-Roll.
Yeah, but I'm still wondering exactly how these guys went down. I guess the risk of staying beside many different trios, I mean, has its dire consequences when you make mistakes.
We've only got 18
they got
subs.
in, they look good, they try to elevate their builds, and I think that's maybe where they might
No worse than when Fortnite, when YouTube purges your subs.
Because he has a very strong rotation, so Mongrel has a pad. He could definitely do this, maybe recycle a couple of pads, but it's the firepower he doesn't have, and of course it's the disadvantage in the manpower.
Obviously, third place, so rotating all the way up top. There still are many big teams to follow as well. Yes. Will have a chance to keep their lead. Tomsy and Pablo will have to do it as a duo. Ruby's going to be down for now, and at the same time, Mosh will be the target once again. These guys can never get a break. Always hunted down at any point of the game. That'll be a huge refresh for the duo to have, popping a few floppers to stay inside the game too. See, Default getting a pick there too now, so the CL boys are looking to be in terms of power in this mid/end game towards that fifth zone. A very good spot.
I love this use right here from production. We got our spotlight player right there, Mongrel, trying to survive. Look at all the chaos.
Mongrel's having some
They're gonna
bad
take
games.
Look on the left side, all those arrows, and Mongrel's on the bottom right of all that chaos with only soft mats, aka wood builds, aka shoot me. I'm
My
about to get
prediction's
out.
gonna blow up in my face.
Came into the zone with 24. Now we're down to 16 teams after that huge shot from Tomsy. Another pickup. These guys are basically just evaporating, exterminating all the different trios inside the layers around them, making sure that rotation will be free. Use that launch pad whenever it may be, but at the same time, surprise and lots of people are on the side of Mongrel's box, putting pressure down. He has to change layers so much. He has to make new bases over and over and over again, to the point where he has no hard mats, no brick either, no metal, not just left with wood.
Hey, I see the play that is going to happen as Milan knocks Hydro. He's going to wait in the cone, wait for the server to wash over him, maybe catch a body as it's going right over him, but he selects to go ahead and just go to the rotation and play as much place as possible. But he could glide into a box, and there's a window, just like when you open the door, and all of a sudden all these flies fly right in, and Mongrel will be the deadliest one. We are on an insect vibe today, Shayo.
Absolutely, let's see exactly where Mongrel will land a little bit of a sting.
5 builds.
How many masks left at all? Just one more box. Yeah, if he wants to fortify it too. Another launch pad. It's a half pad he moves with, which needs mats to be effective after the fact, so you'll be in trouble there for the moment. At the same time, Marine collided with the other Milan inside this lobby and goes down. Milan, as a result, has to be the only trio member left with the potential to clutch. Wolfie's is going to be low. The server doesn't actually end up bouncing back. He has to run way past the zone. Only one tick will take him out, but everyone is basically waterfalling down without builds all the way to the ground. Wisep's there first towards the start of the zone. Tomsy picks up another, and Mongrel takes out Wolfies on rotation.
There it is, Milan here, who's trying to make a championship to his resume alongside with his 4 teammates of Chapix and Queasy. Milan right now working his way through, trying to shoot as many builds as possible. He sees Mongrel! Mongrel avoids, dodges all the bullets. Mongrel with just a sliver of just possibilities of making it any further survives that blast. Malabuka and Mongrel gets eliminated by Plains.
Plains had control of one of the layers of this tart, but at the same time, control's kind of dwindling from the hands of Stack. He goes down. Future will get a little bit of revenge.
Another Milan.
At the same time, it'll be just him at default at the same time. Bobby's still alive down below. He's the one holding on to first place overall right now, accruing that placement. Future's not done. Takes out another, but every time he gets an elim, one of his teammates goes down. It's such a rough time, and now it's just him left. So many elims, though, all the way up to 7. Can he get more? Can they push all the way towards the sky on these boards?
Future holding on as much as possible. Valuable placement points. Every single one going down will be 1 point accrued here. Now on the low ground, does have a pad if he wants to get a little bit spicy. Bray getting knocked. Had to get back. The spice was too much. Butcher going down here as Salon and Milan number 2 and Kidu are sitting up at their height here with the possibility to get the victory royale. Backfeed, Zestin, the 2 left of remaining from the Loot Boys here. Again, once again on the low ground. But like I mentioned, without their full trio and really low on resources.
Right now with 5 teams and 4 with 9 alive, it seems like there's so many fragmented trios all around. Clutches just waiting to happen. There is one trio left all the way on height trying to stop it. Backfeed will try to get that clutch rolling. FSI gets a huge pinch down with his team. Paco there too, stopped in his tracks, and Surprise will hold it down. Now it'll be a 3v3. Get the clutch storylines out of the way. We're looking for a battle. We're looking for a head match face off right now, and it goes straight towards the skies. Ariadne's there. Every single person just flying in circles like some type of trance dance. Aria's already down at the same time. Milan is stopping it. The fly swatter in the air, looking for any other chances to stop any type of high ground retake. Lots of knocks happening at the same time. There's going to be 2 people left all the way on high ground. We went from a 3v3 down to a 2v2. Surprise is not stopping the retake, though. At the same time, a double pump comes in from up top and down the side. It's Milan, Sinan, and Kidwo there with that victory royale.
Key duo right there in the victory royale. Very nicely done. What a great way to stop that pad. It was like a last second kind of like heave towards the height. Just to, you know, that mountain right there was causing problems, and all of a sudden they were able to stop that push. I like that little build fight that we saw here. What a great Christy game to ahead. And so far, Child, a theme that's building. Some new fresh faces into the broadcast, getting victory royales.
Oh yeah, we'll see. Now that's what you saw. Even with the punches we saw all the way towards the very end. All the way like 3rd to 10th. It was like solo plays.
Looks like
over and over again. I want to see what made that from the best. Zeke Levin.
Well, Shy Wager, this goes the same way Fortnite always goes. Flipping and flopping, upside down, left and right. You know what I'm saying? It's always the craziness. First off, big congrats to Kudos, you know, and Milan coming in 8 eliminations. So this was a very different game than game number 1, Levin and Reese. And I feel like one thing I can commend that like last game, something I've never seen before, is anytime Father Mountain is introduced and is like the final boss of your rotations, it just ends. Everything stops. Right? And then one trio somewhere was like, let's just drop a pad. And then everyone was taking to the skies. Now, of course, Kino and Trio, they were prepared for it. That's why they got so many of those eliminations at the end. But that was still so cool.
Yeah, no, well, look, that's what sort of happened this season with, you know, the reintroduction of pads into the meta. You will get that moment where it does just feel like the whole lobby has decided to pad. But no, look, sort of to what I was saying, yeah, there did seem to be a lot of these players who were sort of scrambling around as maybe a duo, as a solo. There does seem to be a lot of these teams who are struggling to keep all three alive, and we saw how well of a job, you know, the actual winners were able to do in some of the games to keep that does get a bit easier, but still, you know, they're able to win the game. And look, you know, I don't want to call it fresh, but it's not necessarily people who do this more on this stage, but nice that they're actually doing it. They've taken the next step.
Yeah, Milan's living up to his name. Milan IWNL, I will not lose, picking up the Victor Island game number 3. So that's really huge for them, but for Arya, surprised it's high as well. 12 eliminations and in second place, so I think they got a little bit overconfident. We saw the fact that they were popping off on low ground big time, and then they went for that launch pad play, right? That we have the mats, we've got the numbers, we're going to pad on height, and obviously it didn't seem to work. But given the fact that they still, despite the fact not winning that, Surprise was the one who was picked up in that final elimination. They came second as well, which is tons of points, so really well played for them overall.
Yeah. You don't always see the victory out, right? Like, sometimes it's okay to just hit second place with a ton of elite. You're looking good. Now, if we look kind of think back to game number 1, trio got the victory royale, and this is something that we talked about, right? Reese mentioned this was a 50-50 trio, and sometimes game number 1 is a great start, but game number 2 doesn't go that way, Reese.
Well, yeah, I want to just sort of stop this here, right? I'm going to stop this clip here because you can see Kylix landing. Obviously, this is Letshi here as well, Swillier as well gliding in. And you might be thinking to yourself, I don't see
Me personally, I'd have been shooting it at UFO by now.
The big problem is that their drops are just far superior. You can see Letshi's already dropped.
That's
He's
not
getting
the
to
one.
find an SMG. You know, Hizix is only just landing now, and Letshi's got an SMG in sight. You know what I mean? And this is what we always talk about with dropping off spawn. You can't afford for these things to happen because when this happens, Letshi is, you know, Letshi, one of the best controller players in the world. When he has an SMG, you've just landed, no hope for you. You know, there's no chance you're going to be able to win that situation. And then you see it again right here as well. You can see Geds, no chance. Look at this. He's not got a weapon. He's holding his pickaxe out. Kylix in the top corner. He's got a weapon. Letshi's taking shots as well. Off spawn, if your drop is not good enough, it's just all over for you, and you can see little cure. I'm not even going to get involved. My teammates can go down. I'm staying up. There's no chance for me. And it's the painful thing about off spawn because these guys won the first game, right? But then you don't win the first game, and look what happens. You drop from first place all the way down to 6. So, you know, off spawn, you can go 2 ways. You know, you win off spawn every time, your game goes well, and all smiley fun time, or it goes and you end up with, you know, a bit of inconsistency in your gameplay. Unfortunate for them that it's ended up that way, but nevertheless, we'll see what happens in game 3. Bagby, Destin, and Hydro sitting in first place after that. Bloomy, Pablo, and Tomsy retaining a top spot, as well as Bobby, Versa, and Fly as well.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing those consistent teams come through, in particular, you know, Bobby versus Fly, who we've seen not necessarily pop off, but just have that consistency third in the 8 all the way through. Ariane Lee from that big match, alongside Surprise and FSI, they are flying up the leaderboards. If you look over that next page, we're going to see the teams. Mustachio's team down the leaderboard after a bit of a difficult game. Same with Stompy here too. And, you know, we did see that close to pop off, I would say. You know, solo attempt from Marine, but yeah, again, that's put them into 19th. They have stayed together as a full trio, like the casters, and like we've mentioned already, the teams who are staying together as full trios are consistently keeping their way up until that first, up until that second as well, and everyone else is getting picked off when they're losing those members earlier on.
Sometimes that is not the tribute that you want to make, because it will cost you those points, the placement in the victory royales. Fortnite fam, we hope you're enjoying all the action. That's right, Battle Buzz BP.
There's a glitch, so what you... Oh, I'm gonna say there's a glitch.
Game number 3.
Sometimes when you land on a UFO after rifting, you've got to pull your build pieces out before you're able to use your weapons.
This is your day.
That's what I love to see about Fortnite, with the whole spirit of the opens where anyone can come from anywhere to be able to compete, and at the same time get your moment to shine on the big stage here. And that's definitely what we've been seeing so far. New faces to the broadcast for this season, making an impact. But we go from those new faces there to the leaders of right now, and that is Hydro, Backfeet, and
these guys have got a chance to take him first, you know.
A taste what they could do if they did not
70 points and
Red Rush and Mappy. And it's
only in third game as well.
They've got space to work with. They're doing really well. I feel like they just going against the grain, the way they end up playing Fortnite, right? It's always like they're doing the things you don't expect teams to fully do, and that doesn't usually work off spawn. But once you're in mid game, inside weird fights, inside third-party scenarios, or you're trying to navigate end game completely, if you're staying in the shadows, if you're doing things in different ways, that might be an advantage completely compared to the normal Fortnite trio.
So far, this trio has been a
I
second
put
place
one
finish
shot
with
again
15
and I
wins,
went to
and
switch to my
unfortunately
second
finished with
weapon,
5
but
game wins.
it
As Kylix
switched
right
all
now
the way to the
again,
end.
Q-Roll's trio runs right into Swilliam and Kylix and Lecce. And I gotta say, you know,
I played
Swilliam comes from the
stupid.
Asian region. He's competing now with the EU, so that was a great pickup by that trio right there to be able to stop Q-Roll. But hey, it happens, man. It happens that fast. And that, hey, we were talking about in rehearsal, what is considered a loss in this Battle Royale? That is a loss. No points accrued, not able to keep up pace. The pace that you set yourself in game one.
It's tough. A lot of the times it's just the patterns that we end up seeing, right? Overall, it's just what happens. At the same time, Q-Roll might be a trio, or, you know, that trio specifically might be a team that operates when they have northern zones, you know, better than usual. Right now we've seen something slightly central, and now something towards the south side, almost near Patty Corner. So we'll see that trio possibly try to climb back. 6th place now, kind of left in time. But for Pablo, Tomzy, and Bloomy, I mean, what an amazing display of skill. Last game as a duo to take out so many players inside the 5th and 6th zone. And from Bobby, Versa, and Fly, I think every single FNCS week, every single moment, we're watching these guys in practice as well, it's just absolutely consistent. You know, their style of play, their placements. The thing is, they need to have a little bit more than just consistency if they want to see big success in the finals. Today, I feel like it'll be fine. They might not get first completely, but I don't see them.
Everybody, there's more people in the customs in this.
Past that, though, I mean, this could be one of their last chances.
Especially for the Saturday as well.
Any type of different strategies they want to bring into the FNCS finals.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, taking a look at the first opportunity that they had to qualify, they kind of slowed down. They had a 14th place with 1 elims. So there's a couple of games that they do have that they get those, you know, low placements and low elims. It's happened before. You talked about it. They just got to avoid it now. We're seeing Putrick and Wolfies here have 6 FNCS appearances. And so Putrick right now joining Safik and Default out of Dirty Docs, one of those other trios that we said that might make it in top 6. Right now they're sitting in 5th place, moved up a lot on the leaderboard considering that the last performance moved up 7 slots. So Putrick, Safin, and Default, we have already seen make a ruckus, kind of pick on third parties and kind of the neighboring trios, but we have yet to see them kind of capitalize. And one thing for this trio that I'm watching, Shayo, is that the Russian slide that's happened in the previous heat with Irezumi's trio, who they slid out of the top 6 and they got sent down to the reboot. That could happen to Savage.
Be right back, I need some snacks.
What could really so close to qualifying in the previous qualifying weeks that we've been watching and casting.
Yeah, that week it was huge for them, but even if they do qualify, I'm just wondering what they do in early games. Right now, all the power I'm seeing from them, all the momentum they start building in their game starts at Dirty Dogs. And most of the mistakes happen after they leave this POI or try to be anywhere else around the map. We know that, you know, there's a reboot round possibilities for the Kings of Dirty to stay here. It might still be open for them to have the option to have this POI. But if it's not on show, things are still up in the air.
I know you're a fan of real estate. There's a listing right now. It says Dirty Docs. It might be, there's the for sale sign right on the picket in the front.
I feel like even if Thomas, Flicken, and Us end up qualifying, like if they qual, it's gonna get off the market. I feel like people will still respect the fact that they're there and there's finals. I just don't see Sapphic being there looking to contest. They're there because it's open, right? There's no way they would qual and then honestly go for that contestant. I feel like that would be slightly foolish.
Hey, Sapphic, they got the money. They're ready to go. They're ready to purchase, at least rent Dirty Docs for this season's finals, which is at stake, everybody. It's the top 6 that gets into the finals. We already had 1 heat. Already 6 trios went through. If you do not qualify, you have to finish at least 17th place so you can get at least to the reboot round to have 1 more chance to get into the finals. And that is what's all on the line right now as we're seeing the scrum that's happening on this rotation where Steamies, oh, just missed Wolfies. Almost had it, gave him a buzz cut on there on that Guardian Tower. I know Wolfies was feeling that one. So close.
I've seen it here in just a few moments already. Had it to the back wall last game. Wolf uses shots in the first game to start off fights as well. He's one of the best openers, I feel like, in EU when it comes to fights and looking for picks. We'll see if he gets anything started with that sniper rifle at the moment, because Homophobic, I mean, this trio is still looking to find a dominant footing so far inside these 6 games. From what I see right now, they're all the way in 11th place. Yes, with the 44 points. I don't ever see Malibuka, Mustache, and Trizo operating well when they're just, you know, part of the pack. These guys like to be in the top 5, top 6 with a little bit of space. They will have to try to make that at least, I would say, by this game.
We're talking about storylines. What's at stake? Malibuka, Shiza, Mustache finished 7th place in the qualifiers. That was as close as they got, and we're seeing them changing here.
6-minute mark and we'll start.
They're seeing
10 seconds.
They're seeing the VODs that they're doing in between games. They're understanding that there is a battle up there at that dish from Lecce and Q-Roll, so maybe they're trying to take advantage of that. And so last time we saw Wolfies, Milan, and Marine, they made so many different adjustments. One qualifier week, they're at Corny Complex. The other one, Atlanta at the Cami split. They try to push into Dirty Dogs. They're trying to aggressively take out Thomas HC trio. Didn't work out for them. I picked them to kind of qualify in that week that they were in the Cami split. I thought they would be able to execute that plan very well, and they didn't. And now they're here right now. It's still 25 points. Definitely not at the pace to qualify at this moment.
Their win con at the end of the day then might be to just try to have enough points for reboot overall. We'll see though.
Well, do you want that? Do you want to get to be set for reboot? Not at all. I know there's 4 frames.
Yeah.
At some point, well, it is what it is.
Well, we gotta, but yeah, no, usually you want to be inside that top 6. I feel like by game 4 and 5, if you're not there, especially in game 4, if that doesn't go too well,
is that you?
That pop off in 5, it might just be looking, you know, hey, let's go for that 17th place. Let's just try to stay consistent.
It just takes 2 games, brother. 2 games. We're at the halfway point here, so 2 games is all it takes for you to possibly make a pop-up. And I think Reese already talked about it. That's, you know, someone literally with 0 points, racking up 3 victory royales and be able to qualify here. So, hey, the path is possible here. It's Lysen here, as we've seen historically, become someone that's always a tough out when it comes to lobbies here. We saw them clash with Taste trio in the qualifiers. Lysen, of course, coming from the culture mobile part of the world. You're trying to remember that kind of a name. And hey, right now, 34 points, a little bit better pace than Wolfie's trio, but still not in the running so far for the qualifiers in the top 6.
You can kind of see the different pacing this game as well. A lot of the time when we were watching the first 2, it was just chaos after chaos after fight after fight. Once you hit game 3, everyone was trying to do things or push the envelope a little bit. They stopped, try to look for that consistency, they try to look for the place where you get points. Usually the best way to making the end game. It'll be a little bit more difficult. The server will be stacked even more. Fights won't stop though. Malibuka, the very crucial elimination. Dude, and time for that medkit.
Malibuka, I think, wanted that hit. I think he wanted the trade. Like, he understood, like, I'm not going to kind of get critical here. Or, you know, whatever firepower that person may have is not going to be enough. And he just ate that. Just ate that and spit that right back. He ate the lead bullets and spit it back out. Just, he's bulletproof right now, man. That was very... I kind of got scared because I was like, that's just an open edit right there. And Malibuka, Mustache, and Shizo are going to go ahead and take their spoils and move on through.
Ammunition pickup is huge for them to keep that pressure up towards the end game. Some of the things they love doing no matter what layer they're on, moving beside Lecce towards the right side as well. Hydro also in the car, backfeet and Seston. They find Cisse and they're like, okay, might be a good spot to base stop, might be a good spot to have one trio below you that you can just dominate over and know that they can soak up a lot of the pressure coming in from all sides.
Keep thinking of shooting in the buildings on FNCS with somebody neighbor.
Have a better vantage point for shots. And if these guys mess up beside us, that's a free cheer wipe as well.
It's like, oh, you're gonna stop here? All right, we'll stop here too. We'll take on the breaks here. But hey, we're not stopping. The action's still happening here. This is a leaderboard. The Loot Boys are on top with 70 points total. Bloomy, Pablo, and Tomzy with the masterclass in in-game so far, staying in the running with 69 points. Bobby versus Fly with 66 points. And we have Arian and surprising FST with FSI with 65 points right there. Again, top 6 get in, and already Q-Roll, who slid on down to the 6th place after a victory royale in game 1, is out of this competition.
Now for the entire board itself, we can honestly just count down from 70. It's that close over and over again from all places, right? Like even as you go in from 5th to 10th, it's like 58 all the way down to 53, and then 44 all the way down to 38. So in terms of points, every single placement right now is just one elim away from changing for all these trios we're watching right now.
Yeah, and you've seen Hydro getting knocked by JJ too. One thing I was going to talk about, the way that Game 3 vibes is Game 1 and Game 2, you try your playbook that we kind of talked about. You try it twice. The third time, you try something different, you mix it up, and maybe you're not too confident to kind of doing that game plan, and that's why we're seeing the little herky-jerky start right now in Game 3. And you always know, Game 4, it even slows down even more.
I was talking about Cisse being the trio. Sorry.
All right. I was gonna say, I think Game 4 is actually you throw everything at it, you go for it, you go full send, like you mentioned before. Yeah, Game 4 you go full send, and 5 and 6 is like, all right, we only have 2 more teams.
Game 4 is the game where you spawn in and there's only 5 teams left alive, pretty much. That's
exactly.
That's how crazy it gets. But over here, I was gonna assume that Cisse,
you're gonna have a shotgun.
Might be the ones that have one
that entire building I landed in, there wasn't a single chest.
Hydro got sniped. He made the mistake, and that low ground trio, they didn't shut up. They didn't try to, toss some respect their way. They went straight towards the box, looked to capitalize. Cisse is still there. Squint also still fighting, but actually kind of struggling to find a shot in there, at least get control of that ramp. Perfect edit from Cisse once again. Remix will finally put a pyramid over it, and that'll give some space between 2 trios.
Another low to like a mini low to high ground engagement here, box to box there, that we're seeing Cisse, who's joining Remix, and Squint, who's formerly partners with Sean VP, who is in this lobby as well. Cisse, last time we saw in the All-Stars, finished 13th place in that solo battle here. But now we have all our eyes on first place with Zestin back being Hydro, who, like I mentioned in the opening part of the broadcast, tend to push for hype, but we've been seeing him do really well on the low ground these set of matches.
They're also supposed to just have a nice living arrangement here between 2 different teams. Both just basing up, kind of see the sights. Southern Lead, Paco, MXR, Gray are here now. Turns into a big party. We're straight into Suburbia right now. This is not the plan really for any of the trails here, but everyone needs that surge damage. The Loot Boys are way ahead of it. I would not assume it's the same for Squint and Gray's side.
I love what they did. They just picked on those fight. They're trying to push them together. I love that meta that we're seeing. It's the instigating. We've seen it time and time again, but I love it that we actually got to saw it on the broadcast. All they wanted to do was just push that other trio into each other, satisfied with that, get that engagement. It's like they're matchmakers. Like, you go ahead. You fight each other, you get the and then they're out. And they went out on that pad. That was a great play right there to utilize that we get the clean rotations. They won't get beamed in the back as they glide it over, and then they can turn and burn and wait and pick up all the pieces after that trio scrub.
Yeah, they want to get in there, actually get their hands dirty with forming those relationships between different teams.
Yep.
On the other side, for second place, Bloomy, Pablo, and Tomsy, they're happy to just watch the romance. They don't want to get involved at all. They're just here for, that nighttime flip. Just the buddy cop romantic move. I don't know what genres.
I feel you. They got the popcorn. They got the blankets. They're vibing out.
They got the sniper rifles, which the classic Fortnite experience we're watching. From a high ground base.
There it is. I was waiting for the reaction of the lobby here. It was a little quiet, and then all of a sudden a couple of shots ring out. Lecce is moving down below here. This is the halftime, half point of the set of 6 that we're experiencing all together. Thank you for joining us as Socket Clutcher right above Malibuca's trio. Malibuca decides to mustache with 3 eliminations on Monster Trio that we saw that battle here. And they're making their way through here for zone 3. They got a couple of people right behind them. 2 trios there as they're going to lead the way. A lot is invested in this rotation. And you already talked about that. They like to be instigators and they like to shoot shots across the way. And right now, they're just trying to get in with a peace of mind.
I think this is their ultimate hurdle. Just
I knew Jack was in this game.
This will be a huge game for them to rack up points. Once again, they're just about 20 away from being in first. They're going to be at the worst base spot inside all these complexes, the ultimate low ground one where you don't have as many options, where you might have to be forced to move first a lot of the time. They'll be able to shoot up. the same time, it'll be trouble for Malbuka to be able to get out. Sapphic, Future Default, same kind of story here. All these trios are kind of rolling in today on the wave of consistency every single game. We're not seeing crazy pop-offs from all sides. The trios that are like Q-rolls, Gets and High-Six, they get, you know, suppressed or kind of nerfed the next game. If this is the case, none of these guys can make any mistakes. The top 6 has to stay alive all the way kind of towards the very end, and we know that's never, ever usually the case.
Saw a piece of the Milan trio that won previously of Kiduo and Silnan. They're sitting up there, who previously got a victory royale, right above all that mess. Still keeping tabs on first place. We're sitting on the outside of this zone 4, just on the edge, doing exactly what they want. And they have their crosshairs on Fremont as he's making his rotation through. There's about 7 or 8 trios on the outside as Remix gets a knock on Pink. Surprise, you know, Pink and Stompy right there. I thought that would be something that we keep an eye on for coming from Lazy Lakes. Of course, Stompy coming in all the way from way back in the day of, well, I believe, what do you get an FNCS champion in, Stompy? Is this
Season X?
Season X, yes. Season X, Stompy right there. One of the only FNCS champions in this lobby alongside with Mongrel, of course, coming from Chapter 2, Season 4. Thought they would do well today. Lazy Lake, uncontested.
Peekaboo,
So far,
Miles.
the only thing that they can hang their hat on is getting out Mongrel's trio in Game 1.
Oh, Stompy with Chink and a knockball all the way back in the day. That was the classic trio. Always fun to watch. I will see Versafly. Bobby's down. 71. I'm talking about that consistency. This is, I mean, I guess you can't spell consistency without Versafly and Bobby in terms of watching in a U trio with a teammate down so early. I mean, they did it as a duo before, I think in game 1 or 2. It went down to a solo with just Versa then all the way towards the very end. Starting that now is tough. And Fly getting beamed now too. That's way more than tough. The word for that doesn't even exist yet, and Flecken is almost making it a possibility. He's just trying to pop a mini there. Versa's not going to be able to even help or be in the conversation for that. Flecken, who had trouble, who got bullied, targeted on the zone line before, is the one to learn from that mistake and reversed it. He played that card and actually picked someone else up that made his mistake before. That's a nice learning experience there for him. Versa, though, he's about to show us, Sancho, how you can clutch first place without any materials. Check it out right here. So you gotta to the left and right. No. That's I clicked on the wrong video. My bad. Yeah.
Roll credits. Roll credits. Roll credits there on game 3 right there from Bobby Flying Versa. But that means the top 3 is already one out. One's on the way out. Back by, and of course, Bloomy's, the other 2 trios in the top 2 are still out. Bloomy actually gets knocked. So our top 3 seems to be another theme that's been forming in these as Pablo's down to a solo. The top 3 cannot hold on in the EU of matches all the way from the qualifiers down to making its appearance here in the semifinals on the broadcast.
I honestly want, like, we don't know, like, how Stormer Surge is actually dealt down, right? Because for me personally, I just imagine, like, some dude somewhere on the island, maybe in the skies,
it's
like,
Zeke.
in a little room. It's Zeke in game? Man,
Zeke.
That's the theory. That's the theory.
Yes.
Like, I just want, like, a Fortnite short of it, right? We got the Jonesy ones in the past. I would do just pulling a lever and watching these trios suffer. But even if it's Zeke, I want to see Zeke doing it in game, maniacally laughing the whole time. That would be the content.
Hey man, that is definitely a Fortnite theory as Pablo is feeling the rain down below. Pablo is one of the top 2 here, armed with 9 peppers. He's petrified. He ain't afraid of this rotation as he's making his way through. Look at the complex of builds. He's gonna make his way, and he is still feeling that after effects. It is as the acidic reflux from all these peppers is barely keeping him alive. Oh, he's going for this engagement, and out he goes.
Unlucky Pablo.
Spicy. Why is it spicy? Well, my man, you make 9 peppers, so that leaves one top 3 trio on their feet, and hey, they got peppers as well, but they only have to. I gotta be worried about that moving Storm Surge in the 30s, considering that they're just above this one at the 50-man mark.
I've never seen someone
just down
out of heal Surge with like that many peppers before. I've seen it like as a desperate attempt at like 75 HP, but to be that low and just chug all the peppers in there, I mean, hey, I mean, you gotta, I guess, but man, that's desperation.
Oh man, This reminds me of that great comedy. The guy accidentally eats peppers on a hamburger and he gets eliminated right then and there. He tried his best here, but unfortunate. But hey, a new surprise. No, I had to take that one. A new surprise for today's performance is 73 points, and it is Arian and FSI doing really hot. And I like this play, able to pad over to the storm line, and they're going to push on through. Everyone has to go through them and have some great sights on everybody on their late rotation. The only thing is, again, storm surge becoming a factor.
The way this is actually shaped out, I've seen so many lazy late like reconstructions and creative zone wars. It's kind of feeling like that type of zone right now. It feels like I'm watching practice, and yeah, they're gonna be stopped inside their way. Eventually, they were trying to greed and maybe stay on that layer for the rotation, force the pad all the way towards the front, but most people would choose low ground. These guys stay up high. They were on low before too, but hey, FSI, Ariane Lee is surprised. They're going straight towards the skies.
Went straight towards the skies here. It is Skype, Leo, and Etsy who has control of the high. Before get a victory out in the qualifiers. This could be a great chance in the semifinals. As you see Mariah getting eliminated, you see a lot more names. Patrick and Default getting 2 eliminations for their trio. But we're on board here with another solo performance here. The last remaining member of Flecken's trio is Kumu, holding on with 79 points here. Another one in the top 10. This is 7th place here in the running, and every valuable placement point is on the line.
Little alien outfit.
I like the vibe.
He's got the drip needed, but does he have the skill from this point onwards? It'll be very difficult. Double med kit play to get the placement. It's genius. Leo, Sky, and SD. They will control high ground for now. People still alive somewhere on the layers. The CL trio with Centric in tow is there in mid ground, causing a little bit of a ruckus. And back VSS and Hydro, I mean, they're just looking to push first place.
So then get you, Jack. So then get you.
Luke Boys looking for the advantage. They see the purple strikes down below, trying to find that bullseye target. They see it. They see all the purple all around them.
Unlucky,
so they're desperately trying to take up as much real estate down below, looking for double edits. So far, no one is kind of traversing underneath them, deciding that. But hey, they got great position here on the front side. You see Kylix on the right. They're going to try to take up that lane right now. No connections is Orion here just lighting up the feed because a couple eliminations, 3 eliminations, and Kiko self-eliminates right there. But hey, oh my, they're almost had it. They had some control, and now Backfee's in trouble. He's on the full retreat. The back foot collapses underneath the pressure as Patrick, Default, and Sapphik here are moving up the board. They're skyrocketing at the right time. Yes, Sapphik with a huge connection right there on Swilliam.
Sapphik, Patrick, and Default, the embodiment of the stop sign in this game. They're not letting any trio go by on high speeds, and at the same time using big dashes of their own to get inside these boxes, land the big shots.
GG's, Miles. GG's.
Getting pulled down 24/7 and still hitting those big 100 pumps. Oh no, misses the shot.
And again, Charles was the last sussy back and I lied.
But 2 teammates traded, and it's all up to Default now.
Default with a pickup on MXR. He has the chug cannon.
I had a feeling it was going to be Jack and
12 eliminations here,
Charles being the last other two guys.
Digits, and they may be able. This performance right now could be that start here. Skype and Leo have it. Leo and Skype are the dogs sitting down below to dig their way through for as many eliminations as possible. As they're seeing this zone kind of pull away from all these builds here, and he's just Default with only 4 players does not have enough. He's going to have to try to catch somebody.
Miles, don't you think it's about time you let everybody out your basement?
He doesn't connect. No! The shot cost him, and Artie and his duo mate were able to pick that up. This is going to be definitely a big advantage here for Etsy, Leo, and Sky to walk away with the victory royale.
They kind of keep the entire server all the way down low, suffocated inside the zone. No one makes it up the hill. Leo now left all the way in the back. SD, he has the heal game. It doesn't matter. They take it into their own hands. Sky wipes out everyone on the low ground, and they take one of the most impressive wins we've seen so far.
Very impressive of D, Sky, Etsy, and Leo get that. And you know what? I'm going to go back. Let's go about Leo's full name. Leo the Crack, right there.
We've seen a lot of new trios popping up in semi-finals.
We saw so many trios, Shio, getting a lot of eliminations.
Compared to the regulars.
About a couple of trios out there.
No, honestly, this was the game of endgame elims, of just making sure as a team you can pop off and dominate anyone outside your boxes. I feel like the CL-centric boys were a very good combination of that.
I was about to say that they were able to, you know, we were kind of keeping tabs on them. Dirty Dogs are saying what they're able to do. Are they going to purchase that? And they did. And hey, we got more breakdowns here after that game. Let's kick it to the analyst desk for more.
Thank you guys so much. So this one's going to be a little bit different, boys and girls, because this is game number 3, which means we're going to be checking in with the other heat in just a moment. So very quickly, what we want to do is take a look at our standings, see how things are going right now, okay, after game number 3 in our heat. We've got Sapphic, that's right, it's default, and Patrick. They've got 104 points right now, Levin.
Perfectly balanced. As all things should be. Default and Putrick in first place. I was waiting for it to happen, to be honest here. You know, I was eventually waiting for it to happen. And like the caster said, you know, a brilliant display there in that final game. Well, not final game, hopefully not final. In that third game. Look, you know, I think they would have wanted it to go a bit better, but nevertheless, it's a great foundation to build off of. And when you're sitting in first place, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but you know, Bobby's game that time dropped a little bit down all the way into 7th, but for Arian's team, they popped off big time, managed to kind of keep that all the way up until 2nd. Same with the Loot Boys, you know, they went out. Loot Boys, you know, I know that the caster said it much better than me, but they've kind of, you know, we saw them be eliminated.
Hold on, bro,
It was kind of an
hold on.
unfortunate way there. 2 are currently
Give people a chance to join.
So, you know, a couple games they're gonna have to kind of catch up again.
Loot Boy lads.
Loot Boy lad. I like it. I like it. Okay, so let's check in on this other heat. So we've actually pulled the first 3 victory royales, so we can actually see how these first games went, and then we'll take a look at the standings. So I'm curious to see how this goes for Stir 6, Battle, and Crizzy.
Well, yeah, this is obviously a team who we know they have, you know, a lot of ability. You know, they know how to play.
Come on, chat, speak.
Some top players refer to Stir 6 as being the best part of the game, but they were finally able to win the first game of their heat. A great way to start, Reese.
Yeah, and then the next one was come from Jams, Force, and Nifs. No, you know, we saw Force and
You've all lost your fingers today to type.
But yeah, honestly, this match for them was very, very tough for them, sitting up on high ground yet again. But once you managed to collapse those teams down below, you can get in the third party. They did a good job just noticing that, dropping down, and just picking up those good eliminations.
And then a team who I sort of feel has almost gone unmentioned for the majority of this season, Floki Clement, the Sips, was a team who was phenomenal last FNPS, and hopefully going to be able to show what they can do in this season's finals. As you can see, Floki, a bit rough there, right, when both the teammates go down in that manner, but he's got ice in his veins, he's got the composure, and he was able to drop down, and this is not how I wanted to end. Anyway, I did think that, I thought that ended a bit differently, but nevertheless, you can see they're sitting there in first place, right? Not too shabby, not too shabby. 93 points is all good, and Amplify Matzo and ADN in 2nd place. If those guys were to make it
as well
to the finals, that would be incredibly interesting, right? Based off of how things ended with them last season when playing with Benji.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's going to be really, really key to see over the next 3 games. And that win that we just obviously thought was going to go to Floki Clement actually went to Shakos, Skyzoo, and Bad Sniper too with 11 eliminations. That just put them down into 7th place. So they've moved up big time from that. So they're close to qualifying. Remember, the qualifying threshold is top 6 after the 6 games.
Daddy, chill.
Remember, so for these teams, they're definitely on the boundary so far after that kind of first half.
Chill, daddy, chill.
That is the check-in we need. Remember, we're going to check it again with them
me?
at the end of game number 6. So we'll know the full list of trios going into finals. We'll know the full list of the ones heading on over to the reboot round. That is tomorrow. We've got about 45 seconds, guys. Super quick thoughts. How you feeling after games 1, 2, and 3 so far?
I want to see things ramp up. I want to see things ramp up a bit. You know, I think a lot of teams have been going down. There's been a lot of fights going on earlier on in the game. I think people are really struggling with Surge still. Crazy to think that about semi-finals. But nevertheless, right, you know, we weed out some of the weak links, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's true, right? We want to see some of these games pick up the pace a little bit, right? We want to see those top teams that we've been looking at potentially catch up, because right now, you know, there's a lot more teams that I think the majority of us have predicted that are currently up there in that top 10, you know, obviously apart from Levin's pick, let's be real. But outside of that, you know, we've seen most of the other predictions, maybe just me, it's not hitting up so well, so hopefully we'll see a little bit more.
Oh, we'll see, man. Hopefully. All right, we're going back into game. Shy West, Sancho, good luck. I'm going to continue to pull this lever and destroy people with Storm Surge.
Ah, baby.
Well, that's my bucket list for 2021 cleared. Sancho, this is all you now, man. I'm done.
Hey, it's all me, it's all show, but Zeke is reigning terror over in Storm Surge. But hey, man, game 4, Shayo. I'm excited to see what's going to be. It's the full send game, like you mentioned, man.
Lemon and Reese were right? Like, we had this knob of safety basically turned up to 11 for a lot of these teams. I want to see that crazy knob turned up to 25 out of 10 past early game. Right now, we see Q-Roll actually clapping back on the ledge over at that dish station, just kind of farther away from the Dirty Dog POV we can see on the mini-map right now. Gets that full elimination, and Kylix takes them out towards the flying we're watching on Sapphire right now. These guys will have this POI for free. Around the map, Sancho, things are still dropping down for some of these lower place teams.
Yeah, we're seeing Ziandi and Juan trio who are having that battle down in the Defiant Dish area in the centralized mountains. Are still the entire time here. They've been going back and forth, going at it here. And now, you know, Sapphic default and Puncher here. We have seen them in this position before, Shayo. We've seen them with the ability to qualify within striking distance. I know the difference in the qualifier stage and the semifinals is the top 3 versus top 6, but still, that Russian slide could definitely happen.
The thing I'm worried about, though, is that, yeah, they can qualify. It just seems that they are trying really hard right now and still not kind of, you know, making that mark of fully dominating. Like, it's one thing to qualify in the semis, but it's another to look at a team in the semis and say, yeah, they can hit a top 5 performance in the finals, right?
Well, hello there.
These teams that are confident, that are shoo-in quals, like Sapphics, you know, like Tomsies, like, you know, for some people, Wolfies on the side of Bobby versus and Fly as well. If the expectation there is for them to, you know, easily make it out of semis, I want to see something that makes me confident and wanting to root for them in the finals as well.
Top 6 gets in. This is the first time in EU that a season has back-to-back games won by contested teams. And we've already been seeing a change in a little bit as Kaduo gets an elimination on Wolfies. That was huge right there. Wolfies, Milan and Marine are just trying to get into that striking distance here. This is a team right here with 80 points within that distance to get into the top 6 here. Because I know Flecken does not want to go through the reboot round again. I mean, you survived something like that once. There's no way you want to go through it again.
I feel like Diablo and Bayon were a huge factor as well. The synergy that they had with Flecken to be able to go for those niche wins, those circumstances where they can clutch. Now, though, that, you know, new wave of obscurity in terms of playing the game off beat, I got to hand it to Backfeet, Zestin, and Hydro. They're the ones really bringing it in, and you can see the difference when they have lots of, you know, super top tier finals teams in their lobby. The way they navigate over here, they're a little bit more inside their element, inside a space where they can flaunt a little bit and go for control. Once again, these next 3 games, if they're on pace and it looks good right now, the next 3 should be planning and practicing things they're going to be implementing in finals. They should be acting right now like they're already qualified, and they are. I feel like these guys are shooing for top 6 the way they've been playing. It's just how much can you really grab out of the experience of playing semifinals? How much can you be ready for the ultimate lobby of the season?
And that ultimate lobby is going to have Aqua's trio, who's already claimed the stage to Boney Burbs, and hey, maybe Red Rush, Mappy, and Asterios. Maybe I don't think we're going to get 3 trios contesting Boney Burbs. It's just not enough loot to spare 9 people. So we'll see. I mean, there's always been rumors that Aqua is already thinking about moving, but hey, who's to see? I mean, considering Red Rush and former FNCS champion as well, it could be, that could be one of the things you talk about. They have to try to find a way, like, can we dominate this semifinals, like you said, and be able to put some statements at least to be those other 2 trios are winning in the week.
Sometimes you watch these guys battle around the walls. You'll see the likes of a legendary trio with a, you know, versus an up-and-comer like the Loot Boys. But once you get towards the finals, the guys who qualified through quals, the legends, they get their space, right? These guys are not looking to hit finals and then use Boney. We're going to hit finals and go for any free spot. I think that's the goal for a lot of trios right now, other than Staffing, because apparently, going to Central West, and a lot of other people too, pretty not.
Whoa. I am basing what I'm seeing just on results. That's all I am doing.
And I respect it. I kind of agree. Like, it is one of the POIs where, you know, if I'm also a trio in EU that's up and coming, that's landed dirty for Qual 3, and now popping off in the semifinals, if I'm Staffing, and I see Thomas just be struggling in the heat, I would contest it too. I mean, that's a trio for grabs.
Look, okay, there's your first look at the Storm, but everybody out there, let's just hop on this wave for a bit here. A team that's come in 3rd, 2nd, and 4th you would think they'd be able to qualify their way into the finals the following way. Everyone was like, okay, hey, first place, no doubt, is going to be the next thing that you're going to knock out of your bucket list, Thomas HD and Austin Flip. And it doesn't happen. So when that doesn't happen, you start saying, what's going on? That's all I'm going to say.
So here's the thing, right? You are looking at, when it comes to Thomas HD and Austin Flick, once again, they're not inside this heat, but they have a big say in terms of how people in this heat can play the finals.
Yes.
When you look at that trio, they are the exception to the rule of, you know, being able to qual earlier on. This is the team that not only performs better in late game, but performs better the later the competition goes. They're a back 3 games team. They're a team that struggles in quals and heats if they ever are there. We haven't seen them there in a long time. Once they hit the finals, Sancho, they're a different beast. Finals, Thomas HD, Flick, and Nas, you cannot mess with. They never fall off there.
Talk about the ultimate tease, because they will be seen in the reboot round, and they will have 4 chances to be able to stake their claim back and become the kings of Dirty Docks once again. So we're going to leave that story, jump back to this surprise story. I don't know how many times I'm going to dip into this well. It's just too easy. Second place team right here with 101 points. As seen Letwick pick us a knock on Dirty.
We must resist. They've been a surprise today. I mean, every single time we're watching like a active POV that's kind of in trouble or looking to do things for their squad, it's in these guys. And that's all throughout early game and late game as well. So I haven't been able to tune in properly and see FSI surprise and Arian breaking down. And honestly, we might not even have gotten a chance in any of the qual weeks. This could be a series point only, you know, runner-up coming in. They've had a very good show today. I like the flavor I'm seeing of aggressiveness. I'm just wondering how well that translates once you have, you know, the super teams in your lobby.
Okay, but for real though, the big surprise is the people that are in the top 6 are new. They don't have a Victory Royale to their name right now. The teams that are in, they got the Victory Royale so far. They're in that reboot round stage, and that right now is going to be the surprise that I'm going forward to see who's going to be in that top 3 or the top 6 team to get that Victory Royale to push them into the finals.
For Sophics, I mean, you can see the way they like to win on screen right now. It's when the full team is basically alive. A lot of the times, the reverse 2K of playing the game, you know, where you have the rocket ship that loses a few of its parts, kind of like getting into end game and then getting knocked down reverse first, then maybe Day goes down, then it's Miro all the way, you know, finally near the moon popping off. That situation is not there for Sophic. They always work things like a team. 2 people beaming and then default running through with a truck below the space. And then they break down the full 3-way pinch as well. Milan in trouble, but sometimes they go in too close to bite. Putrick taking a lot of damage. Sophic now on half shields too. They'll take a pause for it, but they need this fight. They need this damage to be ahead of that surge.
Maybe the thing that be too risky. A lot of arrows looking their way through into this engagement. You have Wolfies, this trio's on the outside as well. It's a very tough position to be. This is our another, again, first place. And if they want to shake the woes of the previous EU region qualifiers, they cannot go down. We've already saw in game 3, the top 3 go down early. And you're seeing that everyone's pretty satisfied with their positions, understanding that the zone is about to come in. And now they wait patiently to see when the next safe zone is being revealed. And it's far away from them.
Very far. This is very good for default Sophic and Putrick to be all the way up top. They can look for any openings for people moving and actually bait people to move as well. If they snipe over towards the right side, C9 and Kidwo are one of our game winners. It might entice the left side to feel like they have an opening to move as well. And then over there, they can get a free pick. Unfortunately, there's a pre-block in the way. And at the same time, Sancho, this is the craziest thing. I just realized we're in game 4, and there's still 30 teams alive. This is not the crazy, wacky game we're used to seeing week after week after week in the quals. Everyone here is holding on. The name of the game, you said it, the top 6, they have 0 wins, right? It's all about consistency.
And right now, the consistent team is a trio. I just had a very cool idea. Think about it. Instead of that white line, imagine if it was a red line to show you that you're very far. And the closer you got into the safe zone, that line turned like blue to let you know you're getting closer and closer. You know, if you're way out there, you got a crazy rotation, it's hot red. Let you know you're cold water. The closer you get into the zone and safe zone, it turns blue. Let you know things are cooling down for you in just a moment. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm putting the suggestion box. Let's see where it goes.
I like it. I mean, QOL could definitely be higher than the amount of top caps lock presses, people
Yes.
end up tapping their keyboard. You have that bind too? Caps lock from out, or you
got
controller? What's
Yeah,
part of controller from out?
It's on the D-pad for me, you know? Put it on the
Okay, respect. Yeah, yes. But you gotta have that close, especially in a VR like Fortnite. 100% for this game. Gotta know exactly where your position is at all times. Once again, for the Loot Boys, they're looking at other teams. Anything else?
Ooh, it was Vivic. I thought it was Jack.
Doesn't connect. Okay, they finally get a little bit of damage.
I knew you was in the game anyway, bro.
Usually in that type of edit,
You didn't get to sneak in that one.
Take maybe a shot to the head or body, but that won't be the case for this trio. Might be kind of troublesome though. This is the third game in a row too, Sancho, where it's Gray and MXR on the Loot Boys box again.
I should have known it, wasn't ya? Pushing too aggressively. Yeah, don't do that.
To have that position right above them. That's why you're seeing, I believe, the Taijo kind of building just a little bit more in a cleaner layer, because they understand there's another trio around this scrum here. It's going to get a little messy. So they're trying to just get above a little bit of cleaner air right now, because this air right here is very dirty. And so that's what you're going to see. I've been in that position before. You know, you're trying to set up a base and all.
I honestly thought the other skin that landed at Lazy Lake was you first.
But some great kind of positional defense that you're seeing from back by Zest and Hydro, sending those bullets to let them know you're not going to get it free, letting that other trio that was pushing over just to get into their hard mats and dip into that from Gray MXR.
Every single person, every single team wants your space, absolutely. Right now, Black, I'm looking at invade.
This is weird. Like, what's so valuable about this area? It's not a high point vantage.
They just need a fight. It's just the surge that's active.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's right. They're getting closer and closer to the box fight. And default right here again. I said you had to avoid this situation. Now you got someone stuck in the box, and that box is going to be something that gives you a moment to breathe, to get a waiver. No points right now, Shayo. They haven't got a placement point. They haven't got an elimination point. 104 is what they came into this match, and they may leave this one with 104 as well.
That would be disastrous. They want to look to keep up with the lobby and have their space. We saw this exact thing basically happen
with Q-Roll.
In Q-Roll, and also for these guys in Qual 3. I mean, they had 3 good games rolling in, and then 3 games where things started to look iffy all the way towards one of the halves time we were watching there. Literally 3 of the games.
Sending me a message on Facebook.
Skype, they got the victory royale in the previous one. They're not going to let you go. We've seen them chase Tayson all the way from the meadows out there north of Holly Hatchery into Believer Beach. That trio is aggressive. They're going to want that elimination points. And the moment that default is sniffed out, Etsy, Leo, and Sky are going to send beams their way. And hey, he has 3 med kits. He could sit here as long as he wants, honestly. He's just got to dip into as much as possible. And if he could get to that top 25, that's 5 placement points right there. Very valuable medkit play from default right here in the mid game.
They'll try for it.
It's 1.
SD looks for a little bit of a better angle, but then there's a new trio or duo actually coming in. He's looking for something.
That's what I feel like. Ooh, you gotta watch out, man.
Full 25 seconds of time to buy right now for this young lad as well. It's not going to be possible. So awkward seeing default on a passive angle as well. Every time he's punching Sancho, it's like he just wants to be inside the box, landing with that pump. Sky, SD, Leo, they fly away. This could be it.
And it is it for Bloomy's trio. Pablo and Tomzy eliminated. Top 6 is out, and I saw Shizo getting eliminated in the feed. So the big people on top, maybe playing a little too close to their chest here.
News articles
now makes their appearance, and the maniacal laugh of Zeke echoes throughout the lobby.
Wow,
it's hitting hard.
Definitely is. Scaldo, I mean, he's touched before. In number 2, these guys, where's the limelight? Can they stay inside? The brightness, though, is the question, because right now, surge taking with people in front of their boxes, it's very difficult for them. Default finally goes down.
I told you, default, no doubt, met it up, used the pad, trying to follow that flight path that Sky, Leo, and Etsy just not have enough premium gas and that fighter jet to survive. And now the #1 spot gone, #6 got gone. Top 6 advances as we saw the stat earlier. Scally here, when he's on his feet, was able to lift up his entire trio. A lot of placement points there, so now they're in the top 5. So this is #5 spot, sitting right now with about 80 points. And hey, they're within the striking distance of top 3. I know top 6 is the one you want, but it feels good to be that #1 spot in your heat going into the finals.
Hold on,
That's where you have
hold on.
confidence, you know, against
3
all the big teams.
seconds.
That's where everything you've practiced
Let's go.
didn't just make you scrape by, but made you have a good chance against all the heavy hitters.
And that's where Queasy, Trulix, and Jerky, they finished the #1 spot. They let everyone know, hey, they could actually do this. And it was in the semifinals. Like, that trio, they literally didn't do anything last season in the qualifiers. They were kind of, will they qualify? They show up in the semifinals, get #1 spot. They take that momentum into the FNCS Championship.
Looking for that star story again from any team here today. I feel like Backfeed, Zest, and Haijo kind of have that energy. They're not even close to first. I mean, third is kind of close, but they still have a little of a ways to go. Traffic down though, and possibly surprised to follow. I would be a little bit flabbergasted if that was the case. I mean, they've made almost every single end game. The point is though, these guys still have a little bit of chance. Just need that extra bit of a push or a bit of a change. Still, as a duo, I don't think that is their kind of strong suit in operations. Just like Savic's trio, I feel like they play very well and get a lot of their points when all 3 members are alive. Maybe that end game is where they can clutch. But even then, they operate as a 3-man squad.
I just want to rewind a little bit. Remember, default, you went down before the placement points. So still, 104. Did not get those 5 points. We just crossed into that threshold. We're about to cross into where 5 placement points will be doled out here. The next one will be at the 17 mark, and I believe at 10. So it won't be 5, but it will be a little bit more than that 1 piece kind of placement. 25 and 17 is the next threshold where single placement points will be kind of doled out into that top 10, and then it placement points doesn't matter here because that's what's keeping our top 6 in the money, considering that none of them got a victory right now.
Messed up frames. I do love messed up
One of them does end up
FPS.
getting a win though. That'll be huge, not only for the tiebreakers, but just in general, staying ahead of everyone else inside the competition.
40 FPS.
Moving zone, and this
Poggers.
time not in the trees. Every time we're towards that north side, Height is the one that ends up dominating. So whoever controls the higher point in the lobby right now, they might be at a huge advantage. Walski already and Belusi, they're not in that perspective right now. Gonna be forced towards being just a low ground team for the moment. They'll have their fights kind of laid out for them. So many people next to their box. Saw the way Tom's built them up before. It's not gonna be the already. He goes down already. Kowalski also gone, and Belusi deleted in an instant as well. Talk about return to sender. I mean, these guys just got melted.
4 plays already sent out, express style of this lobby here, as a lobby focus is now pushing into this section that we're watching here. We're seeing Skype, Leo, and the distance here. We still see the I think the surprise FSI here. 2nd place is still in there. And again, here comes Storm Surge. It's been a big factor today. We've been seeing a lot of people getting closer and closer together. It looks like the Bag Fee and Haijo are just above it here, but they're looking to get some eliminations, considering that when that moving 30 Storm Surge, it's going to be a big problem as Bobby gets an elim in the feed.
Teamers!
For the entire community right now, they're having lots of struggles.
Wow, trash teamers.
In every single heat, seems like for Haijo, 90 damage above, it's good right now, but as Sancho said, will not be enough moving forward. 337, Scally, that's good still, but
It's pretty good.
even this damage.
Anybody that teams is trash at Fortnite.
Here's the move on a max pool rotation of the half in, half out. No one sitting up perched, looking at beams their way, so this is going to be a clean rotation. Yes, scot-free and clean, looking nice. Now they're going to try to stop anyone from kind of moving up above the layer, and that's the non there, moving the way up to the mid-ground. And it's going to see where it all goes down. Everyone tries to chill for a minute, as a lot of people went down on this rotation, considering 2 more need to go down, so Storm Surge won't be necessarily be a factor, as Mongrel gets a knock on back feed. Mongrel with a nice one right there. This could be the moment, the kind of ignition, the ignite Mongrel's run.
A Mongrel, Sander, Kiko, wherever
These
they are,
guys are doing
there they are.
good.
anywhere dead
106
center for the moment,
points.
looking to find a way to get things going. Hijo, though, 97 points, looking to make it at least triple digits while surviving. I mean, 3 more trios would need to go down. He has no medkits to make that off-field play, and there's a max zone to move as well. This launch pad with a burning tree above you, I mean, direct white HP damage to it finally ends up turning off. It's fine now. Will this man be able to survive? 3-4 AR shots will take him out. There's the full trio of Mongrel, Kiko, and Slender. 1 Elam so far only, which is also uncharacteristic. Usually Kiko has 3 or 4 by now, but without anyone contesting them, it's all about the end game. Skite has height a second time in a row. Mongrel's the one that'll be right below them, just for now.
I was about to say, Mongrel needs to get his Portugal passport, right? He might be a citizen right now because he was in the heart of Portugal right there with all the other trios right there from Portugal alongside with his teammates of Slender and Kiko. Mongrel now gets a couple of tags here. He's going to retreat back into the box. It is kind of fight. I like this right now. They're together. They're in the box. We all know that sometimes, you know, Mongrel can lead astray or kind of be aggressive, but that was season 4 Mongrel. This is a totally different Mongrel. Mongrel right now who's trying to make a return into the finals. Like I mentioned, it's been since November 1st, 2020 since we've seen Mongrel in an FNCS championship.
We'll see if he can make it in this time. Hijo's taking matters into his own hands for about 5 seconds. Nice attempt, good try. 97 is what he's gonna have to use to just scrape by in that game number 4. Now we'll see FSI, Earnly, and Surprise, the only ones who are really left inside that top 5, looking to see if they can take over first. They already have with the 112. They're not gonna be the first place trio for now. 16 teams left. This is replacement starts. 58 damage above. Skite's still on height for the moment. It'll be trouble for them to find anything looking towards the skies.
Now, I saw Sky's trio kind of set up around zone 4, going into zone 5. They were kind of setting up for this high play, and it definitely worked out as Lecce is the first time appearance in the end game. Bobby picks an elimination right there. Kiduo gets a one on Mosh, but now we're watching here another big time team that could get away and qualify is right here. I think this game, if they were able to get into a top 3 finish placement points wise style, that's going to be a great start to solidify their placement in the top 6.
Right now, we're trying to push things forward the whole way through. And at the same time, Scotty, Flecken, and Kumur, they're also looking pretty good right now. FSI takes a huge trade, not that well in his favor, but at the same time as a siphon from one of the men who fell down below before. Now, going for the retake, but do not, never mind, the 180 tack shots there. And FSI, height might be his. No, from the left side, Letwick, he's there with the primetime insurance. He takes him out. There's a huge fight towards the back. Wolfie's still alive with Letwick, who just scrapes by at 10 HP. We have new height kings for the end of this game.
Fremont eliminated Surprise and Mongrel, and that is what gave him the height right now. As we see Scally here on the backside making his way through, he's going to be able to try to hold on as much as possible here to get those very valuable placement point. Bobby pick up Elims in the feed.
From 18th to 5th from Scally in game 2. Now from 5th to possibly 2nd place. The solo clutches this man is doing might be enough to just send his team directly to the finals if he has one more, but it'll be in the face. It'll be in the presence.
Have to go feed the cat.
Who's desperate on low ground. A Fremont trio who's active on height. 4 other teams with both of those as well who are still alive, and he goes down now in 6th place. Squint will take him out. What a run though, and Bobby will look to beat 107 points to get in the 2nd place after game 4. Another solo clutch we're watching. He's grabbing mushrooms off the ground. He's looking for slurp charges. He survives another placement point, but now he'll have to hit those shots, and he does. Get the siphon. It's not fast enough. Nebs, he stays alive for too long, and now Pink, he's kind of in that blender of low ground remix. He's found a little bit of safety for Letwick and Wolfie. This is almost free. A big pickup on the remix. Pink now inside the zone. There's still too much time left. 35 seconds. These guys don't even have to play a heal game. Pink will have to find 17 slurp cannons to make it equal. So they beam him out. They clap back, and that retake won them the whole game.
Watch out. Wolfie's Letwick and Fremont will have 12 eliminations and the victory royale. Hey, I saw Fremont start beating in that feed. When you're on that left side of the feed, you start rolling through, and we all know that once Fremont starts cooking alongside with his trio mates, they do really well, and that was a big game from them. They're getting closer and closer to those triple digits, Child.
Yeah, they've been waiting 3 weeks for that game. That one time to be towards the limelight, to be towards. Yeah, we all have, honestly. Great to see them there.
No worries, bro. Once this game's over, you'll be able to play.
The next few games, much harder for them. So we have to see if they have enough to clap back.
I gotta say though, you know, Fremock's one of those ones. If they get a victory royale, they will get eliminations to boost their victory royale. We've been seeing throughout the entire day the victory royales kind of trickle in, but that one was a huge downpour of points that's gonna skyrocket them on the leaderboard. But speaking of the leaderboard, let's go ahead and kick it to the desk with Zeke, Levin, and Reese.
Thank you guys so much. Excuse me, absolutely incredible game so far. I got so excited there, my track. All right, well, we knew that was still a problem. Hey, Wolfie, Letwick, let's go, baby! This legendary trio, the trio we've been waiting for. They did it, Levin. They did it.
Finally, you know, we talked about how explosive they were, and look at that, it's 16 elimination Vic Roy. Look, that's exactly what you expect out of these guys, and I am really looking forward to seeing where this puts them on the standings, because that's not something we've seen much of today. Like that, genuinely, I've been searching for a team to give me a game like this, and they finally provided it for me. 16 in the Olympic route, really, really exciting stuff.
Yeah, and you know what's funny about that is I've been seeing a lot of tweets on Twitter during that match. The fact that Fremock's sitting shooting an SMG 400 meters at someone out of the sky trying to get Storm Surge tagged. But look, hey, it's worked. It's worked out for them. Clearly, that's the secret strategy that they needed to employ to actually win the game.
Oh, good. Yeah. Don't do that if you're trying to get Storm Surge. When he was rendering.
Yeah, I saw that as well. That was a good one. You know, apparently that's their strategy and it was leaked, so there you go. Guys, I wanted to take a moment here to talk about a trio we have not gotten to see a lot of, and it was actually the trio we were hanging on to for quite a while. Reese, I'm going to break this down for us. That's right, it's Aryan, Surprise, and FSI.
Yeah, all around these guys have been really good today, genuinely, and I think the reason why we wanted to sort of highlight them is just because it has been a bit of a surprise. When you look at Surprise and FSI in particular, Reese, they haven't had any sort of notable performances all year long.
Yeah, no, not really. Aryan himself has won a solo Cash Cup this season relatively recently, and as a trio, they've done really well in, I think, one at least Cash Cup, but they didn't make a round 4. 8th place. 8th place is fantastic, and you know, but they haven't been a team that we necessarily would have come in and said, yeah, these guys are going to pop off. They're going to take number 1, number 2, 100% hit the qualifying slot, and I don't think they've been getting the credit yet. You know, until this last game, you know, we haven't even seen too much of them, and look at that now. First place, 126 points, outfragging basically everyone in the lobby outside of Sapphic Default, which, let's be real, you're not going to outfrag them at the moment, but they're so close to qualifying with only 2 more games left.
Yeah, honestly, performance has been brilliant from them, and look, you know, some people are late bloomers. It's taken them the whole year, but they finally done it, right? And they're on the way to doing it. So look, we'll take a look at that next page, because you always got to remember, right? At the end of the day, the teams that are 7th to 17th are going to be ones to watch out for. Those will be the teams who move on to the rebate round tomorrow. And as you can see in those positions right now, there are some very notable teams, right? Rotary, you know, Milan, Bloomies, Trios, Squints, Cisse, Remix are a team to watch out for. Kylex, William, and Lecce. Of course, Kuro gets and Hizix, who were literally the first game winners, are now sitting outside of a rebate round spot. So you can see how quickly things
Mongrel has definitely fallen off this season.
And I think what's actually interesting so far is outside of the 4 victory royales that we've seen, only one of them is actually from a team who's currently in our top 6. So winning a game in this heat's been very odd, because you have the teams who pop off, do really well in a single match, so just kind of locked outside of that to, you know, as bluntly as possible. They haven't managed to pop off consistently getting into the top 6 yet, but it's like you're seeing big games from them, which is very, very interesting. Like, with 2 more left, I'm hoping that some of these teams who've had big games can push up into that top 6 still.
You have to, right, Levin? I mean, this is that last opportunity. If not, you're either going to be pushed out of the reboot, or you may even be pushed past that. I mean, we only have 2 games left to go. And if you're looking to make happen of that caliber, you get it. You know what I mean?
And it goes right back to what we said at the top of the show. You know, can you handle that pressure? Because like you said, these next few games are huge. You can't afford to fumble it. And if you can't handle it, some people can, and we'll find out who that is in the next couple of games.
Oh man, the stress for me going through the roof. I feel like I am a person that stresses alongside other. What is that like a you have the empathetic stressor? That's
You're an empath. There you go.
An empath. I just stress all the time. As long as someone around the world is stressed, I'm also stressed. That is life for Old Speak. Okay, you heard the battle buzz beep. We've only got 2 more games left to go. Let's jump back into the action. Sancho West, Shy Wager, take it away.
Hey, Zeke, we'll try to keep the desk and we'll try to keep the casting stress-free the entire time. Stay with me, Sancho. Game number 5, keep the dream alive. Game number 5, keep the dream alive. That's what I'm talking about. So that's what a lot of the trios need to do. That's what we're going to do too for a lot of these guys. And yeah, Q rolls outside, you know, or Q rolls, apologies, is outside that top 17. A lot of teams now might be switching their paces, Sancho, to kind of look for a redo round instead of the top 6.
Yeah, and the furious pace that Fremox Trio was able to do, the huge elimination game with the Virtual Reality, it's always known in the EU region that if Fremox has any kind of power weapon in his hand and in-game, he's always going to put on his show, so no doubt he definitely put that one. I definitely have to tune in to the socials to see that result right there, but the results never change when it comes to the early elim feed. It's everybody fighting in the central, trading to and fro knocks and elims.
And mid-game will be slightly different without Taze in it. Peace King taking him out. Lots of times we've seen, you know, box fights become third-party centrals. It's because Taze is there making sure that everything slows down. So this trio might not be alive for it. Actually also going down to Fly. That's another thing we've seen. Just made every single box fight so muddy in this early game. So all these knocks are coming out, Sancho. No team's been eliminated just yet.
I just gotta wonder, is Fly and Bobby and Versa being contested at Pleasant Park? When you don't have a zone kind of really held down, you don't have the type of those the kings of dirty docks when it comes to the Anas, Flick, and Thomas and Steve of the world. You could get landed on very late into the, you know, the tournament, and that's what's happening right here. Or maybe, you know, he picked up a knock along with someone flying over. But still, we gotta keep an eye on it. I'm not too worried about Bobby being contested, because that's something that they thrive on. That's what they did really well on when I mentioned when they came into 4th place in the qualifiers. Right now, they're sitting at 5th place, and right now, one thing I have to be concerned with is loot points. A little bit of yellow flag right now, you know?
97, they were looking like gonna go all the way over out of Boney. And, you know, out of Boney and Believer Beach as well, whether it is the semifinals, where it is the quals, these are the places where we see wins. For them, though, today so far, we haven't seen that pop-off, you know, happen yet.
I think it's because it starts with the letter B, you know? You got the BR and a BR with Boney Burbs and Believer Beats. A lot of alliteration right there, but hey, they don't get a great B right now. They have a great A performance. But I have to say, you know, the centralized zone, Boney Burbs is looking good. No wonder it's always a place of attraction when it comes to Aqua and Red Rush, we already mentioned earlier in the cast, but they still got work to do. You still got 2 more games right now, and these pair of games are going to be the ones, because we've been seeing Game 6 be the one where someone just comes from the back of the pack. We saw Fast Roki do it. We saw Jamside do it last season. Game 6, I think, is going to be the one that I definitely have my eyes on. As we're seeing Milan and Milan action there. Milan, I will not lose getting a knock on Milan.
That'll be over, I think, towards the disc station or somewhere on rotation.
Yes, Corny Complex and around that area.
Yeah. At the same time, still, usually there's about 85 people alive with 28 teams at this moment. People are playing slightly reserved. Probably looking for any signs of life inside Pleasant or loot that he can get around him, and he finds a little bit of that with Nano and Radiant towards the backside. No MXR looks like over at Stealthy, or maybe he went down early. Maybe these guys have finally moved to find a different strategy, but Bobby will try to hunt them down. He's not letting them go in that car for free.
So Fly just came from the Guardian Tower, so that's where he picked up his knock.
GG's,
He went over there to loot, I saw some fly on by, and got a nice elimination, no doubt, some great Storm Surge. And Bobby, talk about a very bullish, aggressive push. Bobby has no respect for this man.
He saw the damage, he dropped down. He saw these guys just leaving in the car, even though they had a nice little 2v1 scenario they could do. He's seen the lack of confidence, and he's dropping straight down again. That health bar is actually below the bridge. I thought he was dropping off the Nano right after taking damage and not healing, but they know exactly where he is. Goals will come out. 3v1, how long does this last on? 5 seconds?
Okay, I think you're right. 1,000. Well, 2 Mississippi. There it is.
Give it 6 or 5 seconds. Yeah, these guys, they're efficient. That's what I'm trying to say. They don't waste time. They don't fool around. And they're looking to get all the way back into first place.
Dude, they're
Is that what
flying
Hypex
around the
tweeted
map. Fly
out?
is literally all over the place. He's being aggressive, and I like this change in Bobby versus Fly.
I know he tweeted something out.
Struggles when uncontested, realizing, hey, we need to get all of our eliminations, our Storm Surge, outside of our POI. If someone needs to bot review this team and figure out how fast they were able to loot.
Oh, so they're using an event
takes a
this
while.
season.
You gotta go
That's
around that whole
better.
ring of those houses.
It's
And
about
right
time.
now, they're just doing a lot with very little. And I think right now the split that's happening is Fly landing up in that Guardian Tower that's giving him some eyes all over that little.
A new
north region.
Hypex had tweeted
As
out.
Q-Roll gets eliminated by Swilliam, and that's the thing, man. It's really hard. You get that one victory royale, you know you feel good, but this is 6 games. It's a marathon. You cannot sprint your way to the finish line in the first slate.
Saw one more game. Possibly end up winning that one too and getting 60 points. Could have them qualify towards the top 6 or at least get them 100% back into reboot, but Kuro will try.
That's what I was saying. Right now, Q-Roll teams going into that final frame are going to be asking themselves, okay, what do we need to do just to finish in the top 17? Because that would be their threshold that they definitely could, considering that they came into this match 18th place, just on the outside.
Chat has been so quiet today, it's
8 players
unbelievable.
So far in top 6. It's not even just teams in general. It might be, you know, specific players on those teams. Looking at that first finals appearance, I mean, you called it in the earlier game, Sancho. This is kind of the heat. This is what we're watching, where all these up-and-comers are kind of the stars.
Mm-hmm. Still, I would say, Shia, the Stars definitely have a chance to put them out of it, considering the pressure. The analyst has talked about the pressure is now going up and up as we see a sniper shot towards Mongrel. And now the names, like I mentioned, Wolfies, Fremont, and Ledwick are making their push. This team's just 7th.
And it's also 9 days till my birthday.
Take a response with a sniper shot, does not connect. But Fremont, Wolfies, and Ledwick coming from Believer Beach. Temporary rental, considering that Tayson, Vino, and Reason are there, but everybody in the qualifiers, let's plant the seed. If this team qualifies for the finals right now in the semifinals, that's going to have to put a big question mark for Tayson, because you never know what kind of day Fremont Trio might be wanting. Do they want to go ahead and contest? Or maybe they go down to Holly Hatchery. I've seen them go there before. We saw Fremont go there in the previous season down at Holly Hedges when it was called. But that's what I got to. If I was Tayson's Trio, I'm watching this right now, hoping that Fremont does not make it into the finals.
Once again, it's kind of like that, you know, respectful tale of people who end up making it late. Usually don't end up contesting, especially if they have trouble from that spot against a lesser team already. These guys are, you know, not dominating off spawn and
Welcome back,
having the
Anthony.
fastest rotations in semifinals.
You won't leave me
How are
talking
you
to
doing against
myself.
Tayson, right?
True, but look at that gold pump right there. You know Fremont's like, ooh, I get this if I go to Believer Beach, you know? It's tempting, it's tempting.
Definitely is. Just know that, you know, Vito will be taking that pump before it's even inside the chest. Those guys loot that POI like no other. Sky, Leo, and Este, I mean, the coolest thing I've seen from this trio so far is the way that they have early height control. Every single endgame we're watching, they start on it, they hold it for about at least 3 zones, and although passive all the way towards the back, they don't play like other teams we've seen in the EU, still turning it to, you know, a nice 82 points in the 9th place right now.
The last game, they had that height for a bit and came in 11th place, but at least they were able to walk
I've
out
noticed
with
though,
3
chat's only active when
eliminations.
people are
They
ripping
did
each
get a
other.
victory out here. As I mentioned, they have the ability to do that. Old school names still in this fight. You talk about the new up-and-comers. The old school names are still saying not so fast, young man, not so fast. Which is odd because everybody here is young, so that's what they're saying.
Well, let's go.
Old by like comparison of like a little amount of time.
Veterans.
One trio too that's kind of like flown under the radar. We have literally seen almost nothing from them other than Elam feed and the time.
I know what you're gonna say. I know what you're gonna say. Hit me with it.
Pink, Nebs,
there it is.
Stompy. Yeah. These guys rolling in today, I mean, I don't think it's the biggest surprise. I've looked a lot on social media and different players and figures in the community. They've had them at like 4th or 5th in the list in terms of being top 6 today. And so far, you know, we've seen Stompy pop off early game, defend the POI wherever they're landing. And at the same time, Fink and Nebs, we just saw in that last game and the game before that, all the way there in that 8th, 9th zone inside the top 10.
I definitely want to see if we can see what's going down with them. They're in 4th place. They're coming out of Lazy Lake, uncontested. They already got that one scrum with Mongrel in game 1. So we could get some eyes on them. That'd be fantastic. I mean, Stompy, who's with Joe and Shadow in the previous season, of course, Joe and Shadow is already advanced into the finals with Benji. Stompy's a credit for teaching a lot of players how to play the high ground. So no doubt Stompy and Pink Nebs are benefiting from that, but they haven't yet done it from the high ground. They've been doing it on myth alone.
If my new video becomes popular, I might consider doing more Fortnite music videos.
This man is shooting Fremont Wolfie and Letwick, but so far in this game,
But get people to submit the dances.
I gotta say, this is my favorite spot in all of Fortnite. Those two little sweat bros, you know, sometimes they're just enough to get you over to feel a little bit more comfortable when you're heading into the Battle Royale.
Salvo being topped off with good HP. Sexism once again, passive angles, waiting for the trios to move around them. I feel like this Loot Boy trio is always as good as the lobby they're playing in. They'll always be making plays according to the players around them. Whenever there's really good players around, they make even better plays. Whenever there's a little bit of low moments around them, they don't activate as much. Right now, though, it's not going to be them on the screen of focus. It'll be Flecken versus Jimmy just.
Well, you're lucky, Anthony. You got to see that one before they published it. Before I publish it,
over and over again. The one thing that's not going to
I'm
happen,
going to spend tomorrow finishing it off.
Third-party blocks you've been seeing over and over again.
And then it should be ready.
It's Letwick's team on the other side of the road right now. Both these guys are kind of coming in with similar vibes of, you know, being that team that's just good enough right now. Might not have the biggest
Taking me about 8
inside top
hours.
6, but wants to get there, wants to break in at least by the end of game 6.
And got basically a standoff right here as, oh no, Beluski picks up a knock on Mongrel. And my pick right there, my prediction, I thought an uncontested with Slender and Kiko having some great ping advantages, and so to speak. Not working out too far, still tied, still have a duo operating. My pick not looking good. It has been a bad vibe for me when it comes to prediction picks.
Sancho with the caster curse.
No, I didn't want to see that, man. I'm avoiding that, man. Well, I kid you not. I'm seriously looking at all the predictions. I'm like, I want this team to qualify because I know they can, but I don't want to pick them because I am cursed this season, bro. 100%.
And now we know who to blame, who to DM. It's not the rotations, guys. It's Sancho West.
Mongrel fans, please don't rise. Please sit down for a moment.
The one time. And I said that these guys aren't really, you know, inside the top 6, even though they're second right now. What I'm kind of thinking about in my mind is every time they're playing these games, it's just a very good clutch moment. It's not organized the way they're rolling in, and they kind of stumbled into second place. They were started at 18, got out a stick clutch, got them to 5th, and then once again, clutched again, got them in the second while lots of big teams are down. Now, historically, when we watch qualifiers on show, these teams that rise up from the top 8 go down for a game, they end up struggling after that. It's not time to try to break that first motivation. They have to actually perform the work. And third, possibly alive in this game besides them. They haven't done that yet. They're struggling. Factor inside their game. The top team still survive. So, we'll see exactly how they're that. Maybe being in second gives them that confidence. Stop goes down first, though. I don't know what Flecken would do because he's been the point man for clutching up these points. 18th place all the way to like 5th.
Oh no.
Say that, like, is his back again? He might be encumbered right now. But right now, that's going to be the problem that's facing FSI. Surprise. This Storm Surge again making his appearance. Ryan going down. FSI now going to the big pot. 6 people have to be eliminated here. That's not going to be enough. I'm looking. Oh no! It's great. It takes advantage. He sees the purple lightning. He forecasted that someone's in shambles here. It's surprising enough to pull out Rabbit out of the chat to make this happen. He does have a chub cannon. 2 people can go down. There's no way in shambles. I'm not gonna let this go.
That's still first place, huge for them, and huge style fighting as well. They operate.
Fine.
Everyone around them is down.
I'm so used to Gray Jacob Union. My apologies. Paco, Gray, and Emerson.
On Storm Surge 2, I'm pretty sure that you actually can't see that lightning. You only kind of hear it overall and hear those shield cracks as well going down.
Oh yeah.
It's just that replay thing, yeah. So we'll be able to actually sound out exactly where it's striking. Be able to hear those shields break as well and know exactly what's going down. If you don't see bullets and shields being, you know, torn apart, there's only one answer. That's one search.
Pros can hear a bandage pop 4 layers down. You know what I mean? Behind freaking metal. They can hear all that. That is what we're seeing, the exquisite play right now. But Flecken right now trying to avoid the reboot round once again. This is going to be an opportunity to do so. Last time we saw Flecken was in the FNCS All-Stars, came in 83rd as a solo. And you're seeing right now Flecken leading the charge here as we're back on board with the POV of surprise here. No eliminations, and if he could just survive a little bit longer, that's going to be the placement point that needs. Just needs to survive one more person, I believe. He's good to go. Yeah, he's going to get it rare. He's going to get it very, very soon.
One more team, that might be even 10 people getting knocked before a team goes down. And he gets stalled. That's huge. It could be more than just 24th place he's riding for. 3 more names in the feed. We're not down to 24 teams.
Just hoping, yeah, for let it be a full trio right now. We already saw Default go down right before that placement threshold. These are such valuable points on the line for surprise. And he pulled Storm right now. I'm just taking a look at this in game. This is very spicy. We've seen a couple of these here in the FPS broadcast. He's kind of this little canal here, the little, I guess, sand dune area, this little beach that's going to happen right now. Those little things, I'm excited to see how it all unfolds here right next to Steamy Stacks.
This is called a gulf?
Yes, that's the word I was looking for. A little gulf. A little bay. A little, so to speak, a little bay that's happening right here.
Oh, Chucky.
Hey, surprised at the points, though.
There it is.
And I was looking for more. Inside this bay or gulf of sorts, we'll have to check. But if that's not a golf, then I don't know why we even use that word, because that looks like a golf. Regardless, 131 points in the lead. How far can Surprise push it? All on his shoulders, and behind him, there's Bobby, there's Versa. Sapphic waiting in the shadows too. I mean, so many teams looking to overtake.
I could feel Sundown yelling at his screen, telling us what it is. He probably knows. He knows the knowledge. But what we do know is Bobby, Versa, and Fly are trying to avoid them. Sliding out Scala here, the solo star, who's been clutching for his trio. He's going to maybe have to do it again here. Child, here it is. He's all on the line. He has a med kit. He has enough shield to get back into 200 HP. He has a decent amount of Storm Surge to work with. But hey, this is going to be something I would like to see. How has this man been doing it throughout the entire day?
I mean, before it was making sure he was kind of in the lower mid-ground tiers and swapping layers. Very good zone kind of positions for him as well, as in terms of where zones were moving. He got a little bit beneficial with that. Right now, too, with this zone, gonna lock it in towards the Gulf. He's looking really good in this situation, and he's moving layers as well, making sure he knows exactly who's where. There's teams in front of him, and he kind of pokes out his head. Gray, MXR, Pac with it cleared this side, so it'll be safe for him to peek for now. Let's see how Scott clutches. This is another day in the job for him, Sancho. This is just another shift in the 9 to 5.
And finally, we get a taste of what Nebs, Pink, and Stompy, they're right there. 4th place, there's always a shadow trio that's just operating underneath the eyes of an observation team, and they're doing really well in full stealth mode in this fight. But we're going to keep on to the drama that is the solo clutch that's unfolding right in front of us here. Max, pretty close to max pull right here, about 75% or a 3 4/4 max pull. And he's going to have to wake his way. He's going to hold when he hears a pad go by. As you're seeing Storm Surge, is actually affecting Timeout, who's right nearby.
Again, once more, and we'll see them game after game dropping down to the lack of damage. They're doing 38 below, and they're having to basically maybe even quintuple that moving forward for the next surge as well. Looking for a few shots, 85 below suddenly. I'm wondering how, you know, it's a surprise. We saw Surprise possibly go down earlier. I'm looking at Scally. That's what I was talking about.
He's right there.
He moves right over, past an entire trio. Surprise is also still alive right up top. Finally going down for him. It was Surge. Scally had enough with the trades with his teammates going down. He has the damage to stay up. Wolfie now will be slow and no. Freelock's gone. It's just going to be Wolfie in the air. Still getting sniped by Surge, and he survives. While 48 players now. That's the threshold of people left alive in the lobby. Storm Surge will stop for the moment. He's safe, but man, at the cost of both his teammates.
The previous winner at the beginning of Victory Hour are out, and look, Pink, Nebs, and Stumpy are setting up.
See, look, that's how trash my control is. It's going down even though...
He's right here on the other side, but I like the position right here on that
pushing it down.
Now the key for this lobby though, surprise is down. Everyone knows that. First place on the grabs. At the same time, Skal needs to go down too. He's right there by himself in a box right below Nebs overall and kind of pulled zone. If this man is still down, I mean, one thing, every other trio is going to be so mad that all this work is to be barricaded by Style up top. Their trio will be so happy knowing that one more clutch is kind of the difference maker in the finals and maybe even not passing by Hughes.
I'm seeing that Stumpy's investment did not ring true, but they still have a great kind of flight path to kind of pad over everybody, considering that there's really not anyone else here that's kind of building up for height. So I'm expecting to kind of pad on over and capsize around. Look, they actually build right over. They built right over this right here. So, hey, we got to watch out for them to be able to maybe move up into the top 6. I mean, this looks like a spot.
All I should be, though, while Pink is up on height. It almost gets broken down. No. Default's actually there. Pink's turn.
Okay.
It's all fine. Is he going for a retake? I mean, we'll tune in for him for a sec. The clutch to watch right now should be Style down below. I know Wolfies is also here. 7th place going in the 6th, looking to grab it over. But Style is holding on to 2nd overall, too. Wolfie, this will be huge. I mean, if he gets to go in, there are a few teams down already. I believe Bobby's kind of almost succumb to that fate. 103, he's gonna have to push forward slightly into that 110, maybe even 120 point line. There's finally down at 121, and that'll possibly be the section to look at, the point threshold for some people to pass by. Now we tune in back to Wolfie, knowing what he needs to do. It's about 20 points of a difference, and he wants to get to be supremely comfortable inside the top 6 at least. That's a lot of work to do on the way. And he's already out of Matt's out of gas. One more edit separating him from the eyes of every trio in the lobby.
All out of turbo. He's going to have to rely on his positioning here. Hopefully a pad can bail him out. Look at what's above him. And down below is still more chaotic. ST getting eliminated. Let's get eliminated. Pink get eliminated. So Pink's hold at height when Default pushed him down. And now Pink's trio is in trouble as getting killed right down. Wolfie's breaking through enemy builds, trying to inject himself into a safe tarp here. One more person has to go down, and Storm Surge will stop pestering him. Look at height. It's Patrick, Sapphic, and Default here, who are in 3rd place here, and if they get a victory out, no doubt they get in the top 6. And Wolfies enters the wrong kind, and it was Bobby greeting Wolfies right there, and Wolfies has been eliminated.
I will tune in Sapphic on height, see what's going down. I also want to make sure we tune in with Bobby, because they will be the lower half of the pack to see exactly the point line is towards that top 6. Working towards their side, to make it in, go by a threshold, kind of almost being beside there over and over again, but never kind of made it all the way towards the end of it, towards the next stage. Now they flew by for consistency. They have to lock in. Meanwhile, though, CL-centric, the combination of orange up top on height, we're not going to try to do anything. It's so hard to tie him down. Versa actually gets an elim onto Mustache. That's huge, and that keeps them ahead in the race.
Indeed, but they are now out. They've been eliminated. Bobby, Versa, they all are out. So that is 5th place in the bottom of that threshold here. Top 6 get in. So this is going to be a major opportunity for Sapphic to go. Stompy gets eliminated. So that's number 4 out right there. Swilliam was able to clean that up here. So Sapphic could try to push the rest of the lobby a little bit away. Get a little bit in the lobby here. Sapphic trying to get in.
So close. Street sniper.
He's going to go again. He gets a tag with 66 and a big knock. That's what Sapphic needs to keep pushing down to the rest of the level. Look at the elimination beat. Sapphic is cleaning it up right now. 3 elims to Sapphic, armed with the gold pump. He's going to give the win condition to his mates up top. And he's going to dive back in for more elims.
That pump is basically an open pump. and Sapphic dropping down and slapping every single person he sees box to box. Another one. Is that Tiago? Bye-bye. Next, he's going straight down the low and cleaning house. Atlantic Kovacs might have to fix his aim even more so than he has already. The Sappic's on the walls. All he can do is run away. No one can stand the Sapphic toe-to-toe. This man got knocked down with his shields still intact. Wasn't enough though, because Putrick and Default, I mean, they had to still win out this game. There's one more player left. Somewhere it was Kovacs, and it's not possible for him to stay alive. What a run from Sapphic. 6 eliminations, 7 for the team in total. And now we know why this team is so lethal.
So good. So done well. A victory out for Sapphic, Default, and Putrick, and they were coming into that battle in 3rd place, and no doubt, we already talked about, if anyone in the top 6 gets a victory out, no doubt that will be their qualification into the top 6 and into the finals. But hey, man, that Russian slide, put pause. No more. It's done. They're in. I think so. I think so.
No, that honestly is a very good call. They were at 104 points to roll in with this game. They struggled the game before, got taken out before they got any. I think Sapphic was frustrated, just took out his anger on the rest of the lobby. I mean, that was just amazing to watch, akin to like some of the craziest runs you've seen in so many other competitions. Regardless though, Sancho, there's still 5 other spots to fill. Lots of other people who are making clutches time after time and have one more game to do it again.
Yeah, I was about to say that. 5 other spots and 1 more game. And hey, we only have 2 more tosses to the desk. So here it goes. Here's 1 more toss. Wow. Let's kick it to Zeke 11 Reese.
Sancho West. God tier tosses. Wow. Though, Sapphic, this reminds me a lot of Ret, actually, not that long ago, like 2 weeks ago. I made like a similar kind of like idea. You basically let the dog off the leash and then they just go ham, right? That was Sapphic this game. And then, like, to their point, coming in at 104 points, you know you have to do something. There has to be some change if you want to make the top 6. I 100% agree. So it's like, okay, guys, I love you all so much, but we are not gonna lose. And I'm gonna push both my back.
GG's, I'm finishing this here.
Y'all just keep going, keep up the circle, and I'm just gonna die for it. Also, we cut away from him.
Ooh, is that all you had?
Went down, he was actually trying to hide himself on the other side of build, so that last player could not pick off and get the siphon. That's crazy, man. Well played, Sapphic. Well played.
I don't even need to analyze. Zeke's just saying.
I did it.
That was the rundown. That was essentially what.
Jeez, where's Fish?
No, it's funny because I think in many ways this heat hasn't necessarily gone how we would have thought it would.
Right.
They have been the one constant. They have been the one consistent thing where we knew these guys were going to come out and perform at this level. At some point,
Fish actually out touching the desk.
They are here, and it's really entertaining, right? As we just saw, right? It's a lot of fun to watch. So I'm glad we're finally getting to witness it.
Yeah, I'm on, we're pretty certain that they're going to punch their ticket through based on here. Maybe not. They still need to gain some.
He was lost when you was rotating out of Weeping Woods towards him. He had plenty of opportunities to take shots at you.
We see them coming out of Dirty Dogs right now. Are they going to try and claim that, given that flicking ass Thomas HD, seem to have not made it? Yeah, exactly. So they may have punched a really good RNG ticket at the same time, if that makes sense for them.
He got Bray pushing me though.
Popping off consistency like Bobby versus Fly there. Of Iron Surprise and FSI still looking really good in the same game too. So looking strong.
Looking strong. I love it. Look, guys, let's talk about some of these trios. We only have 1 game left. They're on the bubble, and they need to kind of pull off the great Sapphic if they wish to make it into the finals.
Well, yeah, they're going to have to do their best Sapphic impression. And to be fair, if anyone can do that, it would be Freemuck, you'd think, right? You can see some crazy shots from him, and that's what he offers you. These guys, once again, like I said,
finals next Saturday and Sunday.
They are on it, and there's not many people in this lobby that can deal with them, and so a big last game will be needed. They can definitely pull it off.
Yeah, they were 7th coming into this, and interesting enough, with Versa, Bobby, and Fly, they before this game were on that boundary on 6th, but they bopped off hugely. They got 8 eliminations. 8 eliminations total, so 30 points. Even though they managed to come 11th overall, still did really, really well for them there. So that's definitely going to move them up the leaderboard big time. Ooh, that's a nice night from Fly. Okay, that's looking good. That's looking good. But so obviously, like a lot of these teams who had there, our leaderboards has now changed. So Bobby versus Fly, despite the fact only placing 11th, have moved up to 2nd from 6th. So 133. Look at how close all the boundaries are here. Realistically, anyone on this page with a big game will qualify.
Yeah, this is a very interesting page to look at. When you actually look at the points on the right of your screen, you know, there's something I want to say here. I don't know. It rhymes with mine margins.
Put trick default and Safi.
Very fine margins, in fact. You can see so few points separating a lot of these teams here on this page from 1 to 10.
Season.
And that causes for an exciting game. It causes for a nightmare for the casters, but
Oh yeah.
and surprise as well, though, another good
a
trio.
lot of fun. I'll be watching from the sideline, legs kicked back, enjoying the view. You guys just break it all down for me. Thanks.
Yeah, we got to keep track of every single one of those teams basically on that page. 10 at once.
Yeah.
Any of them picked off the leaderboard, the chance of them qualifying just goes in the mud.
Oh man, every interaction matters. Fortnite fam, watch the elimination feed, follow along with the casters, see who makes it in. But you know what time it is. It's game time. Don't forget, we'll check in with the other heat going on after this game. But for now, we're back on the battle bus. Sit back, kick your legs up. Let's grab some popcorn. And let's go one last time. Sancho and Shayo.
Oh, we shot 11. Nightmare, you say? No, this is our dream. This is the reality we love living in, Sancho. Game 6 vibes, when all the points are just side by side. We gotta do mental math and the nanoseconds and watch what's going down and say it at the same time. That's just, you know, easy.
Yeah, I don't think the boys know that, you know, when you're going to ship me something, you ship it to Elm Street, baby, because I live for these nightmare situations. And here we go. It is game 6. It is the top 6 get into the finals. And yo, don't forget tomorrow is 4 rounds of reboot. Talk about a weekend of FNCS.
Yeah, gonna be crazy games tomorrow, but right now we're looking in from 7th down all the way towards 10th or 12th. There's trouble. People contested at their POIs. In 7th place, it's MXR, Paco, and Gray. They've been fighting a whole day, and they're not gonna stop all the way till game 6. This is it, one of the most important off-spawn fights for the trio this season. Either they go to reboot round if they lose, or if MXR grabs a weapon and gets the elimination and they get a full squad wipe in 5 seconds, they have a very good chance of making finals.
In the blink of an eye, the Italians get eliminated from MXR.
You're the only one that
Pablo
wants to
and
speak,
Gray
bro.
do what they needed to do, but Pablo gets eliminated by Neps. Uh-oh, top 6 is already in danger for being shaked up already in the early. Yes, this trio was
It's only me, you,
but that
and
doesn't mean
someone
everybody
else.
that's in the top 6 or in the running are doing well.
Or make that me, you, and 2
Nabs
other
is all the way
people
up there
queued.
towards 4th place with Pink, and Stompy takes out 11th place. Bloomy, Pablo, and Tomsy overall. We'll have to switch from this POV to see if there's anything going on.
Customs has been terrible today. It's been slow.
Maybe that fight's not over in terms of Bloomy, Pablo, and Tomsy's trio. And at the same time, lots of things happening all across the map. The point threshold we're looking at right now is RD, Belusi, and Kowalski's for the moment. We'll tune in with them in just a second. That's 112. We go all the way to Sinan, who's there at Corny Complex. These guys are rocking in at a nice 8th place overall. Kido and Milan, they had one of those wins earlier on today, Sancho. And past that, they've had very good mid-game battles here and there. They've had a good day overall, but at the same time, it seems like they either win games and get top 10, or they're just not anywhere in getting points in the other games at all. There's no consistency. It's either go big or go home for this team. They got one more game to play.
One of the biggest L's they experienced in their set was at game 3, coming in 21st place with 0 elan. So they got the 5 placement points right there, but no doubt out of the running here. Wolfies gets a knock. So Wolfies is going to be one of those other trios here that's going to probably try to get into the reboot, considering he's coming in the 28th place. So right now, there's a lot of trios that are asking themselves, are we going to be able to get in the top 6, or are we playing for a reboot? And that's is what's going to happen here. So normally sometimes in game 6, you see the Lami get eliminated so quickly, but right now you see a lot of people are still at stake, a lot to play for, even though they're on the bottom of the board. Because as we kind of pointed out, there's so many fine margins in 11 as well. Fine margins all the way across from the 2 thresholds that we're keeping an eye on.
Right now, the finest of them is just, you know, if you want to know if people have a good chance of hitting top 6, just look at this one rule. Anyone at triple digits right now on that gold number, if it's around 100 or above, that means they have a very good chance if they play consistently to come in, it'll be close. Anyone outside of that 80 points, 70 points, they're gonna have to do something miraculous this game, like Fast Roki did a week ago, or just have an insane banger of a game here all the way towards the end where everyone is trying their hardest. The thing though is, Sancho, right? There are 14 teams who could all be inside the top 6 at the end of it. You know, half of them are in the top 6 right now. They can get knocked out. The other half are looking from the outside in.
I said, what are you having for dinner?
Loot Boys are another one of them. We've just been high praises on them the entire broadcast. They played great today.
Not playing great today is Wolfies, Marine, and Milan. They've been fully eliminated, out, not able to make the reboot round as well at the hands of Leo, Skite, and Etsy. So big names already out, and that is what's at stake. It doesn't matter if you have a big name, you could get fully eliminated.
I'll see what ends up happening next in just a sec. Freemock's going to be doing his best impression. He's going to be one of the next trios to follow for the moment. We'll see exactly how he breaks down. Past that too, we have a lot to look at all across the map. The one person to keep an eye on who is kind of holding everyone back in, you know, just in general in terms of the way the day is going. That's Artie, Belusi, Kowalski. These guys will be the
tomorrow I'm making
a
pork and dumpling
When it
stew.
comes to them, they are the 6th place team overall, 112 points. I said we'd be going back to them in just a moment, but that's really just how it is. When we look at this team in general, how they play,
sometimes you can't be bothered cooking, and you have to resort to that microwave meal.
Every team behind them. Paco, Graham, XO, just
We've
one
all
off
been
spawn.
there.
Sinan, Milan, and Kiddo that we just saw. The Loot Boys all the way from Boney Burns, even Freemock. None of these guys should be able to try to stand a chance against RD. We have on screen as well. And the zone we have seems to be nowhere in RD's favor. They're landing at Camp Cod. They have to go all the way back towards the top. This is
Let's
a
go.
home
We've
zone
been
for
queuing
Boney
up long
Complex,
enough.
and for anyone landing near Boney that wants to make a fast move all the way in. For the top 6, it feels like it's very good. For 7th to 11th, a little bit troublesome. They'll have to kind of go all the way away from home, look to find a new place inside the zone, and just hold out for this last game.
Hey, sometimes you grow the most when you're away from home. So that's what's going to be something that we have to keep an eye on here going forward. This is the final frame here of the semifinals. This is going to be Heat 3 that we have our eyes on. We will definitely keep you up to date what's happening with Heat 2, just considering that Heat 1 is already in the books.
Here it is, Artie, Belusi, Kowalski. Man, what a loadout. Purple pump. Have the shield fish ready for all the, you know, clashes these guys will see inside the start of the game. I'd be taking a little bit too much time rolling in, but if it's a launch pad, you got to make that U-turn. Here it is, though. Wolfie up against Letwick right now. Letwick so close to qualifying. Just needs to push all the way forward. 105 points. I was telling you, you see triple digits. This chance for qualifying. That chance is here for this trio.
Chances all over the place. This may not be the chance that Freemock needs at the moment. Got to be careful here. We know Freemock has the ability to put on the show, but this is where it matters the most. When everything is on the line and you could qual here. Remember, the triple digits are in the contention for top 6. But when it comes down to getting into that, you have to get to the end game in this one right now. And we've already seen these situations a lot for Wolfies, Letwick, and Freemock being contested, being pushed in a build fight. And look at Loot Boys right here pushing into this and looking for a pinch on planes here. But I don't think Loot Boys should be able to want this. I know Storm Surge is a factor, but this is a very risky fight to take right now. In risky reels, no pun intended.
Everyone can feel that risk and the tension. Usually by this time, shots have been rattled out. These metal walls are being replaced by brick and then almost wood. No one has fired yet. Everyone waiting, and this is 5 different teams for someone to make that first move. No one is. They don't want to be the ones to blame in the trio. They don't want to be the ones.
Everybody's
to
playing
make the mistake.
careful
Finally,
in this
3 AR
final game.
Start to fire and move aggressively. Freemock is going to be changing layers. Letwick trying to follow slightly behind him, looking for that drop down from top below. Bobby's there all the way up top with Versa Fly on the same layer, looking for Letwick to overpeak and make a mistake. No one finding any tags just yet. But Letwick's the first one to take a little bit of damage. Bobby's down to Hydro. The Loot Boys are getting aggressive.
I feel like I'm watching a scary movie right here, right now. All these people that are in the top 6 are really colliding, fighting for it right now, scrapping for this top 6. That's how much it matters here to get into the finals. And they're not going to try to take it in placement point style. They want it with elims.
And look at that. Usually you would see Versa fighting for things, right? Definitely Loot Boy wanted for elims, you're right. But for the rest of the guys, if you're getting eliminated, these guys are cutting losses immediately. I'm not thinking about it. Yo, Bobby's kind of trapped right now. What do we do? We're gonna take that car. We're gonna go all the way away. Maybe come back when, you know, when things gonna maybe simmer down, but that's not gonna be a thing at risky reels, especially when it's so central in the zone. Hydro will stay here. That card will run out. Versa is gonna have to just play duos at the moment. There's not going to be a chance for these guys to get their teammate back up.
Look at this. They already did the damage and they're out. They're trying to get away scot-free, use the vehicle, satisfied. It's like basically as monster defense, they got their to-go plate. They're feeling it. They got the vibes that they needed for it. Satisfied with the Storm Surge, but now still in the remnants of that scrum is still Wolfie's Fremont and Letwick. And just to give you an idea, folks, anybody that is in the middle of the pack could leapfrog them with a win, and that is Sky. I gotta watch out for Sky, Etsy, and Leo. I mean, those are the ones that we've seen that kind of get a victory royale. They've been having high ground in the perfect prime power positions in the moments that they needed the most, and they could leapfrog Wolfie's Fremont and Letwick if they go down here. And now we're going to another trio that was within the striking distance of top 6, and this is a trio that's in top 8, and that is Milan, I Will Not Lose, along with Sinan and Kidu.
No roll in, 107. Still slightly away, about 5 points from the mark. They're getting bullied by Malabuka. Talk about a trio that's rolling in frustrated. I mean,
yes.
12th place overall right now, 103 points. They are also definitely in contention, but the fighting does not stop. It's breaking down fast. Wolfie finds the first up. One more piece of the pie to be stopped all the way close towards 2nd place. This would be huge for the top 6 to shift. They're looking for Fly. He's somewhere around here. Fremont's in trouble too, so they have to both play.
Look at those teamers there. 2 of them. I see you hiding behind that bush.
This is the nice engagement. Fire Hunter and KS Light are moving
I see you both.
Fremont and Letwick, and this would be valuable resources for Fremont, Letwick, and Wolfie, who has been kind of having this battle of these 2 wheels, and they definitely need a refresh. And considering this team is late rotating in, they can have some valuable resources as well, some power weapons, and already they have a purple pump and Wolfie, and no doubt Fremont has, I believe, a purple pump as well that we saw them here, and they're going to be satisfied and make their way with the rotation going through. Game 6, this is what I'm talking about. We've been building up to this moment of the semifinals. This is a precursor to the reboot round that's happening tomorrow, and it's going to be at the same time as we were watching this. And if you haven't seen a reboot round, you don't want to miss out. Let's go ahead and focus on the Loot Boys, who have been very consistent throughout the day, and this will be a time to not win that consistency.
I mean, they did the impossible and got a free elimination.
I thought I had more maps.
For a trio like this,
Still clapped your teammate.
And do that, especially when there's 4 other teams around. I mean, that was just insane. Now they're doing their classic passive type of play. And just observe.
Cody's on the bottom right of the screen.
They're a big face up right beside them. They might get desperate here for
Clapped your teammate, bro. I seen you both. I was watching you both leave Grey House.
What it takes to stop a big fight and not lose a body in the process. That's what I'm kind of thinking, because so far every time they have gotten into a 3v3, Hydro might just go down completely. Might be a snipe from across the field, and now, I mean, I think this is the game of don't get in your vehicles. Everyone who's tried to has been stopped about 1 kilometer during their drive. There's no chance, and it's already gatekeeping not only the leaderboard, but the roads of Fortnite as well.
You're seeing the supply drop being surrounded by Surprises trio alongside Elizen here. So this could be that kind of moment to steal away those crucial eliminations. Every elimination is going to be 2 points, and that's going to be big considering how
you both had Aqua in your name as well.
Towards the 4th place
Even
team
more
and
sus.
Pink Neps and Stompy here. It's all coming down to it, man. We've been seeing all these rotations. We've been seeing these glides. Everything is a matter of moments, and even just a missed edit could be something that could cost them.
You can kind of tell the difference now for everyone's game plan. It's to stop, wait, and watch. When that surge comes in, I mean, if everyone's
I don't know what your teammate were doing there, running at me with a rift in his hand.
Lower. And now we're going to tune in for a few teams to see what's up. 191 damage above for MXR, Paco, and Gray. That's thanks to crazy damage in the fights that we saw break down early game. At the same time, some damage they had otherwise. Fly finally down to Q-Roll, who's alive in this game. Game 1 winners who need basically a Game 6 win with almost double digits. But they're not going to be the center of attention. They're a possible timeline here in just a few. Surge is gone, making it, I think, the fastest we've seen this level, or at least this threshold. Everyone just move around a lot more freely in this lobby, faster than ever before. And MXR goes up this hill. It's going to be a huge, they take over it. and they make sure they're ready to take even more shots, because that next church, that one will be a
I
huge
mean,
deuce.
Anthony, unlucky,
It's
we're
7th
unlucky.
place right now on top of height, sending beams down to the lower part of this lobby here. You're seeing Flecken, who's in 5th place, taking some beams. And of course, you're seeing 8th place right there being affected by the pressure. And
Still
Gray's actually
trash
picked up
for
a knock.
teaming.
Hey, so this team right here, that is on that threshold, could qualify if they just keep up the pressure. As we're seeing Cinder and Kiko, as long as the Edison getting some beams in there. So I like this position right here. They can easily pad over down into the dockside dish, and they can kind of cap anybody who has height right here. Considering this is zone 3, I like what's happening right now for Gray, MXR, and Pac.
It's did you enjoy your
Back in with
vacation?
Artie as well, or any other teams. Xenon's right there next to Loot Boy. Everyone here you see on screen is either in the top 6 or looking to get into it. It's so cool once you move past the quals. In top 3, it's so much more difficult in terms of, you know, hitting that threshold. There might be 5 or 6 teams going for it. There's 12 right now active on the leaderboard. One affected, that's Xenon, who got knocked and then taken out by Scal.
Holy.
All the way to he's doing so well today. I think this man should be the MVP. If there was one solo player, it's him.
I mean, we talked about the solo battle points right there they have, the kind of the impact a player could have for the trio. We already gave you that stat flying to show you that Skylar is on a whole other level today. So, hey, they could kind of be that kind of fairy tale story there for a new face into the broadcast to be able to have such a big impact that kind of echoes of previous big names like Thomas HD back in season 4.
It's also one of the first times we're seeing a team go down so early inside, you know, the people who've already qualified. Bobby Versler and Flyer got taken out a few minutes ago. Ended at 133 points. That's 2nd place currently, but you know how very, very drastic things can change overall. 33, that's gonna knock Versa, Bobby, and Fly so far down. They're praying that the threshold doesn't go up that high. Depending on who survives,
Man did box himself like a fish.
Should be the focus for the moment. I mentioned gatekeeping the boards, the lobby. That is going to be their active tag for this entire end portion of the tournament. 117 points. I'm not sure if the elims that MXR, Gray, and Paco got are enough to match that or be ahead of it.
They're about 117 for now. Right there, yeah.
They're 114. Okay, so they're still lower.
There. Yeah.
Artie, Belusi, Kowalski are looking to just stay ahead.
But this man's worst of the worst is a teamer.
I don't think they'll just roll in that fast in the 4th zone. This trio is going to be kind of the borderline. If they go down, it opens up an extra team to come in and starts that kind of, you know, domino effect. But they're going to try to just be there in 6th place.
And you saw Pink pick up a knock in the feed as well. Pink's in 4th place. So you got 4th place, and then you have the other team that's sitting right here in Belusi. They're in the running. They're right next door to each other. So any knock that's happening on people that are rotating here, as Milan, I will not lose, is in trouble, gets eliminated. We'll see if that's a full trio wipe. That's 8th place that may be out of the running here.
Imagine being in a fake organisation and then having to team in a solo customs.
From that side, and I think he also gets taken down. So that team is from the running.
Oh,
wow,
no.
This is what you don't want to happen. It's far away, so Belusi will be able to get picked back up. But in terms of resources, that's shields you were not planning to lose at this point. That's a med kit you probably didn't want to give away. That'll cost you a little bit of that heal game all the way towards the very end. It is crucial when you go to the nitty-gritty of things, Sancho, because there are so many teams who are ready to take your spot.
Yeah, Nebs just picked up another elimination in the feed, so Nebs, part of that 4th place trio, is now moving up via the elimination train.
Yeah, I'm happy for all these teams up top who are moving up the whole way. The focus, though, has to be looking at who can really hit that top 6. We can almost basically congratulate Sapphic, Default, and Putrick for the win, right? Hey, guys, good job on EU today, but it really is that 6th place spot, that threshold to see exactly who will roll through. There's Letwick, Freemock, Wolfie. Freemock traded again, but they got SD down. That's huge in the way height works in this game, in this lobby today. Mongo and Kiko also taken down by Seston. The Loot Boy trio is upping their points. 116 for Letwick right now. What was it? 117 we saw for Artie. If they get one more elimination here, they can move forward, and they do. 118. The new 6th place trio we're watching is going to be Letwick, Wolfie, and Freemock for the moment. They're up to 121 with the big placement coming in too, and they should be the ones to hold on and keep everyone else now. It's a 1-point game, Sancho, between all these teams.
And if Mongrel's trio is fully eliminated, they did not make that reboot threshold. So Mongrel's run to return into the finals has been paused and out. But V talked about getting the eliminations via the expressway. This is what's happening right here. Letwick, Wolfies, and Fremont. Hey, out there in Germany, they have the Autobahn. So right now, Fremont and Wolfies and Letwick are on flying down that highway and pushing their way into the top 6 with authority.
See what they can do. We can always go back and check with RD again to see if they truly have the points, or any other teams if they're getting elims in the feed. But right now, it looks like Letwick is in the lead by what would be 1 point, I would assume. Fremont go low on HP. Wolfie too. I mean, he's even lower. He's got no shield available either. There is enough to pass around for the trio, but it's the time there. It's tense for everyone. 17 now. Every trio that goes down, that's huge placement for everyone as well. These guys are going to be in the driver's seat if they fall. If one wheel gets, you know, completely fused, punctured, it might be over for the trio itself.
Elims are going to be a factor here, folks, because look at the terrain. Look at this mountain. The dish is going to be able to eat up a lot of eliminations as well. So whoever has high control, it won't really matter. It's about breaking the pressure down below. And these are the box fights. This is where a lot of the work's going to be doing. Already right now, 122, just holding on, but 1 point. And I think that's what you're reacting to, Shio, that 1 point.
Yeah, I see Kowalski has that elimination, so the difference maker definitely there. Launchpad to be able to split. They'll have the 1 point. That's just placement coming in. It's looking good. I'm just keeping my eyes. Scowl also with an elim. He was in 5th place. So that's fine. He's above these guys. He's going to just keep moving forward and making sure he stays inside the top 6. I'm looking for anything in the feed, Sancho, that says Fremont, Letwick, that says you know, anyone else from the bottom side there that we're watching for the moment.
I think this entire lobby has to take a sigh of relief because the zone 6 has been pulled all the way off that mountain. So that's going to lead that elimination factor, that win condition. It's game 6.
Still
right
don't
here.
get a GG's for
Top 6
teaming though.
in, and let's see who's going to have that opportunity. Gray right now is going to have to hold on 126. So you talked about it, and we've been seeing so many trios already moving up the board.
Watch this, guys.
Gray
Watch this.
has got the solo clutch, only with some hard mats. And hey, there's someone right in front of him. It's the 4th place trio here. Gray for free almost. For free almost. He almost does it. But now the lobby focus, as Peaks Trio says, not so fast, my friend. You're not going to be able to get in easily. But he has to avoid the lobby focus. And that pad right there may be Gray's chance to get into the top 6.
He's trying for a 127 points. This might be enough to actually put him in the threshold to be up there right now with the elims this team has. But Fremont's also popping off in the feed. He goes down though ultimately. And the Luke boys are also separated into 2/3. Back feed is not going to be able to play today either. 127 points for him. 127 points for Artie. It's 2 people operating as a duo. But Lucy barely hanging on. And Gray, he has no teammates in the way for him. He has to just do this all as a solo player.
Gray with 13 builds. As Safik, Puchik, and Default could still rain terror from the high ground. They're already in. They're going to go to qualify. But let's focus on the bottom right of the screen as Gray is going to fly his way around to the front side, trying to find a spot. Only 11 builds. That's it. 1 more box left for him. He could just barely not even cover his top side. This is the struggle, the drama that is FNCS. Here is Storm Surge. 3 people have to go down. Gray's way above it. That's not the storyline that he had to follow. As Nebs eliminates Default. So hey, Nebs,
I seen you,
he
boy.
made the contestant height at the right time.
Still 6th and 7th place, alive side by side.
Oh no! Oh my!
There's a damage. And the Launchpad finds a weird way to get way through all these builds. Versace takes out Hatem, still not super relevant. Pink and Nebs have taken over height, so it's a new person controlling the entire lobby. Still though, Gray's following, and Letwick's getting huge eliminations on the Belusi. They're taking out 6th place. Already stopped at 130 points, and Gray is still alive. How many points does Letwick have though? Does he have enough to pass by? Because they've been getting eliminations left, right, and center.
He's right there.
Right beside them on low ground too, absolutely correct. Gray trying to survive, no builds, a big elimination. No points, it wasn't his knockdown. Yeah, still no builds. He has someone in his box. Goes away for the edit on the left side. Looking for anything here is Gray, trying to survive, trying to stay in. Letwick finds another on Desestin. This has to be Letwick now in the 6th place lead. But at the same time, Gray, he's still alive. He's trying anything right now, looking for a breath of air, a sight line, any light for anything, but he doesn't find
Here's a man and thank you for subscribing.
133 is another jump up.
It's full map.
Hydro
Kill on
right here
site,
still
bro.
in this
Those are
fight
the
too. Hydro
rules.
trio is still have the ability here as we're seeing here. 132, 133. Gray has the advantage as a solo. We're talking about the solo clutch that's going to get you into the top 6, to get you guaranteed thousands of dollars right here. Gray with only about 2 builds, but he has a mat here. Hydro now by himself as well as a solo has a chunk cannon 132. We're talking about a race for the top 6, and it's coming down to 2 solos, and definitely Gray and Hydro.
Obviously, it's going to be against the rules. It's pretty common sense. One of the main rules for any custom, especially solos.
Now Hydro's finding one person beside his boxes. Doesn't actually. Gray goes down. Gray goes down. Hydro now with 136. He's looking to push his way all the way forward now. Flecken going down on the left side. Hydro hiding inside the pyramids, but this man is not looking to be. Oh, he's looking for aggression. One big pump. The second doesn't follow. 137 points is where he lies. Now we're looking at Malibuka, who also had a chance so far. Okay. 137 for him too. Can they clutch 6th place? It might require an extra elim or 2. They might already be there. But let's see how clean they can be in the end game. Andy diving inside the boxes. They back up slightly. Big pump from
the code is here, guys.
Big damage. Malibuka on the left side.
Let me make it a little bit bigger for you.
He's looking so good. 2 back-to-back. Remix gets paused. Balbu's
There's the code. Kudi's fish noob.
To win out the final game and qualify them
Sheesh.
for the MSCS finals.
8 eliminations in the Victory Royale. It's game 6, baby. It all happens in game 6. Another trio qualifying on the broadcast with the final Victory Royale. They had enough steam to do it. Malibuka is in.
We should be able to work, sir.
Great, and it wasn't just them, Sancho. Every team from 6 down to 12 tried till the 9th zone to make it in. I haven't seen so many solo clutches side by side in a very long time.
It was like one person went down, another person went down, and then all of a sudden, great job. We catch another team that's in the fight, and it comes down to it. What a phenomenal end to the semifinals. And like I mentioned, it's just going to be a big course for the reboot rounds because you talked about it. All those people solo clutching, they will be in the reboot round tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see over those 4 games how it works. For me and Sancho, though, that was a big breather.
Let's go, the teaming again.
So we'll toss it over to Zeke, Levitt, and Reese to organize ourselves with the chaos and really see who's in the top 6.
Thank you guys so much. You're absolutely fantastic. Per usual, my goodness, these guys put a nice little bow on the competition for us. And it always be like this, man. Game number 6. You're like, we need to do everything if we want to make it through. And I'm telling you, there's always a trio that will do it. Let's take a look at our top 6 trios that are going straight to finals next weekend. In first is Nebs, Ponku, and Stompy, 167 points. But Levin, there's so many more trios that are of note on this list.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed by the way we finished today. I'll be honest. Look, Nebs and Stompy coming out and winning.
Surprise FSI. And Ariane, good
crazy,
trio, good job. Glad they got in. As well as Sapphic, Centric and Default.
It's a thing of dreams.
Sapphic, Default and Buttrick, I'm glad they got in as well.
That's what you go to bed dreaming.
Honestly, Mongrel fell off. Honestly, Mongrel fell off, bro.
What a day for them.
Huge, honestly huge. And
His entire trio fell off this season.
As we know, because like, you know, my prediction was picking them all the way along and I was rooting them on, and as the games are going around, they're always sitting between that 10th up until the kind of 20, or 10th up until 20th, just throughout the majority of the day, and then that final game, picking up the big victory, 8 eliminations, 2, pushing them all the way up into top 5. That is how you hit a qualification if you've, you know, not had the best tournament so far.
Absolutely insane. And once we get to see those like final results, you'll be able to really see with your eyes how close this is. Okay, so let's take a look together. Now we know what the top 6 are, right? We've already seen them, we've already talked about them. Now let's look at the 8. 135
no, bro,
points.
my 2 top trios.
Separate trios.
Top 2 trios was
almost make it, right?
Ariane, Surprise and
placement,
FSI, and Sapphic, Centric and Buttrick.
And think about it, if Wolfie's trio had even gotten 1 more elimination, they would have broken that tiebreaker, right? Because they have the Victory Royale, and that's that initial tiebreaker.
1 eliminate. 1 eliminate. That is honestly heartbreaking. That genuinely, That is heartbreaking. One elim is the difference between them potentially being in the FNCS final or not. Look, they will get a chance in the reboot round, but there's nothing guaranteed in the reboot
Some people
round.
grind
This was
points
their
too
chance to
much. Some
guarantee
people
it.
grind
One
hours.
elimination was their chance to guarantee it.
And same with the Grey News team with Paco and MXR. They had a rough start, and towards, look, that clutch, let's be real, the end of Grey News was absolutely nail-biting. I thought he had secured it once he'd got over that 135 kind of border that we've seen a lot of other regions go on to. But no, again, same thing, one elim, because they had more eliminations.
No, mods
than
can't
the
give the
boys
sell
in
points.
6, so they would have overtaken them as well. So such a shame with Bobby Versa and Fly, who popped off really, really good today, but slow again down towards the end. But if we look at the next teams, remember it's all the way down till top like 17th. It's who's qualified through. So we see Sky, ST, Leo, Lumi's two who started off today strong as well. As long as Lechi's team and everyone else who's 7th to 17th have made it through to the reboot round tomorrow, and they still have a final chance to make it through to the finals.
And look, some great teams representing this heat in the reboot round, most definitely. I could see a couple of these teams potentially stealing away a win in the reboot round for sure. Of course, it's not ideal, right? Because you would have wanted to do it, you know, today. But nevertheless, when you look at, for example, Sky's team, right? Sky, XT, ST, and Leo. These guys won a game today. They know they can win games in these sort of environments, and so going into the
See, my mistake there was my mistake there was I should have let Travis come into the building.
Try your best to try and make it to finals, but nevertheless, right? They're just gonna have to run it back tomorrow. The victory else on the day, right? Let's take you all the way back to game one. Kuro gets and his X won the first game in a surprising manner, Resub.
I should have let him come in the building and I probably
Yeah,
clapped
it
him.
was a shame. They came out swaying and it looked super strong for them. But as I mentioned on the day, you know, that 50-50 drop spot they have at the Orchard dish is just, it turned out not to be in their best favor, realistically, where after that, you know, they kind of flopped a little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, and a team who were able to also get a victory out but not really do anything with it. Milan, Sinan, and Kiduo. These guys in this game, you know, it was a nice win. You know, you sort of think just, oh, that could be interesting. Maybe these guys will surprise us today. There's always the surprise team.
I don't think he can take. I don't think he can pronounce your name, Anthony.
Will be playing in the reboot round, right?
Some people can't read them backwards, can they?
Confidence knowing you have the ability to win games in these kind of lobbies is always huge.
Yeah, and same thing with Sky, ST, and Falconly, right? Or with Leo. My memories, folks. I know, I'm just going back to the previous seasons here. I'm on oh. Same thing. They pick up the Victory Royale in game number 3 and don't manage to make it. They do manage to get through the reboot round, placing 16th overall, but this was definitely an interesting dynamic.
Not gonna lie though, it took me a while to realise Lindsay's was upside down.
Reflect that on the leaderboards of the teams who were really popping off over and over, and none of these teams qualified, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's just how it is, man. A Victory Royale just isn't everything sometimes. You know, you need more than that at times, and unfortunately for them, there wasn't more than that, especially in the case of all of those victories in particular. Now, when it came to you know, let Wick walk you through,
Right, is everybody ready?
how close they were. And after this game, you really did think, oh yeah, they're here. They're going to turn it on now. We know how good these guys are. They've been a bit quiet so far, but now they're here, and it just wasn't that for them. You know, game 4 to win, but outside of that, they just couldn't get enough. Just the one elimination more is all they needed, but they just couldn't do it.
Devastating, honestly, for them. But Sapphic Putra in default, look, they turned it on all day, and here we go yet again. This match was beautiful. The Sapphic pop-off as a solo, picking up 5 eliminations there, which took them up to 7 total, I'm pretty sure, by this game ended, which was massive. 44-point game. And this was obviously their peak match, but let's be real, they didn't fall far from this either. The rest of their games were absolutely fantastic, and like, that's why they've earned themselves the qualification slot.
Yeah, no, let's be real. Yeah, I was surprised not to see them in first. You know, Pinksness and Stompy came from out of nowhere to steal first place. Nevertheless, though, you can see Mustache, Malibu, and Shizo. These guys had a absolutely phenomenal final game. Absolutely. You know, Shai and Sancho, I told them, you know, it was going to be a tough task. They broke it down perfectly. These guys were... what an ending. What an ending.
Back down on your knees.
Absolute goal. Picking up the victory for the boys in the last game to qualify them for the finals of FNCS. What a nice way. You're going to go to bed smiling. I wouldn't be able to get a smile on my face.
Yeah.
If it was me.
I mean, one of the things is like Malibuca is known for being an incredible fighter, and in that final game, like he clutched up the victory. I think he would have already qualified at that point. Not done the quick mental arithmetic if they'd won that 3v3 if they would have qualified or not, but he just showed the fighting prowess that he had going into that final moment. The nerves were just not there. He was cool, calm, and collected. Managed to pop off, picking up 2 eliminations, and then eventually the victory royale on that as well, which was the qualification for them. So huge congratulations for them to win in the final game and push themselves through.
So good, right? We could not ask for more, but we cannot forget we have one other heat to take a look at. This we check in at match number 3, and now we can take a look at the results, see which top 6 from there move on. Also take a look at the leaderboard to see which teams in 7th through 17th will be going to the reboot round. Now, something super interesting, looking at Amplify 18 and Matzo, when we checked in on game number 2, they were in 2nd, and we checked in behind the scenes after game number 5, and we noticed.
So I think it's top 6 in each heat that qualify.
It's a huge performance for them, Zeke. It's an absolutely magnificent performance because this is a team who looked like they were falling off the surface of the earth.
And anybody that didn't qualify today has reboot round tomorrow.
These guys look like it was over. Genuinely, it did look like they were over. They went back to their roots,
To
picking up
try and secure
again.
a spot in the finals next week.
You wouldn't have thought that they'd be in a position where they're actually going to be playing in the FNCS finals. I'll be right, I did not expect it. If like a couple sneaky performances recently, Reese, and so you could maybe see it, you could maybe get a whiff of it, but to come out and win your heat, phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, that's good momentum for them coming forward, right? Coming into that final, they have that momentum coming out. But they were landing bony burbs, and we know who's landing bony burbs in the finals right now. So the momentum's going to be tough. But also in that team, I want to definitely mention there was Clement's team alongside Looking to Tiptoes, who obviously did really well last season in the qualifiers, making their way through the final, I think in qualifier 2 as well. But one other part about that, Clement's only missed a single FNCS finals right now, and this has solidified him yet again in another. I think we'll have to see once the whole weekend's over, but I still think Clement holds the record for the most finals in EU in particular. So that's pretty awesome. Another one on his ticked off list, which is gonna be really cool.
Yeah.
Just play with Clement and secure the spot for finals.
That's all it takes. That's all it takes. We have the results, and we have actually pulled the victory royales from games 4, 5, 6. So we'll take a look at all of these things and kind of fully break down heat number 2. Now, when we're kind of looking at the results, again, we saw a similar situation here. Look at 7th and 8th, right? 1 point for 7th and 2 for 8th. So again, right? A single elimination, and Rax and company would have moved up. For Danamon, 1 elimination would have put them at least in
what have we
tiebreaker.
done to your switch?
These other guys, Diablo, his turn, they have more eliminations, so they would have inevitably gone through. But again, like you kind of joked, Levin, these fine margins, man. Like, look at the numbers.
It's insane, Zeke. It's absolutely insane. And it's like, you just sort of walk away from it as a player and it's hats off. It's a bit of frustration. You do start to think back at all the moments where you possibly could have got the extra point that would have pushed you over the line. Nevertheless, though, right, the reboot round is tomorrow, and there is a chance. And once again, you can see a couple of these guys have gotten victory out, but aren't counting. So you do sort of maybe use that as a bit of confidence. Making it through. Nevertheless, still playing the reboot round. Let's take a look at the next page, though, Reese, right? Because there are some more teams there.
Yeah,
cheers for that, Prezi.
Crazy and Stursix, since they came out so strong in the first couple of matches, but after that it seemed like yet again another mid-game issue, something that a lot of the teams have realistically been struggling with. When you look at the leaderboards and you see them being eliminated like 24th, 19th, 20th. You know there's something tough up in the mid-game, and I think that's what a lot of these top veteran trios who's managed to qual through nailed down. For the teams who just made it down to this point, that's what most of them really need to work on. But as you mentioned, like, they managed to pick up a victory royale alongside Sheikos' team as well. That's good going into tomorrow, the fact that clearly if they get to endgame, they can do it. They can make those victory royales. They can hopefully qualify for the finals using the reboot round tomorrow. But again, it's not the ideal situation for them. Could be it.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. No matter how exciting the reboot round is for us to watch, you just don't want to be in it as a player. Because so much control in that sense, and if it goes wrong, if you end up like a steady GBR-JAMIE antique, right, a couple of seasons ago, it can be a nightmare. It can be a nightmare. But these are the victory royals 5 and 6 we referred to. Aware and Co were able to pick up game 4, and that was sort of good for them, right? It was a good little boost. I think getting that win midway through the tourney is always a bit nice, right, Reese?
Yeah, it kind of boosts your mentality up, right? Keeps it going, especially if you had like a slower start, or if you've had a good start. Realistically, either way, it's going to boost that mentality, keep you moving on up until the last couple of games when you really need to be mentally strong, right? To keep yourself in the game. But game number 5 brought Sunny and Mini, who unfortunately, this was the team who ended up placing 7th.
Charles, is that
Devastating
you?
for them overall. It is painful, especially since they had 7 eliminations here. So they've just managed to miss out on that, even though they picked up this victory. One more elimination throughout the rest of the day could have been the difference maker, and I'm sure there's potentially some more eliminations down here they could have got as well.
Oh, 100%. They will know, you know, and that's the frustrating thing. They will know how close they were. This win was perfect because, you know, it did sort of poise them to be able to sort of close it out, but it just wasn't meant to be. It wasn't meant to be. Now, this is the team who actually won the day. They didn't win this game, but you can
know that this time.
I do know that this time. I'm not being played with at all. But you can see Amplify clearly ran into a bit of trouble there, and eventually he does go down. There's not much you can do there, but at the end of the day, this is good the first place, so they won't be too bothered about that. Nevertheless, though, the winner of this final game are skilled. It is true they weren't able to actually, you know, get into the top 6 either. So once again, you know, you sort of think, oh yeah, it's nice that we got the win, but it didn't actually just get in top 6. So painful stuff all round, but not painful for the people that got top 6.
No, I think it's been interesting actually how many games have been won out of, you know, all of the heats that we looked at. Out of teams who are not in that top 6, you know, a lot of the regions we looked at like some of the ones earlier from Asia, OCE. We saw big amount of victory royales coming from the teams who qualified. Here's just something. I think on average it was just 2 victory royales were in that top 6. Everywhere else was just outside the qualification threshold, which is kind of crazy to see that kind of disparity. But look, you know what? We'll see if game winnings will matter tomorrow because it's the reboot round. Let's be real.
All bets are off. All bets are off. Tomorrow, reboot round. Guys, make sure you are here for that because it's going to be some of the hypest Fortnite action where only the victory royale matters, and those players will be pulled for the pool and grab themselves a seat on the battle bus for finals next weekend. We love you all so much. Thanks for hanging out with us for these 6 matches and the heats as well. Please, as always, give these 2 a follow. Give Sancho West and Shy Wager a follow. We love these human beings so much. Fortnite fam, if you want more action, don't forget we're going to NA East. Reese and I about to toward this next battle bus out. So we gotta grab the front seats. We're gonna do that. I'm so sorry, Levin. I'm so sorry.
Can I come this week?
You know what? Yeah.
No.
Come with us. You can hang out in the back and you can just give me puns and I'll do those. But yeah, we're gonna go to the battle bus. If you want NA East after the break, if not, we'll see you next weekend and tomorrow for more Fortnite action. We love you, and as always, we'll see you guys on that battle bus. All right, let's go to the battle bus.
Oh, didn't have a chance. Pause that. Jones, you should have clapped him. Street sniper. I know you was a cook, bro. Why do you think I let you live? But we can hide that since EU is over. Third party on you guys behind you. GG's, sir. GG's. Came in like a wrecking ball. So we have 16 minutes before any East and any West FNCS starts. those last of my grapes. Pardon me. Ooh, that parasite saved his life. Bum bum ba-dum. Oh, GG's, that parasite saved his life. See, the parasites are just as effective as having a bush, as wearing a bush like he used to. Your first one hit. First one hit, but the parasite absorbed most of the shot. And then he connected with and hit you with a 110. Nobody's Charles, nobody's. He's got to charge that bad boy up. The code is just to you guys on the screen. Just there. There's the code. The code's right there on the screen. On the screen, are you blind? Hey Marcus. We shall start on the 4-minute mark. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-ba-ba-bum. Texas sauce. Glory. Nobody's Marcus, nobody's. Zaki. Zaki, how dare you? How dare you take advantage of a man while he's not paying attention? Odd source there. For some reason. For some reason my microphone wasn't included. Bum, 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 bum. See how the code is still fish noob. Fish noob that can't even find his own. It's just a switch, can't even find his own switch.
Hey, yo, what it do, Fortnite fan? Welcome back to the Fortnite Champion Series. We just wrapped up the semifinals over in Europe, and now Reese and I are back in NA East. We're covering the action here. You'll see Reese in just a little bit. He's way cooler than I am, so I gotta show up first so you don't, like, forget about me entirely. Of course, speaking of people that are way cooler than me, it's Vivid, it's Adam, my friends. How you feeling? It's champ, it's semifinals, baby.
It's semifinals, Vivid. Yes, hello. I am Vivid. Very accurate.
He started already. He started already. I love it.
Already. Listen, the semi-finals are here. I have to bring energy. I have to bring the jokes now. Well, some it's you decide which ones
Just say tonight, Vivid, the hair has more bounce in it. I've seen in a while. That means that entertainment is on the horizon, fellas. I'm excited for semi-finals. You know, this is the most stacked heat we're going to be featuring tonight as well, with 123 previous FNCS finalists competing tonight in this particular lobby. So it's going to be wall-to-wall entertainment, electrifying. I can't wait to everything starts. And of course, the semi-finals moving around this weekend. It's going to be mega. I can't wait.
That's right. Now, we're going to touch on all this in just a moment, but first, we got to do a few housekeeping things. Before we can get there, you guys know watch.fortnite.com, the great place to watch exactly what you're watching right now. There's also a leaderboard, so you can actually keep up to date with what's going down and never miss a beat. It's pretty dope. Watch.fortnite.com. Check it out when you got some time. Okay, let's talk about the overall tournament format. For you guys that have grown up since the FNCS began, hello, welcome. We are now all adults and cool people. That's right, this is not scary to you because you're a cool kid. But for the people that are new around here, don't be scared. I know, it's scary, but don't listen. Just listen to my voice. Last week, we came to the qualifiers. Tomorrow, we'll have a reboot round. That's the right side. Next week will be finals. That's the top side, which means, Vivid, we're left with the semi-finals.
semifinals, we have made it here. Basically, what's going on is we took 99 trios from the qualifiers and put 33 into each heat, for 3 heats and 6 matches per heat. The big number today is basically top 6. Whoever gets top 6 today advances to the final. However, if you don't get top 6, your run is not done there. You get 7 through 7 heat, you will be placed in the rebound.
And I have returned with some healthy
And
snacks.
yeah, there, if you get a Behaviour out, you have a chance to go as well.
Finals are so close now, boys. I can't really believe how next weekend, unbelievable. This is last chance saloon for a lot of teams. You know, not only the semi-finals reboot round tomorrow as well, but as we know, you don't necessarily want to go through the reboot round phase because then you have to go broke and hope to get the victory royale. But these are exactly how our players are going to get themselves into the finals if they can score enough points. Points are divided up as you can see on screen right now. Elimination points for every single elimination. See, 2 points goes each elimination, which goes towards the grand total, which is a slight differentiator. We've seen it every week now. The eliminations really do make all the difference. Standing points are obviously huge.
Some dried tomatoes,
24, only 5 points.
olives,
You start working your way through the board up to 30, 12,
and cheese.
to 7th, 19 points.
Little pieces
Over
of cheese.
to first place victory royale, 30 points going to the winning team of that particular game. We have 6 of them tonight. You can see as well, first with 6. Only 10 points separate 6th and first position as well. So if you can get into that top 6, that is a lot of points to put towards your grand total. But as we said, the balance is always key. Eliminations, 2 points per one. That for me is where things are really going to get interesting.
You know what else is interesting? The results and the things that are important that come along with the finals, of course, prize money. But it's
I was
also
probably
very
concentrating on the game at that point,
once
Fish.
again, I must change it. It was a long journey.
Some points I couldn't pay attention to
I
FNCS
scoured the deepest,
because I had streets
driest
and Peru's.
deserts, and after almost being eliminated to the desert heat, I found the oasis. There, I retrieved the gold, brought it back, forged the Axe of Champions, digitized it, met with Jones, and we had a very long conversation. Afterwards,
Yeah, your
I
name
decided
changed,
to
Charles.
place the Axe of Champions in game, and now there it is. Now you've known the full lore that is totally true as to how the Axe of Champions was.
GG's.
Now here's the else. Now you're that's totally true. Do not watch any other region because this is it. This is the true story. I've changed it every region so far. Okay, let's talk about Middle East. Remember, we have a 3-heat system. Okay, so their results are already in. You can see which of their 6 trios are going through. Now this is just number 1. But take a look, boys. I mean, for Draftel and company, they're feeling really good coming out as the number 1 seed.
Yes, and I hear draft out in that first place position. XJam in that second place position.
Oh, it was in quals.
All for their typical position. Representing medal there. These guys had much of that secured their spot.
Well, I've already failed on that one because I've already forgot what happened. I've already forgot all the matches in quals that we watched, if we watched them.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that second place team there as well. Jam has won 15 eliminations in their 4 games. Second place, huge. But you can see here as well, we have Heat 2. You can see the top of your screens there. We have Scully's trio with 173 points there, which is pretty substantial. They had a great tournament. I mean, as you can see as well, the 6th position as well. Points again in the Middle East always seem to be very, very tight. I think every single time we've ever had a competition, it's always been a few points there between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And again, we're the 2 top teams. 10 points actually for this particular heat. It's actually quite a large deficit compared to usual. But our top team there, you can see Scully's trio. They had a great day. They didn't have any victory royales. However, they did get a lot of eliminations, particularly the latter 2 games.
I'm glad Scully qualified for finals in Middle East.
2 victory royales apiece as well, which is huge. In particular, I want to highlight the 3rd place team there, ASMI FT, Faisal King as well. 2 victory royales, both with 11 eliminations, which is huge. A big shout out to Steady X Trio, Dylan's and Silence as well. And qualifying for.
Code is just at the top of the screen, guys.
And GG's all around for those guys too. Absolute magnificent.
There's the code.
Yeah, always love the always some tight competition. However, if you look at Heat 3, your first person with 220 points, creating a gap of 84 points between them and the 6th place spot. So these guys were absolutely.
Schooly, bro,
I'm
Schooly.
looking at their match history here, and they got a 4th, 9th, the 1st, the 12th, and the 3rd. And then in that first place, victory rather. They had 16 eliminations. So these guys were definitely here to play today. They had no doubt in their minds they were going to go ahead and qualify to the finals. Huge shout out to Behaviour there in the second place spot. Lead also as well his trio clutching up. They knocked the Victor out, but they did average 6.73 eliminations. So that is, there is a lot of elims going on in the Middle East region. I mean, it was just so awesome to see this gap from like who's at the top. And even if you look at 5th and 6th, right, it's a 32-point difference there. So the top 5 here are really blowing everybody out of the water here.
Yeah, they really have, and I want a big shout out. Yeah, looking at the stats here as well. I think our second place team as well, Digger Boots team, first game of their day, a victory royale with 14 eliminations, setting the pace, and that's where you can see a score like 198 there. Obviously Dumas 220, but if you get a good start in any of these semi-finals, it really puts wind in your sails to give you a real bit of gusto going into the rest of the 5 games remaining as well. But as Vivid put it,
one thing I certainly need to start buying more fruit.
20 to 136, all qualifying, but that massive difference is unbelievable. But GG to all players, amazing to see, amazing.
Yeah. And then we're going to be taking a look here on Nate East to see the first seed that took place a little bit ago, and I really wanted to highlight this difference because, man, Blake, apparently, and Scoop were, they won. They won. It was their day. Because 115 points in them, and 6, I mean, like, 2 victory royales, right? In the last victory royale that they got 20, ready for this, 27 elims.
What? 27? That's mad.
Yeah.
27 eliminations in one. I mean, that is almost unheard of. 27 eliminations. We've seen this in like obviously previous rounds. Kind of where you see, right at the beginning of the competition in qualifiers for the early rounds. 27 first place, amazing. But again, there are big names on the screen you can see as well here. Obviously, Liquid Scoped, Okies and Blake. Congratulations, you guys, for coming in top spot there with that. Amazing. And that very much, that was their last game as well. That was their last game to clutch it up. And then exactly that, I guess a lot of teams kind of feel a lot looser in that last game, thinking, I'm just going to go for broke here. I have to do something. And to get 27 eliminations, you can see they certainly got very, very excited there. You can see big names. Again, obviously, this is Heat 1. We have Heat 2. We're hoping tonight with Heat 3 as well going on. But Heat 1, you see Aspect, Kazu, Fishy, D-Roller, Spegu, and Straw Hat Charlie. We featured these guys a bunch in the last few weeks. Kind of, some of us predicted them on the desk here, the casters as well. Hoping these guys will go through. They have done exactly that. And the same goes for the likes of Tabs, Teo, and Pledge as well. It's good to see that there's a lot of victory royales.
Liquid Scopes in first place.
Came 8th and 10th, for instance. You can see Buck Tees and Jaden Shots as well. Getting victory royales, but just did not have enough eliminations. Only 15 apiece for those 2 teams. Just not enough comparatively to the likes of Scopes trio with 61 boys. 61 Vivid.
I mean, how are you supposed to get eliminations, right? Like, if you're Bucky and you're James Shots, how are you supposed to get eliminations if Blake, Lucas, and Scoop are getting 10 elims a game?
That's that.
Elim a game average right there. Like,
Let's
I don't
go,
even
go,
know.
go.
They're just stealing all the elims, making sure that these trees can't qualify. But super stoked, as you pointed out, D-Roller, Spegu, and Charlie making it through the finals because I highlighted them a bunch of times. Wanted to see them in the finals with an uncontested drop shot because we talk about them a lot when they like this. They do so well. So I really hope that when they get in the finals and here,
Just seeing as well, I see like Little Casper and Smack there, another great trio there. All of our ones competing are great, but these guys we featured a lot as well, but they're going to have to go through reboot round now. They're going to have to try and do their very best to get a victory royale. There's only 2 of them up for grabs tomorrow. And just hope they get lucky going through to the final, because when you've got to go for broke, lads, you've got to go for broke, and hopefully, there's a lot you've got to go through.
That is definitely Jack this time.
Your kind of, obviously your ability in the game itself. Think about the mental battle as well, trying to kind of the pressure. There's a lot of pressure to make FNCS finals to go for that big prize pool, as well as kind of the bragging rights of winning FNCS, the actual champions obviously mentioned. But here we can see as well 11th to 20th place on the screen. Other teams that have taken place in our reboot round are coming up here as well.
Yeah, that's definitely Jack. So see back my little bush boy out here, Jack.
That's still quite a lot of people there, but they just could not get themselves into that final circle.
Felix's trio because I have really put on my own. I'm going to get tomorrow when they always play so well. They're always near that top. Like they're 11th place. They're so
To be honest,
mentioned that kind of like heavy factor, right? That pressure.
I'm not letting anybody join the lobby.
Same thing, so they trios, like they suddenly weren't because there's just that pressure, right? You drop on the 50 spots, hoping to think we have it, but one mistake, one little misstep, and that other team will have it out for you. Now, really quickly, we do have some highlights of some trios that we think could be pretty tops coming into this qualifier number, or this heat rather. Take a look at some of these awesome great plays. We're gonna talk through a little bit of what you got.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest storylines is that, the frag close battle has been going down. It has the possibility of continuing today because Shootout, Shootout, and TK are in this heat, as well as Magwood, Illis, and Tragic. They are also in the same heat. So we may see the continuation of the battle of Tragic Clips.
Yeah, we're hearing there's going to be a few little changes here. Wise stuff is going to get really exciting. I've no doubt we're going to talk about it a lot, but interesting that players are considering changing up what they're so used to in semi because it might give them a better advantage. We can see as well, Jamie, Threat, and Rise, a trio we know very well. We know that these guys are more than capable of getting themselves into the finals. I mean, as well, Landon Holly Hedges.
That's what you think, Fish.
They have a lot going for them. I think, comparatively to Sprite, David, and Tahi as well, I believe the Beach trio that we know kind of seems to be there or thereabouts on their own as well. Like rumor has it, Intel tells us. Again, another team we saw them last year do so well by getting through a reboot round as well. So another team that I think is really capable.
How do you know don't say what no to you one day, bro?
Now, kind of the politics of what can kind of happen.
You're getting a little confident there.
Here at Craggy Cliffs, right, as we've seen from Macro's trio and this T-God trio, we are kind of hearing that T-God might come over here to do it. Now, let me talk to you a little bit about Fortnite, quote-unquote, politics, because let's just say that Mac was having a great time here at Craggy Cliffs. He was going into game 5, 100 points ahead, right? T-God's like, this guy talks a little bit of smack to me over, tells me at Craggy Cliffs. I don't know about what the fact he's first. I think we're going to go back to Craggy Cliffs and leave Dirty Knocks and see what we can do to kind of stop that from happening. So, when you're creating these relationships, you make sure that don't step on too many toes because, it could come to ruin your tournament down the line.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point you make as well here, I think, because as you mentioned at Craggy Cliffs, we saw actually last week the two teams, Illis trio, Pigos trio, were going head to head, and it felt like Pigos found up. They could have won 4 out of the 6 kind of contestations. This is so aptly point, which is interesting. Towards the finals next week, the reverse mirror, and they are waiting in the wings at Dirty, as you can see. It's interesting they're going to go there for this one. We think this is a better well, and then chip back there. Should they qualify? Back next week. Flavor. Some of the areas you mentioned as well. Holly Hatchery, down as well. Japanese guys just saw by what we know so far. On their own that area. We've seen, I think, time and time again. We'd love to see them but I think it's significant that other teams choose to not have that initial off the bat, kind of go contest because they want to give themselves the best chance of survival. So I think teams that are not necessarily contested are the real ones. As you mentioned as well, Tahi gave Sprite as well. We saw, we're going to talk about last season of the reboot round. We saw Sprite last season, one of the biggest clutches in history, reboot round history, against Cal's trio. Sorry there. But still, we've got to give these guys credit. We know that in that situation, they the pressure, they can deal with that. They can do it. So that'll be really interesting to see as well. But we've got a lot of areas. There seems to be a lot of stuff going on, and I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, there's a lot of areas where, when you get not necessarily getting the team to the level. You get PYs like lazy late players. We know that Stretch's trio loves lazy. They can usually have opposites of finals. This trio loves this. They're not
not want to be in finals, right? In finals, you have to be playing as optimally as possible. You want a shot at the active champions. Let's see how that all unfolds. Really quickly, gentlemen, let's talk predictions. Talk about the trios you guys think will come out in one of those six spots after today. Now, Vivid and Monte start us off. Hamilton, Patch, and Gary. Now, because Adam, this is a trio that I feel like you have a love-hate relationship with. Like the times that you pick them, they have not performed. Then the times you don't pick them, they perform. So is MDF picking up on your vibe with that?
I mean, MDF doesn't have the best track record. Let's not, when it comes to predictions, let's not be around the bush. Let's be honest, lads, alright? Let's be completely honest. He knows it, we know it too.
Ooh, one tap.
Saying about them, I should have picked them. I think they have totally got potential. We know Pamster earlier this year, he won All-Star Showdown, solos, incredible player. The other two compliment him massively. I think they have got a really good chance tonight. I think, my personal vibe with Gabe, Party, and Sprite, I talked about them as well. My prediction was the fact that I believe at Beach they look like they're going to be on their own. On a good day, I know these guys have absolutely what it takes to get through. And I know for a fact, having gone through with it last year, yes, it was magical to watch it evolve before us, but they're going to want to go through in that top six. I cannot imagine any team that does not want to qualify through semi naturally going through the ordeal of going through tomorrow.
Yeah, and then we have Jamper and Rise, I mentioned before. I love the fact that Jamper has found a trio where there's a fragger.
Who got left on one tap?
Find all these situations where he can lead his team to victory from a support role, and then Reese with a little if they are unlisted, but you got to and why not, Adam? I hope
Vivid's new name should be Vicious. Vicious. I love
Wow. Well, Fortnite fans, we hope you guys are ready to get into the action. I don't think about so we gotta buckle up. Grab some popcorn, grab the slurp juice because we want to board the battle bus. We've got Monster Face and Race that will be our casters. So I guess MDF, you want to defend yourself or
Time for game number one. Beep beep.
Where it starts to get extra good. During the qualifiers, they were tough. They were good, right? They were intense at the same time. This is the last moment. The last moment. Does that really count? The reboot round, really want to perform. This is where the pressure is absolutely.
Chat just got savaged.
That reboot round, you just cannot rely on that at all.
Yeah, you can't. This is going to be that drop-off we talked about in As Rumor holds. It's going to be true. Tragic, Smackwood, and Illis have their drop-offs themselves. Craggy Cliff, for the first time, uncontested. I mean, this is honestly a blessing for their trio, right? We already know that they have the capability to be that elite trio. I think, all things considering, apples for apples, when you look at the rest of the lobby and who's inside their heat, they are easily up at the top as far as the favorite to pick and to take this all home. So I'm happy they have the best odds now, at least to kick things off. But like we mentioned, they're not completely safe, right? You never really know who's got something up their sleeve.
And hopefully they can make the most of the situation they're given. If you remember back to last week, qualifier 3 didn't go so well for them in terms of leaderboard, but one game they got off spawn, a single match they won off spawn, they won the game, right? So they're managing to capitalize on the games that they managed to make it out. So what I'm hoping from them is a lot of eliminations and some good placement and get a good lead, so that if something was to happen and spot-wise, if he got team decided to move back here, if their games weren't going
I'll be back, chat, because I forgot to bring my energy drink up.
the worst thing that could happen is them being around like 10 after game 3 to 4, and then it not go so well for them at that point, and then it drops off switch and it gets more difficult.
Here's the team that was the counterpart, the kryptonite to Mac
Liquid Illis and Tragic, I say in the weeks to come, or the weeks that rolled up before the semis here, P-God, TK, and Peterbot, who, by the way, surprisingly nearly qualified out of, what was it, week 2 of the coverage that we had there. Just a pop-off. Phenomenal performance from P-God, TK, and Peterbot. Mind you, going head-to-head, this is a team that I really do have high hopes for. It was going to be Cartoon Paul and Unreal, but they're going against the other grinders in hide and seek and his trio here, and they're going to win that fight quickly there, Reese. That was a quick wrap-up, and that means several points going into their favor.
Can you miss it? It's over there, you know, that was Cartoon Unreal. You Apostle, you're about to talk them up. They're like an X.
Open my front door and I could hear everybody's cheering and screaming and shouting at Leeds Fest.
Game number 1, you know, not going so well for them so far as we could see, but the next few games can kind of come back and they can perform a little bit there. Back on with P-God team, who's now finally starting to get into the engagement to build pretty well. I'm interested to see how this plays out. P-God has switched his drop spot up. Will he win these fights more than he was winning the Craggy fight over? He's just moving to another drop spot that's basically he's just gonna have the exact same defense.
Yeah, and the problem here is, you know, you don't leave a team to go to another team for fighting, right? Like you want to leave that drop spot in order to up your chances at surviving the tournament.
Yeah, because Leeds Fest is on in it, so... And it's literally... They're hosting the event literally 30 minutes away from my house. So if you go to the front door and open it, you can hear music and everybody screaming and shouting.
The fact that they're here, it's clear that they don't want an early game fight, but it's they've had a very successful track record of winning these early game fights, so now.
I think you're totally right. You know, the teams who are going to be landing here are not going to want to fight. Potentially why they chose this drop spot, because it's easily the most splittable, we'll say, but at the same time, you know, they can get their metal and then they can escape, which is something they've really struggled with, in particular when it comes to that drop spot of Craggy Cliffs, right? There's not enough metal for 2 teams, there's not enough loot for 2 teams, but you saw from what they started with this engagement with, that they definitely had enough loot to grab the disengage to move on out after that. But look, as you said, this is not how it's going down. Bill's team is just getting straight in, they're looking to be aggressive, and given that P-God team is now stuck defensively in the basement of a house, they are not in a good spot to try to win this engagement now.
Yeah, I do like at the very least they managed to come down here and get material, but that is slowly starting to fade here now. As you can see, the mass are starting to run out for P-God. He's trying his best to put up a proper defense, but look, the overwhelming angles that are coming, they basically frantically looking left and right here because of the way this starts to play out. They are doomed. There's nowhere else to run from other than up and out of this build. And that's down to whether or not Bill and his trio wants to actually back off at this point, which again, so far it seems like they have that upper advantage, right? Because it is their drop on, so it makes sense as to why they would want to fight it. But again, so much risk involved here. Is it just going to come down to some tag trades, or will it become more than that? TK puts up a very good defensive shot right there onto OMG. You can see that forces to back off there. Is that enough for them to earn respect?
They're going to quickly back in. They're going to keep going in for that. I'm more worried, honestly. Usually, a strong strategy from the Steamy Stacks team is to rotate in third party this fight. And this fight's been lasting a long time so far. So fully back killer and crucifix from Steamy Stacks. We may see them rotate in through in this game because it's on path. If you see that southwest zone that they have to go to, because right now, even if this fight ends now, it's lasted so long that we know both teams are going to be scuffed from this anyway. Someone's not going to come out good from this fight. And honestly, somebody's a good risk.
And I was just saying, not to mention, look at all the heavy material coming out from both sides now. At first, it was just P-God's trio down in the low ground. Now you can see Bill, OMG. Look at all the brick and metal they've invested up on the high ground. At this point, it is no longer a benefit them to stick around. Because they've very crucial, guys, to the entire formula of staying alive in these very stacked boxes,
what
especially
happened?
later in the stages we go when this FNCS continues to develop. Here at the semifinals, no, you can tell, just looking at the speed there, not many teams have gone down up until this point. Fights like this are going to continue to be drawn out because of the skill caliber behind the trio of Peterbot, TK, and P-God. I highly regard them as one of the better trios out there on this heat right now, and there's a reason why this fight just didn't end instantly.
Yeah, and you can see builds up on top with no shields again. So it seems like that entire trio has run out of refillable shields. So any tags that come through them are going to be almost deadly at this point. So Tigo's team, along with TK and Beautiful, have managed to expand out, get some more angles, but it seems like they're being fully tracked and they're aware of what's going on. Flash is still fully ahead of the zone, so they're going to be able to hold Tigo no matter basically whatever way that they rotate for PR7. Now it's a ticking time bomb as Flash actually gets dinged, so that's another 45 HP. And Emily finish, and it's going to come through, but yeah, the finish comes through, so Flash is fully eliminated. That's going to be now.
Ooh, so I could go back for the riff, but it just disappeared.
Well, now it's a 3v1 fight. And that's what we just talked about. Taking this fight against the veterans of this trio here. There's a reason why we have them so highly regarded. And we talked about a shotgun exchange for Peterbot, the upgrade of the legendary pump. We forgot to mention, he got a med kit. He got the heals as well. That was the most crucial non-healing that you could have gotten there. And now look at this. He picks up the Lex one as well. OMG's gonna fall there. All three to the hands of Peterbot. What a massive play for him. And they have all the heals in the world too now. This is why you don't fight the team that lands there. You know what's gonna happen now, Reese? They have the confidence. I think they now know, hey, we even got this team on check as well.
I think so as well. Now is the time where they have to decide exactly what they're going to be doing. Are they going to hit their metal? Are they going to hit the rotate? They should be okay on Surge. And you can see on that west side of the map, you can actually see that's potentially Banks' team coming from Steamy. A little bit late in the storm. I'm thinking there was a long engagement that was potentially going on there. Maybe even one of the Orchard teams that was going on. So that isn't looking so good. You can see them hitting the zip lines up above, unaware of Peterbot's teams in the background. But look, I hope we can check in with them later when they get in zone and see what their situation is, because they're not going to be able to harvest up their match. They're going to have to do something way, way worse than that. As such as Cape Time Sprite is not. Look, 110 builds onto them. They've managed to get themselves a good spot in zone, but at the same time, this second zone now goes really south. And the key to this, look at how far south this zone goes in that bottom right. In this position, you have to make sure you're across the water, because all those teams are going to be boxed up, staying in misty meadows, going to be sitting on the hills, and you're so in the open when you start moving along the water. We had the exact same game, pretty much the exact same zone to this in Qualifier 1, I think it was, for NA East, and all the teams from the East ended up being eliminated. All of the teams who ended up getting straight on that misty side were doing really, really well. Seeing Gabe kind of hit Sprite, grab the car, understand that they can rotate early to get into that ball. Very, very good for them in this game, but I hope they have enough tags.
Vehicles are just grossly underrated, I swear. Like players just forget that, hey, this is the way to play the game. You have to go and cross out. Oh, they didn't want to there. That's going to be unfortunate for the team focusing on them. Luckily, though, they do have just enough distance between themselves and the opponents across the water here. But hey, they've done the hard part. They've traveled a fair amount here, and I do see a sniper in Gabe's hands here. So I'm thinking that he's going to be able to at least put some pressure on the Sniper's crew up above there on their rotate on through to the new zone. But like we mentioned, we've been here before. We've seen this zone before, and so have the players. This is the worst type of zone you could ask for.
No.
But you know what? They're taking the zone into their own hands, and I love that they've used that vehicle nice and early to get to this new position.
Under the water, across, because they're not full tunneling, they're not full waste all the materials left. A little bit of move to get themselves across. Now they're in the zone, but yeah, again, I mentioned this is not the position you want to be sitting in. If you're staying this far to the side, the elevation they have, the sideline is going to be extremely cool. They came above them is in a good spot, but at the same time, they're all going to have to rotate south after them. The chance of them road stands is so low. And even guys like Ryan on this side, which is one of the best spots for Storm Circle in a zone like this, because there's so many teams rotating past here. Look at how many teams are to the south of him, right? That hill that he's on to the south is going to be so much better than their current
GG's.
But even if they get the tags, they still have to go through the miles.
You know what? This spot, let's just highlight how good this spot is right now for Rise, Jamper, and Threats. Yes, they are below the surge, but they effectively had a chokeway, right? Like, that bridge, you do not want to be on land there. It's going to make it so easy to just funnel shots directly into you. But more importantly, they get sightlines on the water here, right? These little side angles are going to be very, very cheeky, because that main island, that's what everyone's focus is going to be on. How do we get there? They're going to be looking up at the team that is up there as their primary threat, and they're not going to really realize that Threat, Jamper, and Rise here have this great side angle to add this additional long-range pressure. And that's why they're finding some key tags right now. And honestly, this is just the first to come, right? There are many more teams that are going to start migrating this way.
Alright, and 9 teams above with 17 players to be eliminated. That's not a good sign for them. That's really not a good sign for them. Now going to 4 above, so remember, they're probably still going to need 150, 200, maybe more tags, maybe, at that point to make sure that they're okay. They would peer about how much do they have? 646 above. Okay, so from the fight that they had, at least the fact that it was...
See, the problem this day and age is you can never tell who's using a Corona's max or not.
Now the rotate is what matters, because look at that. 20 builds with no heals, that's a toughie.
Yeah, that's what I'm most worried about.
In the basic hacks, you can just tell straight away
They're trying to decide what side do we
who's
want to
using them,
from.
because they're getting instant ban.
No, there's too many teams onto the eastern portion there, so they're going to start favoring the middle of the map here. They do make it to a piece of land, and the fight is just going to break out here once again. I'm assuming that Peterbos is going to make the call here after they heal up, probably push this team. They are desperate to finish this fight, but no, the weakened wood builds, it's all set on fire. It's going to set the floor blaze to as well, and Peterbot is not looking very safe at the moment. There's one knock. This might just be the end of them. Oh no, the focus comes through. The cone explodes there too, and the server focus wraps them up. And after a great,
Actually, you can use a Cronus Max on console as well.
It's the storm, it's the clock that ends up taking them out.
Now Mikey's team, however, look at the position.
Just so you know,
Center, third,
that's
looking very,
so
very strong.
it's possible to get hacks on console.
Teams are going to start rotating into this bar are going to be killing right now. They're going to be absolutely chilling, in particular if they get further up on top of the hill. Mikey's team, I'm guessing they've boxed up the launch pad from here. A little launch pad right onto them, yeah. I'm guessing where McNasty's team is, where that launch pad is, right? Because see there's no cone on it. There might be one just sitting there. So if they need to rotate that next zone, they have that built-in mobility already.
So basically, for near the Cronus Max, basically you plug it into your PC and program it that way, but you plug it into your USB port on your console, and then plug your controller into that.
Absolutely worth it. Absolutely, for all that extra loot and the elimination points.
Yeah, and looking, the trio up above decides, hey, we're not going to jump in there. That fight ended way too quickly, and they saw the feed there as well. So perfectly done for them. That's going to be a.
But I know when I was looking at the Cronus Zen, that already comes pre-configured with, scripts and stuff like that. So you don't even have to code them yourself.
Aiming for more of a center approach right into Misty. I love that Jay's knifey.
It's a big industry for these controller mods at the moment.
Not many other teams have decided to take the wide sweep.
Yep, it's a good rotate from them, little dead side, which hopefully if they've already got the Storm Surge tag, since it's ended already, they are absolutely fine to do. But this is a really tough spot regardless because of the huge amount of elevation that comes with this kind of zone, and they may be putting themselves in a trap going down here, honestly, because they're going to have to make sure they go up and consistently elevate a little bit higher.
You see a lot of kids on Call of Duty that use it controller mods. Especially since Call of Duty weapons, there's a lot more sort of weapons into with recoil and the attachments and stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you called it perfectly right there. If that trio would have decided to continue to focus
Call
on
of Duty is full of hackers nowadays.
But you know what? They get up, and they get up with only investing wood, honestly. Like, not bad at all. At this point, is he going to continue to base out? Might as well. He's made it to the top perfectly there. There is a trio. He is trying to decide, hey, do we have an opportunity here to actually ambush this? There's a possibility here. They can snatch a pipe from the side, and Knifer's going to go for it. He is going to start cranking. He's going to get over.
Just pronounce it out. Just pronounce it out. It's Cronus.
And just like that,
Cronus Max and the Cronus Zen.
But hey, with this high ground, with this elevation, this fourth zone, it's okay. It was worth it.
Not only okay, it's desired right now, especially given the fact that this could definitely pull downhill in any which direction, and being up here gives you so much sightlines and visibility on the entire map, right? If you need tags, very, very easy to get because you can see the entire lobby. You can see where everyone's going from here. And then on top of that, if you need to rotate anywhere, you can just make sure you can see where the teams are going. You can plan the rotates way, way easier. You can see that launch pad that I was talking about earlier, not boxed up. On them, they should make sure they had that solidified earlier, but all of the teams on the south side were going to need to rotate. Abe, Tahi, and Sprite, after us seeing them doing that early rotate, not managing to make their way there as well. Polarized teams along with Haji to make a tough rotate.
Look at this team starting to rotate rotate around the outsides as well, taking up for the path that the Donnie and company go ahead and took over. I love that we see a team there. Pan carry, in fact, like we mentioned, that's a team to look out for. That's definitely my pick. They have also decided to sweep around the outside of that mountain. I saw Tragic's, Illis, and Macwood alive as well. A bit of a late moving.
Charles almost killed him until he slipped on that banana.
Only a team that will prioritize the early positioning, so I guess it just, there's a reason why these teams have been having a hard time with this hard south pull for those northern spots. If you didn't get a vehicle to get deep inside, then you can see why all these other teams started to trail behind.
It is, and look, this is always my favorite zone, and by favorite, I mean favorite to watch, not favorite to play, and all the players will definitely not think it's their favorite too, because you gotta wait that anticipation in the next 30 seconds to see where the fifth zone is gonna pull. Oh my god, you're right, they do have 16 as well. Hold on, I'm getting a little bit in front of myself here. Where have they managed to get that from? Because as far as I'm aware, they've been uncontested at the same time, so that's 2 full trio wipes at the same time.
They didn't have a single Elam when they were inside the vehicle, so that means the positioning they put themselves on an island. I mean, getting there
let's go.
And that high ground team were able to look outwards, it seems, and just find those Elams in the process. That's actually massive for them. And now look, these are killer angles right there. Being able to see right under those builds, break the floors, catch the feet. You know, it doesn't mitigate the damage. It's still full damage if you get any tags on. So very, very nice angles here from Tommy, Gabe, and Sprite. I am very curious though. Notoriously, Gabe, Tommy, and Sprite.
Just a little late, was you, Lucas? Just a little late.
Custom lobbies. But if they can actually find their momentum, find their footing, if they've patched up whatever was holding them back from before, I am super, super interested to see how well they can play this out.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. Hope they can get a top 10, and let's be real, they'll be looking for a top 6 as well, and that's huge for them, given, like you already mentioned, their difficulty performing in these set lobby environments. So, right, they're kind of set up well. They have the pad, they have the fifth zone too, just like much of the rest of the lobby, which I'm sure they'll be thankful for, because let's be real, I was going to say, if that fifth zone pulls all the way south, this is one of the worst. One of the worst for the entire lobby, where they all have to go down a hill, but luckily, for I think what seems like 80% of the lobby, they pulled the fifth zone. They're going to try and claim as much space as possible. But Tragics has been eliminated, which we missed earlier. They managed to pick up full team-wide 3 eliminations, but they lost a member here.
Yeah, that's rough, but you know what? It's a blessing in disguise. At the very least, the zone is going to favor their side. So everyone that...
See, if people want me to start doing more creative zone wars and that, they've got to be more active in chat.
This spot that they're in and try to figure things out. And you can see that is why Matt was trying to gather.
People are joining the games, not being active in chat, and then in motion it's not helping out the stream, because YouTube doesn't recommend streams to people that are not active.
Launch pad at the very least at the moment.
I would hope so, given this point, because this is when everyone is probably going to start to use that mobility. But hopefully some of the teams are smart and they understand that the zone after this could go back up. So we want to save some of those launch pads. Getting ahead of the zone on these hill zones and getting as far down as possible is so advantageous if you're one of those teams who are on the south side. So Mako's team, for example, is on the complete opposite side, right? They're deep into the dead side of this zone, which was a really good decision. Now they can use this launch pad freely. You can see no one's going to block their heads at all. But it's so tough when we're about to see probably chaos. And I would be very surprised if we didn't lose at least 10 people on this first moving.
Yeah, this one's coming all the way off the mountain, ladies and gentlemen. Like, there is no one in their right mind.
See, the worst thing about it, Fish, as well, is the people that are joining the customs. I've noticed if there was another people's streams, they're actually more active in chat.
Position themselves to come in nice lane. They swing their way around the outskirts there. And look at this, they make it relatively unscathed. It's not bad by any means, and they're on the outskirts, but no, the exit boys roll up on the wall. They're breaking into the tarp. It's a full-on fight. I think they recognize it's a 2-man team. 3v2 situation for any pros is difficult. We already know the stats. Not many will walk away with this in this kind of situation alive here. And for Macwood, oh brother, he's trying to stay alive. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and launch that at this point, just to go ahead and distance himself from them and make his way back to Illis. There it is. At least he manages to stay up right now. This is where the big placement starts to come in, Reese. We're in top 15 territory, but Shark finds Macwood either way. Breaks the floor there, and Illis is now by himself here.
Well, this is going to trying to do what he can against this unrelenting pressure coming in from a full trio with Zucky just sitting underneath, but good elevation change to tunnel and move at the same time. And seems like the outside boys and Clarity are going to try and leave him alone, but Ill is down to 47 HP and barely any builds, but he picks up a big 120 on the Zucky, who was a solo down below, and now he's getting pressured from the zone, and that was actually Knight completely finished at the same time. So 14 HP left remaining to his name. Elevation change, and he seems to be in it, but no hatch, he picks him up.
You know what? He's done enough, though. At least he found himself an extra placement point and an Elam there. That's going to be huge. It could come down to a number of single-digit points here at the very end. So we're going to see if that was enough to clutch him and push him over the edge later. But at least Shark and Clarity are out there, the only duo on the low ground right now. The only team that actually has proper footing on land here. And the zone is favoring right back. So they're going to get to recycle this material for high ground. The commitment was worth it. Donnie, Jays, and Knight still untouched up top, healing one another. You can see they have enough, and the favoritism of the zone is going to play out big. But look at this.
There's a lot of people that's not active anymore.
Dave is still up, though. He is going to be able to play for the save here. Taki is holding on to these walls right now, but the pressure's coming in now from underneath and the wall in front. And yeah, there is going to be enough time for him to get the save. That's the big one.
Managed to get revived in the back of Storm, but now every other team has managed to get ahead of them, so they have to find themselves a good lair with only Wood remaining. They've managed to do it. Fantastic positioning from them. They're always going to use the chuck cannon to get themselves healed back up at the same time, but they're trying to get in front of the Storm and break their way through on this final moving zone as it pulls far again. So this zone has just moved back and forth, with only 8 buildings on the gate. He's going to need to be looking for an elimination as a full trio to get some sort of materials refresh to keep him going with Spike's team up front with Leo. You see when they open the board and a big shot comes through, and they're going to try to psycho in. They're going to try to fully commit into that, but a player gets in the back, and he's easily hit for a big shot. That's one full elimination onto Leo, who is down there, and the pressure comes from above.
And where's the heavy material, though? No one's going to split it now. It's no time to. Dave's got to run here. He looks up for high ground. He finds a little opportunity to find a new layer, but no. They're going to expose themselves directly up to the team up above, and now the decision is going to be able to come on down. There's no way you want to take on that team. They don't have enough. They're going to have to fight their way through. Luckily, it's all wooden builds, and Dave takes some fall damage there, and a solo gets caught out as well. And all of a sudden now they're at 10 eliminations. They've done enough. Dave finds another solo there, puts Bully down, and just like that, Dave is clutching up here, putting his team into the top 5. Dave, you are incredible.
12 eliminations from the team so far. Gabe still left alive and solo. Shade, however, still up on the ground. Gabe has 0 materials. He picks up another one onto his captain. He gets the finish as well, but no, he is picked up on low ground by Jade. Sniper playing heal, still way up on the high. Clarity also playing the heal at the back of Storm. Chase manages to get knocked there, so Clarity is going to play as much as he can with this 2 double chuck cannon, but no, both of them ran out, so the victory royale will go to Sniper, Jays, and Donnie, who kind of early on in the mid zone managed to be dominant through the entire moving zone as well. And like I said, the victory royale.
What a ridiculous game right there, and my oh my, big match here at the semifinals. Right now, they're it's going down right now. Share the head ADC. That's just a taste of what's to come for the region. We're gonna toss those to the death.
That's how you double boom.
Over there. Get what you got, guys. Gabe, what is going on, dude? Oh my, this is just game 1, bro. Chill. Wow, there was so much in those final moments. Adam, I'm so impressed. You know, Sniper, no one to stay up top. Larry G, who should have been gone forever ago, by the way, makes it to second place. I don't know how it is. And of course, Game Die is right. 14 eliminations. My goodness.
And there's a slippy. I've got oil on him. From the sun-dried tomatoes.
Yeah, he just kept going. He didn't even hold his health was on hospital. Like, he was getting healed, and I was like, wait, he just got up. You know what I mean? And yeah, I think I'm very to be there with the not with that, the illest, Yeah, what a game 1. I mean, I think we can all agree that the Storm was not
not being kind at all to our trios there. But, you know, obviously we're in the background here. We're going to cheer obviously everybody, but predictions were like, you know, bantering back and forth. I cannot believe Gabe popped off there. And what do you know? They are top of the leaderboard right now. Yes, boys, 24 placement points, 14 eliminations. 14 in game one. What a way. We talked about this at the beginning of the show. You know, if you get yourself a great start to proceedings, and I think that team I talked about before, I think from the Middle East, I think it was 14. Actually, no, I think it was our E1 team. It was Scope Street. 14 eliminations in game one or whatever it was. It gives you a massive boost, a massive 52 points right off the bat. It is incredible. We can see it though. It wasn't just game coming in right. It was a lot of other trios as well. CJs. Knife Fishy, Donny as well in second position. Night Shark and Clarity G as well, you know, as you mentioned. They're currently in third position there, 26 placements. I mean, Vivid, what a way to start. This is an incredible semi-final so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Fast there. I'm just really happy to see Night Shark and Clarity.
I'm gonna loot my dude.
And them finding their rhythm right here in game one is a good thing as well as the rest of the way that this goes. So hopefully they can make it challenge with some good, 5 games they have left. My choice are Jamie, Threat, and Rise having a rough game on only doing themselves up 8 basic points. They're going to be themselves in 19th position. So, there are still 5 more games, but not
yeah, we saw a couple of trios, obviously, again, predictions for this match for Tragics. We saw Tragics go down pretty early, even on the road. Two of them. Same goes for Jam and Brett. Jam's went out early on. The duo trying to survive in that final storm is very, very hard. There's just the two of you when the lobbies are stacked.
No, we're not doing zone wars.
I mean, so many teams that we want to focus on in this, and I think one we're really excited about is obviously what's happening at Dirty Dogs. This earlier on today, Ego Trio choosing to switch up from Craggy and instead go to Dirty Dogs for potentially an easier ride to some degree here, hoping to go up against a splashing trio here and trying to get some easy wins. But it wasn't easy, did they? I mean, they used a lot of mats. It was nowhere near as simple as theirs than they thought it was going to be.
Oh, I mean, this is the thing about switching up your spots, right? They probably weren't as experienced with Dirty Dogs as they are on Craig, but it's kind of a new deal out. They ended up choosing this duo because they noticed that, like, people that were in there probably weren't as experienced as an active bunch of players, right? Like, that trio...
Let me clean this oil off my controller. Can't get a good grip.
They couldn't rotate anywhere near as quickly. I think that really cost them in the end. We saw Jam and Rise at the end, completely uncontested. They get the run of the mill to do what they want and get as much as many mats and as much loot as they can as well. So it's contested versus uncontested. For me, I'm still mixed with it.
Nice, man. Fortnite, baby. Fortnite, that's what we like to hear. We just heard
Fortnite.
Head on back into the battle bus. Of course, we got Reese, we got MDF, we are attackers. So back on. Yeah, we're still coming off the hype train right there. What a big game one right there. And I just want to talk about the significance here about the coaching that Gabe taught and inspired now, giving themselves like 14 eliminations.
I mean, that's huge. Let's be real. That absolutely the so far into this match. I mean, 3 of those games, that's incredible. We have 3 of those games off the bat, but that lead already hits them so good because, kind of like you mentioned in the previous game, that they're not necessarily known for performing really well when it comes to custom set lobbies. So in this environment, getting such a big lead in game number 1 is obviously a confidence booster, and also an understanding that the strats that they employed were good. In particular, the fact that they had a south zone, which for them is really bad being a quick sense team.
Yeah, not only that, it was off the back of a freaking.
Have a beautiful time.
These don't happen very often, but let's not forget, I'm pretty sure Gabe was also the man who went viral with that other clip in the 1v3 or the near 1v3 clutch up victory out. Oh, is this right? Yeah, so look,
shows that they're all crazy though,
I was gonna say this team, right? They just have that special, I think, star power that maybe now the Fortnite community starts to realize and give them credit for. But for our game 1 winners, Donnie, nice in phase, talk about beautiful execution, sweeping around the mountain, taking high ground, just completely having the team unsuspected. They had their arms out. They didn't have honestly, it was a very risky play, right? They didn't have a lot of material up until that point, but they were willing to put it all on the table for the win.
Shoot the UFO, not me!
shows that they are an extremely smart team, right? They're thinking ahead. They know that these zones control all the way. They're in a high run they're get up there as high as they can, as early as they can. To prepare for the worst, and like you mentioned, it worked out. You know, I'm trying to think how many materials they meant to doing it. Instead to get up the hill to start given the fact that they're down there. And they probably only spent a little bit more materials ramping up on top of that team who's already up on high, because they would have boxed them anyways. You know, it's not like they would have been standing in the open. So, you know, I think they probably only used a little bit more materials, but to solidify themselves that kind of position.
Hey, Clipper.
Well, that's why I was really
Dude's
nervous.
focusing me in as a player there in a UFO.
Oh, they're shaking up here. Yeah, I'm like, dude, they're building out this deadly.
That's everyone's biggest issue at the
Right
moment.
now. So I knew they were going to be low, but oh man, wait for them to really figure it out. Go gun for gun right now. Three on the other side of the wall. This is about to open up right now.
Bro, my punch didn't even hit.
What a great headshot right there. That's gonna start to even things up for them because Leo, Spike here, they don't have max shield.
Stop, how dare
He's
you.
gonna take his own friendly damage as he's starting to push on in now. He has to connect.
Give me the loot and start shooting at me mid-air while I was running from a dude with a UFO.
But hey, they still have the high ground.
Look at the pinch they're doing. Completely beautiful. Leo up in the middle is nada. And
If that dude in the UFO comes back to bite you.
so much pressure on the Leo that he's now down to 8 HP with no materials remaining. So hopefully the pitch goes through. But they're going to pick up Leo from below, but also balance is being picked up. So now it is a 2v2. Actually, Vantum goes down at the same time, so it's a 2v1. This pitch ended up being in the ball as the white tags come through, and that's going to be the fight over with. They're going to be able to get Leo back at Pleasant Park. But at the same time, we have to worry. Is another rotating passer from stealth, he can have to run. You're gonna see that in the
Oh, look at this. The aggression coming out of Peter Bond. It's, oh my god, he's popping this off right now. That was a great shot there to get it, but it seems like I talked like exactly like that. They're gonna have that confidence this time around, and you know what? Build, splash, and
Don't worry if I get any clips, all my clips are captured automatically.
honestly, because but you know what? You want to fight, they're gonna give you a fight, and now it seems like they're pushing a more tactic here. Early game aggression.
I've got a software that captures all my clips for me. And then I don't have to go back and re-edit my streams.
So much faster than that fight in the first game. Incredibly faster. Now they have that time to get the metal that they need out, right? Egon, look at the inventory already. Still has that purple AR with good shields and good metal still. And good metal, right? They can just get a little bit of loot here and then dip because they can get their brick elsewhere. They've already got their storm search out. This looks like it's set up to be a really good game for them.
And a much more forgiving zone. Just across the board. Look, it's right there. They have all the time in the world here to work off of their land. It's, you know, honestly, a perfect case scenario here, and it all makes sense. This is why they have this upgrade. Just dish them out there for the gold call. So it looks like things just started to connect here. And you know, it shows that they have a little bit of strategy, right? They understand the drop probably better than we thought. There could have been a secret card up the sleeve there for all we know, but hey, it's working out this time around. They have again all the time in the
Jack, here's a tip for you. When you see him go to take your wall, make sure you have your weapon out.
From the zone down to the length of game 1 point, right? This time around, if they can prove us different, they still can have a
Yeah, historically we've seen this. I mean, I feel like the majority of teams realistically that aren't like doing top 10s and being the top teams every single week have that exact same issue, right? The mid-game storm surge is just such a detriment to a lot of people. It's known for having a ton of stormers, you know, anyway, so maybe focus on that front for a lot of the strategies at the same time. But you know, the NA East region is so known for high threshold. Guys like Shard, Knight, and Clarity kind of consistently struggle with it a little bit across the seasons. Like, you know, to see them do well in that first game, that's a really good sign. Hopefully they've learned from their past mistakes and look at what they
GG's not gonna lie though, Aqua likes to W key.
Yeah, definitely. It's a preference of choice, though, right? Whether or not pros like to use it is one thing that seems like they're so behind. Yeah, kind of rough, dude. I think that's a great pickup right now. But you know what? Is what it is for Knight, Shark, and Clarity here. Again, they're coming off that third place right now. They're in hot. They're sitting pretty in this game. 38 points in game number 2 right now. Nothing to overlook. This is a great position they found themselves in. Remember, top 6 is the cutoff here, so you want to remain up there, if not very, very close to it.
They're going to get that nice early rotate, and you know, it was nice to see them on low ground at the end of last game because it was very reminiscent for me of when, you know, season 4.
Vivek's nowhere to be seen, but
they had a really, really big performance. Think of that season, potentially season 5. You know, they were on top of their game at that point, and you know, they've had some difficult seasons since. They have. So if they're back on top form right now, like we could be in for an absolute show. And this actually might be their Storm Surge strategy, just driving on past.
Yeah, there's a vehicle coming straight down. It's polarized in his trio right now. I don't see a tag landed from Clarity's perspective, but doesn't mean that one wasn't hit. Have to be careful though. Just looking at the map right now, we can tell there's another trio lurking nearby. If I'm not mistaken, there's a bush there. Potentially, if they could be sitting. No, they're just completely ramped up out in the open. Knight's already spotted them. This is why they're dead set in their tracks here. So, pinch between a couple trios at the moment. This bridge did not yield out any elims for Threat, Rise, and Jamper, by the way. They finished that last game with 0 elims. I was keeping a close eye on them because I love the positioning that they were in, but they couldn't take advantage of it, which is completely unfortunate. But I bring that up to say this zone's going north, right? So this bridge is going to be, you know, again, not that likely to have players coming through at this point.
Yeah, and that's one of the difficult things you got to understand. And for Storm Surge, you have to
never been an Xbox fan.
It's advantageous in terms of sightlines and planning of rotations. Yeah, traffic. That's the right word. I've been trying to think of the right word for that for so long, and that's such a simple one. You finally hit it right. Traffic, player traffic. There you go. And what you got to understand about these kind of zones is that
I think anything built by Microsoft has so many vulnerabilities.
So when you're setting yourself up down from that, you're in a tough spot because you know that a lot
Look at the amount of vulnerabilities Microsoft's operating systems have had over the years.
As we now see, the second zone is also pulled far east as well, which means that east of Lazy Lake is usually going to become a hot spot as well. Some of the hills around there, some of the white snowy hills that you see. So some of these spots that in particular when we've just gone from the exit boys and Clarity, they're going to need to make a far rotate. But we did see them have the car with the big wheel, so they should be okay.
Yep, another team you saw just make a quick move right there. Matt dashes, Pam carrying fast. It could be the focus.
Hopefully Windows 11 should be secure
but they have a big rotate to make
with it using inbuilt encryption.
Time to get rolling here. As you can see, the storm is going to start moving in just a minute, but it seems like they need the tags if they're just sitting here because the surge is also going to become a very, very true factor too. Sniper shot squeaks right into that build there, and it's going to be high alert mode now for Jamper, Threat, and Rise. On the other side, it's that same mountain we talked about. These are the key locations, the key choke points for trios that should be starting to be very, again, moving through these areas, these valleys. And look, it's looking like a ghost town already. The teams are already cut and gone.
Yeah, top level teams understand Storm Surge and rotations are gonna go quick, right? You know, if you're not in a spot early, you're there way behind and you're getting held. So Itai and Sprite understand that. They're using that tag to rotate in. Now, despite the fact they are getting tagged up for Jamper, Stretch, and Rise, which is great tags for them, right? That was at least 40 damage that we saw coming out from there. They're not gonna be stuck far behind.
That tax is on minimal health.
And given how many teams have rotated past here, hopefully they're going to understand the amount of congestion that you can see is already starting to happen in Lazy Lake because players are going to be sitting building out. There you go, you can see up on the hills, all of the players now starting to go back.
Those guys are taking some heat.
I give it to production for that kind of shot. Give it to, I'm going to, a round of applause.
That was scary though. One of the things I never really took notice of is that once the car sets in place, so does all the floor there, right? So the decision to quickly swap over to the max or the heavy material there, that's just something that probably the pros subconsciously do in that kind of situation, but it's little techniques like that that are going to save them from taking tons of damage. And you can see Tahi only gets ticked once there, so very, very well played from them. There's a reason why they're up at the top right now, and it just seems like they're in form here, Reese. They are looking to be in very good shape. I love this early rotate. I love the position they're in now. They have, again, at least a little bit of a lead on the team from Lazy Lake.
Yeah, they're ahead of them, which is good, right? You always want to be ahead of the congestion as much as possible because if you're in it, you know, you got to rotate past it and through it, which is really, really tough. Seems like Assassin's team right here. You know, they look like they're in a good spot. They have good sight lines, and I suspect that they're above Storm Surge. If they're not, quite frankly, they've probably just been missing their shots. Yeah, they're above. That's what you like to see. But look at the zone. look at the amount of people in that bottom right who've gone in there. This is always one of the most difficult spots. If you're ever in a POI at the edge zone, in particular at the congested side of the zone, you have to make sure you're in a little bit, right? You cannot be in amongst this congestion. So many players are going to lose so much shield at this point. You've got Bully's team in here and a ton more which are all going to struggle. But it seems like Illust's team, along with Macwood and Tragic, are still in it. They're looking to go for some pre-edit plays. I saw that little wall there. So potentially they were below Storm Surge. Yeah, it seems like they've just.
The Xbox, I think it is the Xbox Series S that does have 120 FPS as well.
That was all that mattered for them. A couple shots are going to be exchanged, and at least they're alive in the game right now. Will the 175 hold up? 14 players have to go down now, so that means those trios are going to start getting very, very active here soon. With just 20 seconds on the clock, I can assume that it's going to start getting very, very volatile. Those numbers are going to be shifting around here. And Macwood and Illicit Tragic are not safe. This is why they're trying to look for a rotate into the new storm line. And notice they're distancing themselves from the opponents next door, the one that they already started that fight with. But they've now put themselves between the team on the hill and, of course, the team that they were battling before. So a much more dangerous spot to be in here.
Indeed, notice that next zone pulls even further for them. So it's a toughie, right? This is a tough one to go through. Unless Macwood and Tragic, like we said, above the Storm Surge, but look at the distance they have to go to get to the third zone. That big white hill in the kind of southeast is a tough spot to get into with all these players here. Basically, no one's in it.
Unless I'm thinking of the wrong Xbox.
Look at them, the side rotate. They've been following the guides. They understand what's going on.
I'd love to see what team that was, because that team had the mountain outside of Retail Row, and they gave up the mountain and tried to make a mad dash for the center white mountain, like the big mountain in the dead center. That's actually a very risky play, but it's a great play.
Here's my guess.
P-God. Yep.
P-God's team. They got the eliminations. They got an east side zone. They're going dead side because they have their Storm Surge ticked off, so they don't need to worry about it. That's the thing with the dead side rotate. You can't go there because you need the tags. You need the Storm Surge tags. You need to get somewhere at least near a congestion. If it's not in it, somewhere near it. But that's why playing dead side in these super stacked lobbies is so tough. But if your contested stuff spawn, you can take advantage of that. Have such free, you can have the freest rotates in the world, which is exactly what I think that seems to be doing.
Yeah, it's a fine balance, balancing out how you want to play it. But hold up, little 3-2-1 action on the metal cone edit there. Have to be careful. No shots being tagged through, and look, it actually turns out to be Dictate.
Oh, let's go.
Mountain here, but wait a second, a knock comes through onto Zucky there, and all of a sudden Dictate rotating up very aggressively here. This is going to give the free reign to rotate down too. Look at Bravo and his trio making his way on up as Wrigley's coming down to support Dictate here on the push into the box. And it seems like they did not get the finish, but they did alpha up the loot. So at least they get to steal some of the loot here. And that's what I'm guessing they recognize. They noticed the knock come through, and they wanted that extra material. Was it worth it, though? Because now Bravo and his trio have gotten really close to them.
Yeah, I think it's still worth it at this point. They still managed to claim that high ground, and I think the other team still would be able to get themselves in that spot before. I think it was this fight still going on between Macwood's trio and the team is chasing as well. It seems like Macwood's trio A has the position advantage and the HP, but
also, Fish, I think I found someone more angrier than you today.
He wants to get in the zone. He's not trying to fight at the edge of Storm deep in. I think that other team is probably struggling a little bit with their tags, given the focus that they needed to come out. Now the rotate's going to continue to come through. They just need to make sure they inch their way in here. But regardless, they're going to be in such a tough spot. And Bludge, I think, is going to be picked up the Storm. He is at the edge. It's unfortunate for him.
Yeah, he gets knocked right there, perfectly done. And let's not forget that team did have upgraded shotguns on their heels too. So another reason for them not to turn back and take that fight by any means here.
Thanks, bro. Thanks. Make sure you put on those notifications, because I do have a banger of a video being released in the next few days.
Again, open up some risk angles there, and this is why they're starting to be targeted here. They're going to get
Oh, I need to go to the bathroom.
Luckily, they are going to be able to at least reconnect and save some material, but no. Out comes the wood. That's a sign that they're running out of material here. And here comes the server focus. It's not looking too hot for Macwood or his team right now. Tragic's the only one who's got a real, I guess, stance in this game at the moment.
I can already feel a tweet coming out. Huh. That's what happens when you rotate in late. You go from that super north-hand side, right? You go hit the edge of Storm, you get fighting people there. You're going to be in a tough spot. You're going to get focused by the whole lobby because they're going to see that you're fresh on those builds. That could just get tagged back and forth along with Illis and Tragic. They've luckily managed to get their HP back up, and they still have that surge to get them fully up. So I'm not sure if using the Homophobic was worth it at this point, but potentially they're going to have to try and get an early rotate, and they just want to make sure they save those cannon splashes to make sure when they rotate, they're not just getting beamed as much as possible. But a lot of the teams still down here on the south side are not in a good spot at all. As you see, that fourth zone pulled to the west, which is kind of lucky given the amount of players who are on that far side.
Yeah, I was gonna say the play might be get max HP and launchpad out, right? Like literally, I can only see that. Yeah, I was gonna say this has to be the only option at this point. They're gonna go for a low pad here. They're gonna cut across, and they're gonna have to commit to a fight. Deemer gets tagged right there. Illis is going in the box. He's going in by himself before the team even touches down. But his trio's here. That's a good cone catch. And no, the player slips on out, and they are now officially fighting for the surge as well. So this is a desperate fight for Tragic Smack with Illis. Their tournament life depends on winning this battle right now. They need the material. They need the tags. Everything riding on this battle and this fight. They're going to reset for a second here, but it's not over just yet.
Yeah, but I think this is the time they're going to try and wait for a shot, wait for an angle, get the triple spray on, and just get in. That's it. Illis just playing his best, being aggressive play style here, and jump straight in as they have to, because Tragic has one build to his name. He can't do anything with that. So I think the play is just to phase in, do what you can here, because if that pressure comes out from any other angle, there's almost nothing that they can do to prevent it. But the white tag, the white 30 tag comes through, and this is the time. There we go. The pressure comes out from the third-party teams, and this will not be good for Tragic Mac with Illis, because they have nothing to hold. They just don't have the materials to do it, and disengaging from the fight up at the top may not be the play for them.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that that team that's looking down, they just really don't have a great angle on the other trio. Naturally, they're going to target the team on the low ground, thinking they're the one in the weird situation. But in fact, it's the other way around. It's the low ground team that's putting in the pressure up above. So, you know, it's just basic core mechanics. You usually, I guess, a textbook play is to focus the team on the low, and that's what's going to backfire here. So a hard situation becomes a more difficult situation now. And look, they found the tag, but they didn't find the loop. We know that's what they need. So here comes free engagement now. They're gonna have to
see some guys out night owls.
Yep. I think we need to take that fight, to be honest. Now, see, you know, the pressure's...
I consider myself a night owl.
Now, you know, they've used tons of their max, so even if they get them, they're not going to be the best spot either. So it's going to be a tough one for them, but for Game Chat, he's right. Look at the positions that they are in. He's on the build all the way to get to his spot. Hold on. Macwood team's back in it, but two of them not. They picked up the final elimination, but Tragic and Illis are down. So I think that's a single finish for the team yesterday. Illis to manage to get that elimination. So they did do it, they did pressure, they did go for it. Now they're waiting for the Siphon because he's got that launch pad. So he's getting another launch pad, got some materials, but will he be picked up out of the sky? No, luckily, no one started to focus on him. He's going to build out as much as he can, give himself some room to work with, make him try not seem like a solo. But now here comes the pressure, and
Start for a casual swing.
come out from every single angle. He's going to try to do his best to get away from him now. On soft mass, down to wood left, so I'm guessing this will start to attract attention to other players who are around. But it seems to have slowed down a little bit now, and they have a chance to breathe.
Yes, right. Puts a couple shots down, but not enough to go and finish it up because his team's spread out, focused more so on holding up this high ground at the moment. And again, look at this desperate situation. A single elimination here, only 13 points for Macwood. Hey, at least they've broken into the top 16 at this point. That's another point.
Probably swing back to the chat to win now.
It wouldn't be for nothing, so it's really up to the back of Macwood to clutch up here and keep his team in the front at the moment. But for Gabe's audience, high ground is theirs now. They have to mount in top. They literally just finished wiping up a team. I saw it in the feed there. So we have at least 3 eliminations in the map to pick up off of that. And look at that, they're changing hands here with launch pads. They probably have extra. Perfect situation. You talked about a 3-game sweep for qualifying their way through. It looks like they're about a game away at this point if they can just hold this out.
Yeah, they could be set up for it already. A little bit below strong surge, but then the players fly through the sky. As long as they can hit a shot, they should be okay. They're going to hit that little pad. And this is where everyone is in the sky. This first moving is so tough. No one up on high ground, and in fact, many people try to land it. This team will try to claim it at that front side there. They don't seem to be contested by anyone. It seems like they've got, but game times right, and on the second time, they maybe go for the top line. No, they're not. They're going to hit a launch pad again, and then try and get ahead. They've not put too much focus into getting high ground at this zone, and it's so high. They're not going to go for it. They're going to try and play a nice mid-ground layer. There's probably 16 different layers between where they're at now with the high ground, and it's just not what's going on.
Yeah, the issue right now is surge. They have to find the fight here. Tahi is going to find
What's good, bro? What's good?
Look at that. They're now only 49 damage below. This is another big fight here. Can they catch a fish in the barrel here? They just need to get survive at this point. 11 players will have to go down before the surge gives up. And I mean, the pressure is at an all-time high at this moment. They might just be able to survive it though, who knows? There is only 30 seconds left here.
Good,
One
quiet,
point
bro.
comes out. I think that's a knock. He might have found one on the backside once again. Just call it Mr. Clutch at this point. It is Octabackle. That's a solo. We all know that's worth it. And that is why we're now at 15 teams left alive. Remember, we just you know, celebrated for Macro being in the 16th spot. But he's going to be the first player to go down, making the team actually roll over here. The points, that was big for Gabe.
Under pressure, these guys are cool, calm, and collected.
You're more than welcome to send me a friend request.
Not even fussed about the Stormers while he trusted his teammates to get the tags off, and now they're in such a good spot. Almost 400 above, but no materials, but another elimination. Two for Tahi here. That's 2 finishes as well down onto Spike's team yet again at this point. So they are more materials in their inventory. Unfortunately, not into Tahi's, but they have managed to get the match from that. They have the heals. You can see them being fired now. They need to make sure to get a good there because these guys are absolutely popping off on Mega, but no Sprite has been picked up by the spray of another player.
Yeah, that's beat the Lupian. They had that little side angle right there. And now it's a 2 versus the world situation here. Luckily, to solve with that, they're breaking through here. Out of material, Tahi is going to go on long side up. He's going to land on height. He's going to try and take it. No, it's all risk at this point. He has nothing to build up here. Get off the layer or find a player is the situation he's in at this point. He has to get off. He's on another. He's pushing him down. Could not get the knock. On the finish there, Wrigley is going to fall. Will the clutch come through for the other side? We'll find out soon. Tienko in the box. He's going to go
Anthony's
down now
copying
as well.
kids already.
These are just all kinds of shots being exchanged here. He got Peterbot, TK, make another endgame. They are here. They're bouncing back now.
Beef is on high ground.
To counteract the points that he didn't get in that first game as well, but Beef and Lupian still holding high ground as a duo. 8 eliminations to their name so far, but will they be able to pick up the victory royale when they're not as a full crew? Peterbot with 5 eliminations. Wow. TK with 4, he got with 2, 11 to their name so far. And look at the match, they're still so healthy. This is a TK can get healed up and pop those minis. Incredible pop off from them. So down the end and polarize the team just down below.
They have to make this one. They have to use condition easily as well. Peterbot dropping the heal here for his teammates. You guys pick it up because I think I'm going to commit. And Peterbot's looking already. Remember, he's the This is his time now to shine. He can continue to focus. Your way from Peterbot down. He gets caught there. He gets down in the storm. Now, trio. To polarize. And Penn's not 2. And all doing enough. Lupian's to fight. Peterbot still on low ground. Gets tagged from the side. Reason is going tag. Can he close out here? Just a single one. And he's going to do it. There it is. A 15 elimination game. How does he one-up everyone again here?
There's absolutely no way from the mid-ground. The NBA Live has a full trio, right? It's crazy, but that's like the least advantageous position to be. You have teams below, teams above pressuring you like sandwich in the middle. But no, they are calm. They do not care at all. Shot after shot connects from Peterball. 8 eliminations. That's such a tiny shot. You saw 14 tags right there. Fantastic so far. Look, we can bring the high.
15 eliminations. Wow. GBR-JAMIE and Sprite, that first game, looking at the leaderboard right now, we can see that they remain on top with 85 points because they still have themselves...
No, you don't get knocked from winning, and the game will end once the last person's dead. Or once the last person.
Now, they did not hold back in that engagement the second time around. They were aggressive and they got out of the POI quickly. And you can see they were pushing away and absolutely dominated that game. Fantastic to see. Beat, Lupian and Zakibishi, another team trio to highlight as well. A team we saw do well last season. Here they are again. You know, they are up there, the top 6 right now in fourth position. 13 eliminations, 34 points. And a big shout out to Knife Shark and Barrett as well. 42 placement points, matching game targets right now after 2 games. Really good to see as well. But, you know, as we said, 6 teams go through here, Vivid, you know, in the semi-finals tonight. And you can see 7 of 10 there are on their tails, only a few points. And a good game to get themselves into that top 6 position here. Who stands out in the top 20?
Well, yeah, most of them my boys, but they're actually so that standard. Wow, okay. They are 21st place, so we won't see them if you're on.
They're so good. They're so good. They didn't even make the screen. They're so good. They didn't even make the leaderboard. Brilliant.
Oh my goodness, man. You know what? We'll see what happens these next 4 games. I hope you your words, man.
Well, it's a good thing we're highlighting the very trio that I'm supporting tonight with my predictions. So, obviously, you know, they had a great first game. GBR-JAMIE and Sprite. You know, they 14 eliminations in game 1. I want to highlight some of the kind of the reasons we think they're doing so well. One thing I want to highlight is vehicular traversal, aka
Charles just got oofed.
We saw both games actually they're rotating superbly, but Gabe has really stepped up here. I think in this situation where the circle is closing in, knowing that he is on his own, and he's got to do what he can to score as many everything in this managing to go all the way with it. I mean,
even, you know, south, think about what they're paying
That's a 1v1. That boat is noisy, I can't even hear Zeke's voice.
The semi-finals. Don't forget, watch.fortnite.com. Another great place to watch. It's literally this exact same thing. It just also has the leaderboard up, so you never lose track of what's going down. You heard the battle bus. I don't know if my heart can contain this. Reese, MDF, send help, boys. Send help.
Yeah, we're gonna need help too, because Reese and I were talking about saving some energy for the reboot round and how we were trying not to lose our voice for that, and then semis comes around. It just reminds us why we love Fortnite and how unpredictable these players can be. And my God, what a game! Like GBR-JAMIE and Sprite are bringing all kinds of action. And think about PGOT and TK. You can't help but root for them after that performance.
It's true. If we load up tomorrow and we sound like this, like I'm sorry, it's been too good. You can blame Peterbot's team, you can blame Sprite's team. They've been going on an absolute show so far. Realistically, like 4 more games left. If we keep having matches like that, man, what a show. Day as well.
Sir, here it is, early game fight. Peterbot's gonna get knocked there. This is not the way you want to start your game number 3. And already you can see that OMG and Splash, they don't have enough material to get up to finish off.
You just getting high ground without move for Shibaka.
Now it's gonna come down to whether or not Bills can put those shots in. Will he find them in time? He's gonna run and save TK here just a moment. TK has to pop his heel a little early, but again, it's not over yet. They can still bounce back from this. There goes the finish onto Peterbot.
He's coming, he's coming, he's coming.
It is looking very, very bad here, but at least TK and PGOT are with one another.
The worst thing about this is the longer they lead this, the more difficult this becomes. Teams get more, well, they still have the disadvantage in terms of numbers, so either way, I mean, it's not good to start with, let's be real, but either way, like, this is a tough one to try and win at this point with a member down. You lost your main fragging ability too. Ooh, it's going to be tough, and I'm not sure how well the other team, the other team is going to be looking after that card, right? They understand that PGOT, that they need to make push onto the card to be able to actually get the maximum amount of points out of this game to play as a duo, then it's a tough one. It's definitely a tough one for them. So hopefully they understand that and they keep an eye out on where that card is, especially as this is a good location. Hill or on top of the two spikes.
Yeah, look does have the card here. Luckily, there's a vehicle here for him. The Earthquake doesn't get tagged when the rotate out. That's beautiful. And he won't pick up his teammate too. They might just be able to get away here. Barely, but they will. Now we're going to switch over to the faster vehicle, which already has self-rated tires as well. It's almost like a planned getaway at this point. It was all just working out here for them. Can they get over? Yep, they do. Little tech right there. Look, they're done.
They're out.
Fish, what did you riff for, even though you didn't need to use the rift? Or did you use the rift by accident?
But right now, for P-God's team, as a member down, they're going to have to figure out how to get this reboot. And this brick spot right here, easily get them both capped if they decide to go to it, which they don't. And
That's definitely a 5.
Retail drop. Seeing if anything's happening in retail, currently where Beef, Lupian, and Zuki is. And if they can go in there and get a reboot off quickly,
That was definitely a 5.
they're in a tough spot being on that east side of the map, losing a member down.
I would say though, luckily, this is game 3. Game 3, again, does tend to pick up the pace a little bit here, right? So the likelihood of it being a super stack surge, like this is the time, if any time, the game's going to move a little bit faster because teams are going to be a bit more loose in the game at this point, especially after that game 2. For Mikey right now, he's trying to pop off here. He's not going to be able to clutch up. Zuni's, AV, and Mikey do go down for the first time, losing their draw spot now to Pledge and DJ. So this is the problem with contested drops.
Guess what, Fish? Since we've been using Fish Noob all day, nobody's stole the code.
And look at this, now we're watching multiple teams on the other side of the losing end.
Yep, Match, Pam's doing
The code is at the top of the screen, guys. Top of the stream.
See so far coming into this season how they performed, particularly after watching the All-Stars, right? That was a good event. They're currently in second, so really good performances from them so far, but I don't think we've really seen much of it, right? They've just been consistent.
Also, the code is Fish Noob.
And a 6 with some good eliminations too. I've seen those big pop-offs. Yeah, but if they keep playing like that, like that's a qualification sorted. Absolutely. Also, if you're sitting thinking you're going, why is there so many big pops in the middle of this? A lot of times when teams have
Just
POIs
here.
uncontested, don't do
What
this.
should I
Don't do this into
say?
opens, by the way.
Just
Don't do it in
here.
opens. You can just throw all those heals into the middle. All the person who is the designated big pot holder will pick them all up after that, right? If you're in opens, or you're in a
It's
lower
normally
level, people are
just-
gonna come in, they're gonna steal
It's
them,
normally
because they
just
understand
full
the players
map
around
kill
them.
on
They can
site.
all throw those heals into the middle while they're looting, be as efficient as possible.
Yeah, it's a very different type of dynamic, but let's get on with Bully, Bankteller, and Elsa here, who are in a very interesting fight here. The situation here is that they want to be aggressive right now for the tag. This is an early game fight, and it seems like they've managed to somehow catch this team off guard, but the team's already played their proper defense, healed back up. They're kind of in stance prepared for this battle, so it's a full-on commitment at this point. This can go either way. It's really going to come down to who can find the first big tag at this point.
Fish, your merge is a
There's a small
noob.
one coming out into Elsa, losing a little bit of HP. This defensive play style is interesting. Again, Elsa's team alongside Bully and Bank. Ooh, are getting the big defensive box.
Ooh, that's huge.
And that's the first knock coming through, and hopefully Elsa's play a little bit slower here because they know they got Looney picked up. Continue to pressure.
Bum,
We
bum,
see Bully's
bum,
team
bum, bum.
complete pinching all the way around, and this should be when the team collapses in as we see all the different angles they've got covered. The second knock comes through as well, and that's the third. That's how you want to win a fight. Get all the way around them, box them up basically into a house and apply that pressure from every single side, and then just collapse in, right? Collapsing into the middle as soon as you get those big tags off. And that's the Storm Surge. That's good. Given that they are the Steamy Stack team, which traditionally is difficult to get Storm Surge out of, that's
Leave our Marge alone. She's a very hard-working woman.
already. They are set up well for this end game and mid game already.
Yeah, and this is actually going to jump them way up into what would be a tie for top 10 at this point. When we were setting ourselves up on the standings there, 41 points to break into top 10, and then 43 for top 9. So the fact that they've caught that full team Elam, that full team wipe, at least kind of evens the playing field for them, puts them right back into the conversation. Listen, Bullies pulled top 10s in FNCS finals before being contested on a drop. The fact that he has it uncontested, I think it's only a matter of time before they continue to, I guess, heat up, right, and get back into this game right now. So I would surely say they're a team that can finish top 6 today.
Definitely, definitely. There's a lot of teams that can, though. That's what's worrying for a lot of these potential teams that are coming through. That there's only 6 spots remaining, and there's 33 teams in here. But again, check in with the X-Set boys and Clarity G, who this seems to be the exact same Storm Surge strategy we're seeing, just loop for cars driving
That's
past.
mega cap, so that's mega cap.
His teammates have just left him here. They've just gone. There's two dims.
You mega capping, bro.
We're just gonna play this as a duo, just fully committed to leaving him. That's a shame. That's a real shame.
Look, we have a save going on down in the bottom corner there. That's right, they are going to be able to pick up P-God, Peterbot, and TK are back in the game here. Peterbot being revived there, rebooted on the van inside the retail row. Risky for them to stick around there since the zone is sweeping, so it's coming south again, guys. Like, more like south, what's it, southwest-ish, right? So, but hey, the play is to play for the save there, and that's one of the few places they're going to get it for free.
Man, those north teams aren't getting.
Let's start.
Not yet.
They just got a long road to. They got a long way to go, which is unfortunate for them. But hey, maybe yet again we're gonna see another Misty Zone. 3 in a row, like, you know, we've crashed in some tournaments that have had very similar zones, and it's always a weird experience.
I know one thing, since the hospital messed up my prescription,
but this one does seem to be a little bit more centered, I think.
and I've not had my medication yet.
Towards that misty area, but it's good to actually see that Peterbot, P-God, and TK managed to get that
I'm
result.
feeling the
And
symptoms
the
of
but to the north, there is still
the
teams
symptoms you get when you've not been on your medication for a bit.
It doesn't seem like they're aware as that team starts to push in.
Yeah, they're looking in, they're
Chest
looking around,
discomfort
they're
and
moving
shoulder
really quickly.
pain.
They're probably
Shoulders
inside a vehicle
pain.
on the hunt at this moment. Have to be careful here. But again, you know, at this point, we saw what happened in game number 1. They didn't make it out of Storm alive, or at least not for very long. At this time, they're going to get dived on too. So this is a full-on Storm fight here. Peterbot going for the heels here. He's going to go and tank up. He's ready to take this battle. I think the team that rolled in kind of realizes, hey, these guys are ready for this fight. And all of a sudden, they're going to play for the disengage, not noticing that Peterbot did have
Hey, Jacqueline.
So,
The code is just at the top of the screen, guys.
I'm happy that they got the vehicle. They did not get
Code
those
is just up
upgraded
here.
tires on, and that's all because of the hands of that trio that just rolled in out of nowhere there.
They're hopefully going to make their way in, trying to figure out what they're doing, but DK is going to get picked up. There we go. We've got a north zone. That's what we like to see. So that first zone's
Really
fully
good.
center. That second zone's going to go further north. So a lot of that congestion in these zones becomes really awkward around that bony area. You know, the south side's going to be very difficult because there's some really awkward elevations, in particular in that purple area right there. The new season 7 area with a lot of water in there. That's very awkward when it comes to the positions that players are sailing around it and in bony.
TK would have sniped. TK had the snipe. Yeah. Look, he's pushing into the body. I think he's actually got the body. They needed this so bad because they didn't have many tags. They were pushed out of the drop. Oh man, it just gets better and better for these guys.
Hopefully that's going to be a headshot snipe finish, so more Storm Surge too. Oh man, it is indeed. The full headshot damage comes on through to who's at that DJ as well. So they've picked up, I think that is now a soul left out. The materials have capped. Hopefully P-God and Peterbot are roughly similar as well. Suddenly, they are back in the game.
You wouldn't have known they were nearly taken out off the drop. Desperate for loot just a couple moments ago. One sniper is all it takes here. And not only that, that was the team that contested. He pushed Peterbot into the zone. TK was here to basically catch revenge there because it was P-God and Peterbot who was inside the storm line there. What a big play to bounce back in the game. A pivotal moment here. And that's just an early interaction between the two. Now they're going to put the in W here. No Elam for this team. 60 points though. Already, that is a great spot to be in. Their last game.
Anyone remember all the fake kids, all the fake streams that used to scream, "Oh no, Kevin's, there's destructions coming to
Yeah, I mean, they were on height as a duo, so
Steamy
I'm not
Stats."
entirely sure which point they lost the third in that game. So we just saw them
And
on
then
height.
seasons later, Steamy Stats is still standing.
Hopefully, if they
I do
manage to
remember
have a
all the
game where they
fake,
stay together,
all the fake loading
exact
screens
same way, and that could
have
be
destroyed
like elimination matches.
Steamy
They've got it,
Stats.
like, turned on. They're ready. They understand what they need to do. Again, we're gonna have to wait and see because they have none to their name so far. Still early game. They're about Storm Surge. Like you mentioned earlier, we don't have stacks, right? We're down to 74. This is exactly
Actually, I think a POI is going to get abducted. Another POI is getting abducted. Let me check Discord.
Yeah, this is the pacing. This is the cadence of a traditional, Fortnite, high-end, like an FNCS, high-caliber type game. The trend kind of changes, I'd say, season to season, and for this season, this has very much been the pacing of the game. Like, come Game 3, it's a little bit more loose. Now, that does not mean your next Storm Surge threshold is not going to be a difficult one because it really is. So the shots that Peterbot has managed to find here with Pigot and TK, look, they're basically
So Corner
sniper
gets
shot in the
abducted
clear.
next.
That is the one shot that they put up right there, the difference maker for them. I like that they try to go dead side here, but it seems like they've gotten a bit targeted, trying to play the terrain at this point. It's the smart thing to do at this.
Also, the Will Smith's gonna be out tonight.
Med kit here, and it's just a matter of getting into the zone, maybe getting a little bit deeper here if they can, but otherwise at least they're safer now.
Yeah, with
Will
the Storm
Smith
Surge
skin.
they've got, they could rotate north a little bit. That's going to be more dead side given that this second zone is full. So if you go to that north side, that's with at least 12 players to be this side of the map right now. You can see so many rotations here are tough. There's multiple builds, but one of the side builds team that was the first seconds of this game from landing using gearbox building. Same with Game Canyon, right there. That west side, right, Leaders Beach. But they're 305 above, which they tons of tags. But doesn't really seem to be anyone in their way, right? Relatively free, there's not people that would bully. They're just in the zone, so they should get relatively free.
With this fun stat here, Trio tied the race. And I think came around outside of that. Double check there, but man, teams are on record pace here. That's truly the story. No, it wasn't just game, like you said, game had game one, but man, Tahi was the story game two. He was finding shots.
I don't know why it makes that noise when you're spectating somebody. It doesn't do that when you actually fall through it yourself. It's full mark, kill on sight. Those are the rules. Right, we've got goals.
I want to see an over 20 bomb.
We've got gold point.
We've had already a surprising amount of high elimination from a number of different trios. I can't even complain at this point. Batman and Gary looks like Bash makes a very interesting play to go ahead and finish up the double. Get punished in the process. And once again tagged
Ooh, all that shield they could have grabbed.
honestly, put some respect on it. You might as well use Matt at this point instead of getting tagged. They're going to go ahead and do that. Now the high ground team realizes they're on the run, so it's going to cost them a little bit more. But it's just a quick dash here, a mad dash to get to the new storm line. There it is. They're going to slide through the hay here. Reverbs. This next zone's going to pop. There's only zone 2, and I feel like we're so far along here, but these players are just all around, like hugging the perimeter of the storm. It's been pretty tough for our players to rotate.
Yeah, I mean, this is center zones are always weird because realistically, this zone had a dead side, which is the north side, but overall, right, because it's centered, you don't have those players that would rotate a max distance from one corner to move this out, right, which actually gives sometimes players a little bit. At the same time, it can be more difficult, right, because wherever you look, there's one direction having 5, one direction having 5.
Here it is. They're going to go for a clean.
Go for the headshots.
Remember, this is going to be the let the players the next time going to give them a lot more respect. Process Gary willing to boldly stand out in the open here to protect his teammate. And there it is. They do make it to the after this. All things considering, but hey, it's perfect that at least they got to the safety, and now they're here as a full trio. They have now solidified their positioning here in Storm 3, setting themselves up for 4 into 5. And remember, they are up in 2nd place right now, so consistency coming through from Pam Stu. He's managed to find his now take it into trios. I love that this team is finding their rhythm right now.
Yeah, P-God, along with PK and P-God, also managed to make their way to the top. Very, very good for them, but the same
He's got
time,
sniped from behind.
on the team.
Ooh, some terrible
They
aim.
have a launch pad. You know, I'm not worried too much about them being on this position. It would be good to have this 200 shield, right? It's also
Now's not the time to go AFK.
yourself rolling, but at the same time, right? It's not the end of the world for the callers. They notice players on the bottom and they're going to start being pressure. Maybe find those 50 bullets in some of the enemies.
Time to switch gears now. 30 damage above the surge. That's not enough to survive this one, and they know it. And this is why they're trying to get shots up above. They decided to get a little close, though. Danger is near, but no, they grab the player in instead. And all of a sudden, that guy's plan backfires here. It's going to be McNasty who they find there. They're setting up for the big tags as well. Of course, they want to get that sniper damage in if possible here, and they are going to have that extra moment to do so. That should be enough to solidify them. This one, it's not enough to take them into the next one for aggression. So that is why they have to continue to be active. Game Tidy right now. Where's the price? Right now, out of this situation right now.
Just in front of him.
Really making the most of what you have, right? 2 eliminations, but managed to truly maximize.
You've got to account for bullet drop off as well over distance.
Now starting to close, and that 5th zone is appeared on the north side. Is actually Gabe goes down to Stormhurst, and Tahi is still being tagged as well, just now as he gets above. But Gabe is hopefully going to be able to get picked up here, and this is not looking good. It's very, very low pressure. And it's going to be so tough to be able to get Gabe back up as his rise jampers and threats. So maybe we'll get this revive off.
And that's just a love. Rise are thinking, yeah, it's like material here. You know, it's not just our pressure. They still have to gas, right? They know Gabe was only a duo with Tahi, and that's the save. A save we do not expect it to happen very often, but it does come through. And look at this, they're off to a ground rotate. None of the teams there on that western point had to work with, so they're all going to be on foot here as other players are taking to the sky. P-God getting pressured in from another trio here, but it's okay. They're fully healthy. They're up in this game. 4 Elans now for them. They've continued to manage to find Elans, knocks, and everything in the process. They're back in this game. They're really jumping their way up to Gabe and Taki now.
They are indeed super strong. Sprite being down, so this is looking really good for the teams at the top who are taking that top spot. Now they're looking for a bit more elimination. They managed to get those pre-edits plays down, but no, there's actually no one there. So they're
How dare you guys 1v1?
seeing what they can get, and this is what top teams will do. Eliminations in the 5th zone right here will get you stacked for those moving zones so well that you don't need to worry about getting eliminations and being scuffed at that point. Top teams are gonna go for healing right now, and look, they're heavily focused on it, dropping down the layer and trying to get as much spray and pressure as they possibly can, despite the fact that they have good loot.
You know what? We got an excellent job pushing. They're choosing what box to focus, what weak material. But no, Game Tahi on the side have a tough time making that ground. It looks like they get taken out by Shoni, Shadow, and 20 there. Get all the loot picked up in the process. Fast Carry and Sam here are just nearby though. They're looking to jump out as well. They're setting themselves up high ground. Not necessarily free for the taking. They're not going to go up there. Instead, they're going to play off to the side here. Slow and steady they touch down. Backed up a lot in the process. TK and Peter there too. Everyone here has to shield up now, so it's going to slow down here.
One layer above, so we could see an engagement as people decides to go over and cross them. They're not looking to fight at all. They're so good on the materials that they don't see patched down low ground. Actually spraying a player down, but not getting it inside the box for the elimination on the board.
Factory fishing.
They managed to get in, and because they're on that low ground, they've got the materials back already, but they're ahead, so they can spray and pick up eliminations. And yes, that's Blue who goes down as well. And another one, Chip as well. So great positioning from them on low ground, looking at the scuffed players in the back of the sword. And it's again another, no way.
Absolute textbook right there from Batchman. Literally find themselves in the most optimal situation to take advantage of players on the late rotate there. Now they move up a layer, up and over the mountain, so they're reading the map perfectly as well. They're not trying to leave it to the last seconds here. Bash does have to scoop around the outsides, has to be careful though. Into the edit he goes, and he does come to the rescue of his trio here, and he knows better too. Look at that, another team comes in with the additional pressure. No time to waste here. The front side he goes, and you're seeing the effects of the pepper in full right now, right? Look at how quick he's able to really redirect himself, get right into a prime spot, and continue to chuck his way through this game. Mac with Travis and Illis though, up above, 7 eliminations already, top 13. This is their game. Finally now, finding their stride here in the late half of the tournament right now, right? We're just starting to really get things rolling. They're already setting themselves up for a top 10, maybe even better now.
And still so sharp on materials as well right now. Still 67 mils into Macwood's inventory. That's looking so good. He's leaving Tragics and Illis to the back to do the work on the team to pick up the regrets that he can. But Peterful left as a soloist. P-God and T-Cody go down as well. He's got really anything left in his name. So for him, it's going to be about clutching as much placement as possible. We saw him use a medkit play in that little free box there, but no, you don't want to be going into that box. There's a full trio in there. He's going to go down the backside of the storm, and I think this is a solo that he found, and it might work going to play, but no. Peterball is slow and calculated. He's going to leave outside that box. Every single team that gets eliminated right now is more and more placement. That's 2 more thresholds he's managed to get himself through. The full trio comes out, and he hits the 105, but he can only take 1 more tick to score. He's gone down in 7.
Oh, Peter
2
Ball.
more points, so not bad at all for Travis, Illis, and Macwood. Top 5 away from the find the ceiling right here. It's 2 in a box. Shannon gets a special right now. They'll continue to push on through the walls there. That's a fresh trio next door, though. Not the one they were hunting. A fresh one down below. It is just chaos here as they try to decide who are they going to focus right now. Instead of that, though, it's back onto the rotate, and finally now into the top 5 they go. Inside the round right now. Like you said, this is game number 3. A pivotal moment now for the Steelers to return their way up to the top of this thing here. High ground looking down though. Travis in the road. Can he find one? No. He gets taken out there. It's Night Shark and Clarity who are down low. They find a second place, but Blue, Leo, and Spike, how in the world have they gotten 8 healers high ground and a full team taken out for the win? Can they clutch up now against the Vets?
Brave Power come out with the materials and the advantages they have, and now they're dropping down. GG's. 1 goes down, 2 goes down, and 3 goes down as well, and that's going to be the victory out for Death, Leo, and Spike in game number 3. Really pretty clinical from them on that final win from the high ground.
And this is again, it's becoming a trend at this point. Double elimination, victory royales now, 3 games in a row, all exciting for different trios that need it. So, it's starting to look very top-heavy for the trios that are playing consistent today, and not what we expected of what I would say is our most stacked here on the day. This heat is so, again, just top to bottom filled at this point. Yeah, fire, honestly. I've been saying it all weekend, but we're going to toss it on over to the Dad. Zeke, I mean, here, put out the flames, Zeke. Go ahead and do it for us.
Bro, I can't. I'm trying so hard and so much heat coming off this. Wow.
That was absolutely insane. I really thought for like a moment too, the exit duo alongside Third and G would flip that on its head and take that VR, but definitely with Spike, they said no, we like 11 eliminations. That you said 11? 11? All right, we're coming down. Hold on, hold the 1 pump. Here we go. We're gonna do this. Absolutely insane, Vivid. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, huge win from High Ground. I mean, it was really clean ending right there. That was like one of the cleaner, honestly, drop downs that we have seen, because a lot of these FNCS kind of games we see people box that up, but they took the same angle, they dropped down at the same time. It was really well played. Obviously had height, played well, straight down at 4 times. Both played it this way.
Yeah, indeed. And I think, you have to say as well, vouch for the guys at Night Shark and Clarity in second position there as well, who we didn't have a great season, but suddenly come back swinging, and they're currently in second position now with 69 placement points, 18 eliminations, but look who is now suddenly on the top spot. We've talked about them, Pamstow, Carey, Fatty Fishy, they are, MDF is come through, I can't believe it. It's actually happening.
Today's your day, boy. They've been clowning you all day, but not today, baby.
But look, it's only the halfway point, Steve, right? There's plenty of time for my boys, Game Targets, to get back into the mix, right? Just relax yourself, okay? But I'll tell you what, it's exciting because obviously Peacock, and TK we saw there as well. There were 48 placement points, 22 eliminations, but one game going through first and fifth there for Game Targets, right? Obviously no eliminations, next to no standing points, makes a massive difference, doesn't it?
I mean, yeah, it does make a huge difference. They're huge.
Dun,
Shout out to
dun,
Peterbot
dun,
PK,
dun, dun,
because
dun,
as we
dun.
saw, as we were spectating that game, Peterbot went down within like the first minute of the game because he got eliminated off spawn, but they actually got the reboot and they clutched up there. All things considered, they got an 8th place with 4th elimination. So that is well done by those boys by not getting too close or committing to a victory off spawn. Kind of just playing their game out smartly. A trio gaining some traction here. Illis, Macwood, and Tragic find themselves in 7th place positions.
It's full mark, Colonso. Also, welcome back, Harvey. Also, hey, Alexander.
Their way up the leaderboard here, slowly but surely.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's quite interesting right now because you can start to look at the first place through 6th place right now. You can see that 72 points in 6th position. The next one down is in 66 points. So we can see there that there is, you know, teams like Illis, Macwood, Tragic's had a great game, as you mentioned there. So there are opportunities to get back into top 5. You can see there, Gabe Ty and Sprite, 5th position, at least 90 points right now. So with 3 games to go, we need to get at least 24 points in Illis, Macwood, Tragic, at least to get even close to that. And we've still got those 3 games to go. So interesting, but I think right now Pam's to 171 points. What a massive lead they've taken at the moment. This is absolutely incredible to see, but still big names in there. Look, we see Beef, Luki, and Zucker we talked about a lot. I mean, Nard and Death and Zio as well, going through 18 eliminations now since this place was.
Also, welcome AM7 and welcome Eagle.
Yeah, 1 game. We still got 3 of those quote unquote 1 games left, right? So none of this is really settled at all. You know, I'm looking over here.
Right, we'll start on a 4-minute mark, guys. Gives everybody a chance to be ready.
They have 31 points. That game right there, they had 13th place with 3 eliminations. So remember, these guys have to.
See, the problem with Arena is you can't spectate.
Second game, 14th place, and then 13th with 3. So they're slowly getting better.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I mean, I think that the great thing is it's not just Heat 2 that's going
Alright, let's go.
Heat 3 as well to look forward to as well. We got to have a look at some Heat 3 stats, I think, right? Z, I mean, we got tons to talk about there as well.
That's right, bro. We got some replays. Remember, we have these heats running alongside. We have one other heat happening. So this is a difference of the victory royales. This first one, I mean, check it out. Uzi coming out. A 9 elimination victory royale in the first game.
Yeah, very excited to see the leaderboard, how that's looking over there, because they ended up picking up the first game. However, these guys here, Users, Justice, and Duke, they have gotten back-to-back victory royales in Game 2 and Game 3, so they're absolutely dominant over there in Game 3.
Yeah, 127 points after 3 games. Really impressive. You can see here on the screen right now. This is how it currently stands. I mean, 24 eliminations. We've seen a lot more in RE, and as the boys at recent MDF said, RE is on fire right now, which is brilliant. But you can see these guys as well. 3 eliminations is, you know, it's still a sizable part of the eliminations there. 2 victory rounds means playing, you know, 3 games in 2 GBRs is a massive. That's a big statement to put out there in this game. But we look at some of the names here as well. The competition, the boy they set the mistake there. They crept their way in. I think they were kind of way outside. I think they 8th or 9th beforehand. Suddenly they were in full position with points elimination. 51 points. This is there as well. As well. So there is still lots to play for. We're only halfway through, so it's just heating up, guys. It's just heating up.
Heating up, okay, hey, you heard the battle bus. We'll go back and continue with that at the end of the day after game number 6. But for now, on TV have it, well done, well played. The other heats are definitely getting active right now. Remember, there's all kinds of competition unfolding right here, right now, and this is the weekend to come. I mean, man, what a first 3 games. This is now officially going to start setting up for the back half, and kind of sad that we're only have 3 more games left because they've been all so good.
Have to clue me analogs.
These are over, but we got reboot and then we got final. So at the end of the day, we're sad that the good games are done, but we're moving to something that's, you know, equally or more hyped. Let's be real.
True, it is going to get crazy. There's a quick look at that leaderboard once again. It's starting to set the stage here. Panteri is back. Consistency is going to be the name of the game for them. 117 up at the top. Nice sharpening clarity, man. Sleeper trio coming out of nowhere. 105, not bad at all. And then that win for Spike, Fluid, Leo. Way to put them up at 98 points. But for all of our top 5 teams right here, it's very, very close.
It's interesting, right? It's always that top 6 threshold, which is quite a big threshold in comparison to the qualifiers, because qualifiers qualifiers is obviously a top 3. So when it gets to top 6, you know, those thresholds of points that could be can vary massively. But at the same time, throughout the teams, we've seen, despite the number of areas, how close it is being very, very constant, right? It's always super tight when it comes to that final game. So I'm interested. I'm sure when it comes to that point, right, maybe our top teams will take away with it when it comes to who's coming first, who's coming second, who's actually qualifying, who's coming sixth. It's always so close.
Big development here, though. Peterbot's got 2 Elands already, and P-God and Peterbot are back in it. TK gets picked up here, too, so it's a 3v1 situation. P-God, Peterbot, and TK win the drop spot again, cushioning their, you know, again, all of the success that they have found after game number 1 so far. They have been the kings of the drop so far. I'm actually curious if they're going to want to... Oh, no, never mind. You don't want to make it dust. If they make it, never mind. Forget that. Can I consider it?
Let's not even consider that option. Like, it's still as well. You know, seeming like both are definitely possible so far. It's still better, I'd say, to go back and 50-50.
It's an APC.
Because realistically, for the majority of the week, Peterbot's team has been winning that off-spawn fight, and also they've been doing well out of those games too. You know, maybe not coming like a first, right? That they're gonna get, but before you go into the Behaviour reverse, I know I'm gonna do that.
That's what I was gonna say. And also, who in the world wants to go to reverse UK if they no,
They're home too.
I was gonna say, they get to keep all the smash talk online. When it comes out to game, they need it. Those guys are way too good. Just across the board, it could be a very exciting fight. Players on the absolute space celebratory stream's all about, right? Who is gonna push
I
on?
just got that NTC
names on our radar,
abducted.
man. Again, the players that just won the last round of Blue coming out of nowhere. Who's spiking Leo? I've seen Leo a fair amount now, you know, coming across solos and different kinds of settings here as far as official competitions go. But Blue and Spike really throwing themselves on the radar right now, and that's what I love about the FNCS stage, right? They're up here with the best of the best in the heat. They're putting on a performance.
Put on a show, right? Absolute show for us. Every single match is so good. Look, that's been basically the case for a lot of teams so far throughout the majority of the FNCS. It's great to see so many names that we know, so many names we don't know, just popping off in specific games. Right now, let's see a team might be popping off in this very interesting fight. W Carry, bad system again, just being a solo that they found split almost to the sky limit.
This is kind of interesting. Crunch is going to move in from the bottom as well. I don't see the third of this trio. They're thinking about coming with the chalk down right now. It's going to be bait here, but they've given Crunchy enough time to get up and Dorito now. And now it's a 2v3.
Fish, stop raging.
Especially since see how lit up Fashy is there. Fashy's taking a lot of damage, probably due to some fire down low, maybe within the endurance setup at this point. Here comes Admin now moving in from the side as well. So yeah, that whole advantage that they had maybe out the gate there no longer being possible at this point. Luckily, they only have really invested in work material here, right? That's something that they definitely found here in the process of their routes. So, you know, the game's not all over. I am wondering if they did find some patch, though. That is important. Finding it through.
And yeah, again, we have another, seems like South Zone given their slow for they didn't fight like disengage, they don't want to fight. So they just want to get in there when they saw that this flank was a solo, right? They saw one single player up on the Guardian Tower there. They're going, we're going to take this opportunity to potentially get an elimination. And they fall as well. But no, they're not going to overly commit to this. They're just going to hit the dip. And I'm sure they got a tag or two out of that too, as you can see they've just walks up the ice. They're not sure it's the best.
Very quickly right now, trying to pause up by any means. They want as much material as possible. Now, I think they have a good feel for the amount of surge they found. They're probably going to go in and get out of the big mountain nice and early, trying to get themselves a victory out here on the day.
Bounce off the top of the UFO.
So far, I mean, they're leading when it comes down to like overall Elands and whatnot. Their points obviously not big at the moment. They have a nice little gap between them and the rest of the competition. So staying consistent, staying on the high ground, staying away from these opponents after getting those early ties. That's going to go a long way. We saw how bad it can get for any team, right? Like Macwood is a great example of the trio. That early structure not work for them. We didn't actually get to finish those steps.
Don't die.
Does create the difficulty, change the atmosphere for sure. This is a great hold right now by Dodge Knight.
Killed the other dude though. Fish, you're cringe, bro. You're threatening people to reveal their address even though you can't. That's just cringe, bro.
I think it was double digit off the top of my head, but like I said, since we've not seen them be uncontested, how are they dealing with that? You know, I think with a guy like Mac, who is like a veteran player, that they would have a good strategy for that. Same with when you look at Frantic and Hill as two of the best fighters on the region. Those guys are able to get high above. They definitely have the potential to pop off. Just want to actually see it, you know. Just want to actually see it in action this week to get them that wall. You know, give us some good storylines for finals too, let's be real.
Yeah, well, Mac would have, you know, a good track record of actually taking victories in settings. Sometimes they walk away with a big dub. They actually qual for finals.
My IP changes regularly, bro. Good luck with that.
And again, we're talking about maybe just things haven't been going in their way, right? Like we see 3 Southern Zones sort of back to back, right? So we kind of have watched the Fortnite world take its toll here, and then we're watching another one unfold right now. It's just like hard southeast at this point. So again, another mountain finish here.
God, stop. Right now, I tell you, but you know what? Sometimes the region, the RNG just decides, you know what, we're going to roll south for all of these. And it is tough. Like who are a north team for guys like the Exit Boys and Clarity G. Like, this is perfect, right? We have a southeast where you come from Slurpee in particular. You do a little bit of a rotation, get into a good spot. You can hold some of the teams that are around. Maybe head on Knight. Yes, indeed, from Knight. And I don't think they're even going to key that. They're just going to get the tags and then hit the distance. Keep unfortunate for him, and that is why you do not want to be over much like that, because Knight is going to have an answer for your question.
Oh, Knight hit another one. Oh, that was so close there. Almost comes through. That's off the fast carry and Pam there. The floor gets set afire, so he's going to go on and back away now. They're going to start this wide, rotate on out. Might have bitten off more than they can chew here, though, as Knight finds another angle, just whips it just a little bit. Those are 2 very, very close opportunities to find some tags there. But being out in the open now is going to force them into some of the field. First place all of these south zones, and these are 2 teams that land south. Remember, Pam, Carry, and Factor at the Misty Meadows, right? They had that full drop themselves as well, too.
I'm wondering if the fans commandments.
I think they've done it before. I think they've done it before. They definitely know how to split that drop and you know, take half of it and play off the mountains and stuff. Like they are no strangers to Misty by any chance, by any means. And they found some success there. Obviously not as much as our second place cursed team. They have played
okay, I just want to see how that balance works out. It doesn't look right now like fans are making a run for that qualification slot. And, you know, if I'm sitting in the team watching right now, I'm thinking, yeah, I want to put some of these Twitter curses on them and hope that they're not making it through.
Not as much practice, right, between the players to really put up in front with one another. So, you know, Pam's been on fire lately. He's been winning his own set of tournaments. You saw what he did during the FPS All-Stars, solo competition. I mean, he's got every right to want to claim a drop too. So yeah, it will be interesting if Scented Edge and Commandment do end up getting full-on contested here. But like I said, I think both of those trios just know better, right? We've already seen smart play from Pam, Back and Fury there, knowing when to disengage, not really being too greedy. This is a team that just screams seasoned to me.
Yeah, I agree. And same thing we said about the right? Yeah. Both of them will understand how to land at that drop spot, how to play it properly when contested. And Misty Meadows is a drop spot that can be played while contested. It's probably the most splittable POI, right? There's a bridge down the middle. So yeah, but oh my, what is happening on the south side? They're making the W key alongside, it seems, 2 other teams, which is XZ Boys, alongside Strizo's team as well. And everyone's getting involved in this engagement. But Carson Hall's team is coming too. Paul Pam,
this is first, second, and third right now, going with a full-on clash, it seems like. How did this all just happen right now? We have the team just mixing right now, 4 surge tags. Pam gets in, they don't even need that much. To see the chaos, and they wanted a piece of the action. And it looks like they were definitely taken out in this surge fight. That means Night Shark and Clarity managed to weather the storm at this point. Big moment for them to at least be alive at this point. Luckily, though, Pam is going to have some extra heals here, but was it worth it now? Look at this. They found themselves in a situation now for heals.
Hills around them, 2 players who can rotate after this as well. So even if they've managed to succeed here, moving, they still have to have but you don't really want to be as early as this all the way through. You know, you want to leave some for endgame, even if you get a tough road here. So potentially going to be ahead of them. This could have been a tough
Miles got his head decapitated.
Didn't calculate how many teams are here, but over the XZ Boys and Clarity G, 1,000 above Storm Surge, but getting pressured back so much. It's not a shot.
But I don't think I'll ever be playing Cold War again.
Targeting the second place competition.
I'll never be buying another. I won't be buying a PlayStation 4 controller.
This is very
No
interesting.
point.
Look at the zone, the way it plays out too. They left a prime position to push onto the outer edge right here. So this just screams like desperation for whatever reason from Pam, Back, and Carry. They must have been, again, sketched out by the amount of surge that they had there and tried to take the full commitment there. They are going to back out. We talked about how much they know how to exercise the disengage and make the rotate. They're showing it off right there. Beautifully done there to make the exit. Clarity Knight and Shark should be doing the same though before these other teams start moving in, because you can hear them already coming. And look, Clarity's thinking the same thing.
Call of Duty is not the same anymore for me, bro.
Yeah, both veteran teams, they understand where they need to go, and I think Amster's team's managed to go back to their old base actually, so they must have keyed from a distance away if they were sitting in catty corner there. So they went a long way for that. So I think you're right. That did scream desperation. They've got themselves back into a better position now. Clarity's in a real tough one, right? They can use that hill behind them to use it as line of sight cover to keep themselves hidden, while at the same time you see the guys in catty corner may be able to hold. But good play from W Carey's team to try and get ahead of the storm, get a little bit deeper in so they're not held. 20 seconds left to show where that 4th zone appears, and if it goes south onto this hills, that's a lot of those teams who are in that northwest and west areas in particular.
I just want to say, man, hats off to Carey, Thatch, and Pam there. They use that vehicle to gain a very, very new key position. It's closer to center zone. I was going to say the likelihood of them pulling zone forward is so high right now, but not only that, they secured more brick over on that build right there. So they weren't just content with having the material because they committed some.
I don't follow football, bro.
And look at that, they've already secured a new
How
power
many
position to
times
bounce
did
them
I
right
tell
back
you?
in and secure an even better spot now in this game. Remember, there's metal there too, so tons of great material is going to be yielded out of there. Sprite Tie and Gabe, they get the edge of this zone, and they're happy with that. Look at this, coming to a little bit higher here, getting some more of an angle, I think, to look down and over this mountain. I like this spot, but not the best spot to be in right now, as this is going to be very, very cluttered sometime soon.
Yeah, there's basically like 3 main power spots in this map. You can see that South Hill with a white snow on it, that's going to be the best spot to be on realistically in case you pull 50-50 there. The west side has a little bit of a hill with that car spawn on it. Again, another hill that's perfect for if you pull that zone. And that little spot to the north there where that hill's just in. But if that pulls north, then that zone's going to go onto the hill. So basically, any team who's going to be launch padding out of Storm when that 5th zone pops, you know, they're going to be able to claim height at that zone. So realistically, on those south white hills or the one to the west with a car is just going to be the best spots to be situated in this zone if you're trying to pull that 50-50 and take height and win. Looking at some of the teams who are set up at this point, you can see Mikey's team on the far side setting up that way. Bank Taylor's team at this side on the north side getting pressured from the teams down below, but leaving.
To me, football, it's so corrupt and overpaid.
Coming into this place with elimination already and already situated into the fourth zone.
Yeah, they found some tags here in the process. A little light on the heels that you kind of want coming into the mid game right now, but not bad by any means. And they're going to find, actually, they might have just found a notch here. They might have found a sneaky little angle there. Someone could have been disconnected or something there, but for a second it seems like, oh no, that's actually, yeah, look, Death actually caught the Elam there. They had one, now they have two. Gabe Tahi and Sprite, they'll move their way on up, and again a big clash here. Third place team up against the fifth place team here. The shots are coming in from high ground though. They're starting to look down, they're starting to recognize there's a big cluster here down low, and that is why those teams on the mountain are adding that little bit of extra pressure here, putting them their sense into the mix right now.
Where it all starts to break down. The fifth zone, where is it gonna pull? It pulls south, so yes, the teams on that white hill are gonna be benefiting, but Leo, it's a huge shot to one of the players down below, but does not want to fully commit to that at all. He's got the Storm Surge tags from it. He doesn't want to try and commit to a fight. They're obviously confident with what they're doing so far. Potentially that team, which is...
Put it this way, football's that bad, people even get into fist fights over it.
Easy elimination, but back over to Peter Bot, team who has Snickers team right next to him getting tagged by Storm Surge, but I think Peterbot's team may also be below. They are 55 below. They cannot just sit and out-heal this.
Yeah, definitely. This is two teams that have to clash with one another. I'm not sure if they recognize it yet. It's hard for them to tell the sound effects. Normally, if you're not in Surge, you can tell, hey, this team above us getting tagged, but they don't have that extra bit of information because they're getting tagged too. Peterbot's going to go and turn around. He finds a knock there. That might be enough to keep him alive just for now, at least for a little bit longer. As you can see, yes, the Surge did not take them that time around, but the team is desperate on the other side.
And to be honest, Miles, we're just going to stick with solos.
They get these knocks here, and now they know. Yes, they have it all in their favor. What a huge come up here. Look at all the material. It just works. Once again, things are just connecting here. The stars are aligning after game one, where they were just falling behind. These last couple of games, everything is just
because I've been sat streaming customs for nearly the past 8 hours now. People have been coming in, playing, and then leaving. Not even being as active in chat.
Got themselves a really good spot in the zone too. They're the only ones on that side, on that dead side. So if that pulls south, they're going to be ahead of the pick, even if it pulls over that horrible hill, right? The big horrible hill up there. So if it pulls south, it's going to be over a really, really tough way to go. So where's it going to pull that sixth zone? Let's see the magic moment. Pull to the far west.
I have seen Green Street.
These guys are going to hit a launch pad. Look, they're so free. There's no one going to block their head.
That film is so old, bro. Of course I've seen it.
I think they're just going to get more tags, because remember, they didn't pick up these eliminations, but because those other opponents they picked up weren't necessarily that healthy, they probably didn't actually get that many tags from it.
Yeah, definitely. It really wasn't worth that much, and the bodies were already knocked to the Surge. They most of the work for them. You can see them jumping right here. They're trying to decide whether or not they're going to hit this pad. I would have liked to see them go on foot. I think they have a prime position to go on foot here, but they're going to commit. They're going to commit nice and early too. Try to see if they can line themselves right at the forefront of this. And yes, they are. Nice, slow, and steady here. It's going to cost them a lot of HP there, but not too much. Not enough to put them in any kind of desperate spot. And look, the lower they go now, the more likely they are to just continue to lead this out here with little to no friction, right? There shouldn't be any resistance at this point. They have managed to make it all the way to the front side, and they actually have the little bit of mountain, the little bit of high ground that this position has to offer.
Yeah, so as those old builds, that crazy fight we saw was just down below them here, and we also saw something else was below, which was their Storm Surge. 183, I was correct. They didn't manage to get that many tags from that earlier elimination, so hopefully right now Peterbot, alongside Pegon and TK, are going to have to go for something, get a couple tags on that top right. You see Sprite, left laps a duo with Gabe, who's got 6 eliminations as a team.
Shellfish, back to your bed routine, ready for school, bro.
Their team not looking too healthy as well, but still on the top. Peterbot below the Storm Surge threshold, and right now it's going to start to tick on them as well. They're going to need to make a play to start getting some tags.
And yeah, I'm so curious as to
You
why
can't
they jumped
untime
down.
somebody,
They need
bro.
tags here, and they had a team right next to them, but
Don't work
instead,
like that.
it might just work out here. They have to commit to one of these boxes here soon. defense above that surge here. Now they are
Whereas what you need is take his hours away.
They have to get active potentially right now.
But
Yeah,
if you
this
save
is it.
on
It's
time, you
desperate.
know you can't
They
do
look
that.
at the feed, they should know better. That's a big trade there. Pigot takes so much damage. He goes down. The surge not gonna get hit anymore, but it is a
That should have killed me.
versus the world situation here. TK is still up right now. Sprite by himself at 8 eliminations. What happened when we were looking away? They have 11 as a team. Even if they go down now, it doesn't matter. They've done so much to solidify a continuous top 3 spot here.
In the time that we stopped watching them, they got 5 eliminations, which is crazy. So big pop off for them as a duo. But Peerbot and TK still in it. 6 eliminations to the name. On high, Crunchy, Admin, and Jarito with Slick down below as well. Same with Deemer's team. Bank Teller still in this as well. So is Elsa's team down below. Definitely Peerbot is the one who's in the running for the most, as we just see AV go down alongside Zuni's as well.
Yeah, Carry's still up too. He's a solo right now, working the game there. I saw him find the knock as well in the feed. He's got to find a very crucial set of material right there. That's at least going to extend him a little bit here. These heavy masks are going to be so useful here for this low
What time do you call this, Vivic?
decision. Yes, they are going to heal just a little bit right now. They're letting the lobby do the hard work for them. Squeeze this up. Bully jumps down. He finds TK here. TK wins the fight against Bully, but the Storm's going to take him out. He was not quick enough to get the full siphon off. There's a player behind the wall here. Peterbox still up though. Has to clutch up by
Stick
himself.
some Cheetos in her ears.
In hand here. Will he use it now or be content with this low ground edge of the zone? He jumps out onto Bank Teller. Big tag in the finish. That's another one. It's worth a lot. Now, another player in the storm line. He almost does it. It's not going to be enough. And this is it. A 3v1. GSRC sticking in the zone there. He falls at the very end. But Crunchy, Admin, and Dorito walk away with the victory royale.
Then that was a big game. Still sitting on a high. Basically what we've seen for the majority of the Victory Royale so far. That team that's situated themselves up on high ground, apply that consistent pressure, keep it all the way through, you know. They're doing super well. And the teams that are down below on low ground, like we saw Gabe, Ty, and Sprite off with a ton of eliminations there, are the ones who are going to be racking up a ton of points.
Yeah, for the most part, these haven't really wanted to heal off either. Yes, they've been tucked into play.
Getting some extra curriculum.
Ultimately, the clashes here that are calling it, but maybe that's all due to these south zones. I don't know. These mountains are crazy. We're going to toss on over to the Death Stove for Zeke to bring us on in and set us up for game number 5. Monster, it's so weird to think that this is game number 5. I love it, but I also hate it because that means I'm not going to see you guys for like a night, and then I'll see you guys like tomorrow or whatever. But what a crazy game. I feel like it's so weird, almost jarring to see and like feel like every game is completely different, right? Like normally we have a trio comes out, they're getting out, you know. I mean, obviously like Peterbot, he just keeps making it to end.
Vivic with his extra bit of exercise.
We're looking at the top 6 and trying to make one of those spots. It's pretty good for him and his trio.
Yeah, it's pretty great for them, man. Great call from them going to the doctor because even though they are competitive, they basically traded up the spot for a spot, right? But it's working out really well for them in Dirty Dogs. They are in second. Sure, like so impressive, right? So props to those guys. Also, Hamster and Gary, guys, they are going on to totally show that under pretty good feeling behind the whole team. They're all doing phenomenal, but fast and they're finding a lot of 84.
Yeah, that is an amazing amount, and you know, yeah, all of this week it's working in its favour. 108 points, unbelievable. Slow clap for MTF, love it. 32 eliminations though is absolutely incredible. Yeah, and same for Gabe Tar, he and Sprite, despite the fact going down a little early, then Homophobic to end game. So Sprite with the biggest eliminations on his own day. It's amazing stuff. We need to go more to see in this one with tragically featured earlier on. Second position, sadly, so not quite in that stage.
Good luck with that, Vivic. Do you even have any editing software that helps you use to make it? Or are you just gonna wing it?
47 eliminations. I mean, I think this is the thing. We've seen some teams here, big teams we recognise, like Beavs, Trio, and such. But you have to recognise, obviously, they do well better, predicted, but 7 eliminations.
Yeah, very surprised by the
Never heard of it, bro.
But, you know, they're just not doing it right now, right? But, you know, they will.
Honestly, never heard of it.
But I wanted to take a look at kind of the that a lot of these players play on trios, specifically the Parker role, because a lot of it comes down to how these guys deal with trios.
Let me have a look.
Clarity D was kind of just chilling out
See what it's like.
and it doesn't really look like he's doing a whole lot. He's kind of just standing there, but he's actually just waiting for the next
I might have a better suggestion for you.
He makes a quick edit out and then decides on where to go based on where the zone is going. So he's constantly looking at his map right there and he's waiting to see where he has to go. You see, making these quick layer changes is also important because eventually the layer that you were on will become terrible and you're going to need a new one. But a huge thing about Parker is this piece control. As you can see here, he grabs this wall from up here, which is not a lot of people do this, right? Like this is huge. He's using the range of the wall to full advantage. Not
The only problem, Vivek, it watermarks your videos, doesn't it?
He then drops down to make the edit and gather even more piece control. Look at this. He is just going crazy, placing all these pieces everywhere to make sure that these guys own all the foreground. And look at what it turns into. He finds an elimination there, a bunch of loot, and then look, even more space down here, simply because he placed one wall from our layer above very well to use the position. And that's pretty much what it comes down to. These Parkers and these decision makers on trio play a huge role in where the trio is going and what their trio can actually do with the position that they have based on what they do prior to becoming that position.
Adam, we got it. We got the very vivid masterclass, baby.
I love it, man.
We got the knowledge. I am absolutely. Guys, we have about 50 seconds before we jump back toward the battle bus. Quick thoughts. How you feeling about this point of the competition? Really have 2 games left for a lot of these trios. It's time to show up because some of them may not make the cut.
Yeah, it's you know, it's one of those things, isn't it? Because every FNCS, you know, you want to get to finals, just be there in the finals, because you want to compete against the best of the best, to prove that you are at the top of your game.
Yeah, best check. I'd say check into it, bro.
Even the ones that don't get the top 6 tonight, there are still going to be an amazing amount of trios we look forward to seeing tomorrow regardless. But it is exciting stuff to see, and 2 games to go, so much to play for.
Alright, David has no thoughts at all, and that's okay.
See what the hit thing it does.
Also, Battle Bus about to ding. Hey, by the way, MDF, no one's gonna clown you more because your freaking prediction is doing real hot, so go ahead and brag about it. Over to you.
We are on top right now. We're feeling it, man. And listen, Pam, Carey, Fat here in the final 2 games. All they have to do is pump it out, stay consistent, and they will be solidified inside that top 6. I'm not sure if mathematically they've done enough here. Reese, it looks really good for them. You know, like 48 points, 44 points or so above 6th place right now. So they are primed up, pretty much ready for finals at this point.
EU's taught us anything, it's that you cannot trust me for maths while talking. So I'm not going to comment on whether or not they feel safe or not, but I will say if they manage to get a couple more points in this first game, you know, 10, 15, like they should be good. They should be good. Yeah.
Oh no,
But looking over to TK, got a Peter bomb. TK already tagged down to 3 HP, which means he's going to have to land super safe. That's usually what happens when the Cami teams land on top of the spire there. They can get easy tags if they get a big AR. And that's whoever that team was, got big shots off straight away in terms of their storm surge, so they're going to be feeling happy about it. But at the same time, that's made them land on this south side, which I think they may have done earlier as well. Which means builds get potentially...
Bro, just for the pro, just for the Hit Film Pro, it's £308. Damn, that's expensive for the pro version.
Not to mention, he's going to have to waste 10 seconds to pop and make hit, or just pause down and bandage up too. So,
and for the pro video bundle, that's £516.
Now he figures it out, like, yep, and that's the difference in knowing the drop, you know, being home to a drop spot and not, right?
Oh, with the £308 version, you can run it on up to 3 computers simultaneously.
There it is, P-God comes to the rescue, drops all the heals here, minis and stuff. They are going to be able to bounce back, like, you know, like they were never in a desperate spot to begin with, but again, gives the opponents more time. And just judging by the map, though, it seems like they backed off a bit. Builds and crew decided not to.
I think I'll stick with Premiere Pro.
Obviously, they didn't see that they got tagged so much, and this slow stat is probably one of the reasons why. Like, the team is...
Yeah, for the pro version of that software, it's 300 and something pound.
First zones count all
£308.
up to the end of that first zone, so they are way ahead of everyone else. And we've been watching it every single game so far. Like we've seen the dominant bikes after P-God, TK, and Peter Bond. The only game that they didn't win off spawn, they did manage to disengage. Remember, get the reboot, and then I can't remember which place that game, but I'm pretty sure it was good. Right after a really difficult start for them. So them here, they may just grab this loot, and it seems like they're going to try and get as much metal as they possibly can from this side. As you can see, TK's only got 3 so far after spending a lot of time looting, and they're just going to get out here.
I'll put the link to one that I used to use in Discord or in chat, Vivic, that I used to use before I got After Effects.
Hey, there's opportunity here. Obviously, always like loot or a different kind of ambush play coming into the end of it. It's always nice to mix up the plays. Illis, Mackwood, and Tragic still mixing up their play as well, being a little bit more aggressive for the teams neighboring by. We've seen them do this in last week as well. Push these islands for an early game fight. Last time it so happened to be against Peterbot and company, but this time is now onto Falcon, Nostalgia, and Mudsy, who have been sort of middling in the competition. We've seen them have a couple moments of greatness here in the end game, but maybe not enough so far to put them up in that top 10. For Mackwood, Illis, and Tragics, they have to win this fight, hopefully, here, and continue to stomp on through if they want to jump back into this.
I've actually just upgraded it and added all sorts of stuff like the one that you use has in it, like effects and stuff like that, but that's what I used to use. You can even render it out without any watermarks as well, since it is open sourced.
That's something pretty common strategy the teams do, is just get a full shield from the main building here, because obviously you can all stack it, get as quick mats harvested as possible, and dip and get some sort of storm surge strategy. Even if it doesn't work like that, potentially, they can just go back and loot right after if they have the vehicles.
Yeah, definitely, and I think this is partly due to the fact that the zone might be favoring the north side for a second game now.
For once?
Yeah, you know, I was gonna say for once, but I was like, technically it's for twice, so, you know, for a second
game 2 was middle-ish. It was north middle, you know.
Sure, all things considered, you know, Gabe's trio is the one leading teams for all mid-game elims. They're at 11, and again, we said that twice now. We're like, what happened when we looked away? And then it's like, if you missed it, like, this is the same trio, guys, that are putting up those quick elims in the mid-game here. Very impressive to see them finding their stride this week.
Yeah, I definitely want to check in with them in the mid-game if they get into any engagements, just to see, you know, check in what their strategies are, check in how they're doing it and why at the same time, because those big pop-offs are, you know, like I said, they happen so fast so far. Like, they've been just picking up those eliminations so quickly. This is one of the awkward ones.
Don't worry about it.
Games, the ones before it, right? Which, it would blink, and they have 6 more elims. It's crazy.
Definitely here. I mean, we already know the forageables and the consumables are a big part of why Believer Beach is a super favorite drop spot here. The gas station can be one of the most crucial points to lock down when you are landing here. But for the most part, having this entire drop contested, I mean, their strategy has really been able to fully loop this out and move with vehicles, right? This is where they come on over. The mechanic shop, they upgrade the tires and these things. They're just gone like the wind here. And they move into teams, and that's probably why they have such a high success rate in the mid-game fights. Crunchy, Admin, and Jarito here, they had a good last game, right? A couple high ground holds from them, so all of a sudden, at least showing their presence here in the lobby, but sort of far off the top 6 right now. They need 2 more exceptional games, being that they're at 68 points. I'd say for Mackwood, they're just barely clinging on to top 10 at 79 points. So it kind of shows you how close they are to top 10.
Where did everybody go? We dropped down to 1 viewer.
I was gonna say Jarito, but I'm not sure. Like, if it's really
It sounds better like that, either way. And, like, regardless of
Guys, why are you teaming? Just why?
And then, you know, not dominate with it is interesting to see, because we were kind of hoping that they'd be able to get a solid top 6 out of that performance. It looked like that was on the cards. I mean, it still is, but it's, you know, they're scraping by in the last couple games to make themselves through there. So potentially this game could be the one that manages to make it through, but we'll see.
Crunchy holding on to that heavy AR here. He's the driver.
Exactly, Anthony, exactly.
Steve Bell bodies out the car. They're ready for action right now. They're making the wide sweep here. again, look how many teams have been dropped already this game. 5 teams here in game number 5. Setting us up right now.
Next game will be 6. That's how it works. Game 6, 6 teams out. But at the same time, it's formula. Fortnite's formulaic. People will figure out eventually, right? These guys aren't that good. They just figure out it's the formula. But now, Bully's team, again, team that we've seen here and there, popping in, popping out, 104 points. So they're definitely in the running at this point. But again, that consistency factor that we need to see is what's critical. I already know. You see Bucky in there on the timeline, making sure he's been down a bit against these guys. Yeah, against these guys. But it's real at the same time.
I was gonna say, he's big betting against them. He's taking it pretty far on the sideline. But look, you know what? Like,
He's scared, shaking in his boots.
I was gonna say,
Shaking in his boots.
game 1, trio finished 6th place, and then game 2, it seems like they took surge and over a lot for 16 minutes. They go down to top 4. One in though, they do break it that extra like additional power to make it kind of that next round.
Hey David.
At least that far, and then a couple top 10. Last game was 4th and 11th. We know they can do it contested, uncontested. They're playing okay. My gosh, talk about a rough spot being right down again this round.
Again, yeah. I would say a trend. That's not necessarily, but when we see one member picked up,
GG's, one team are dead.
It has to be right. But at the same time, they're gonna have to go back and get them off. They know that the believers. They came from there. They attempted to seem to go north to Coral to get their storm surge on the team rotate through there. Didn't necessarily work out. That's potentially one of the ways they've been getting their storm surge if they do get that north zone, but the next one has to go get this next again. Because we did see a couple teams rotating around that area, so if they get the Rainbow Hall, we know there's a lot of players going to be in that vicinity. They're going to hear it. The alarm bells are ringing, and it could mean they're going to get keyed by another team.
Yeah, it is just the outer edge though, so there might not be teams there yet in the lead though. I saw Harry pick up a massive knock onto, or finish onto Build. So remember, Build's team is the one that's landing at the dirty dots. Seems like Harry rotated on up on that outskirt. We do know they like to play around Caddy's corner on up to the retail road, so clash is happening up there. And that means the likelihood for Pam, Carey, and Fat to cross paths with P-God, again, that very much there.
Yeah, I like how, for them that's important, but for Keep Tights, right, I like the speed. Calculated, getting their mail, they're scouting a lot, right? You can see that Tahi's looking around a lot as he's going here, seeing the cave, because he knows that they have to go for that reboot if they want to be successful here. At the same time, you can see them harvesting the materials as much as they go, because they know that they don't get it all. They want to have the biggest chance at being alive. They seem very focused. Don't get the reboot, just because they didn't get the card.
I was gonna say there's a chance that they just didn't pick the car up.
What's up, Dennis? What's up?
Which is totally fine if they can get all the materials, right? Like, super confident that Gabe and Toddy can actually make big plays right now. As long as they've gotten the target.
Welcome to the stream, guys.
If you're a full trio, then each of your team went into per person, 450 points. That's almost like capped mass for one player. So losing a whole player, man, that's going to be tough. So imagine you've lost a player and you lose 50 mats of each. You are down really bad in comparison. So the teams have had a really good early and mid game. So you're right, getting their cap materials is going to be super valuable, and they did indeed get their storm surge like you questioned before. So
Bro, we're never. It's gonna be at least another week or two before we hit 8K again.
Hit a couple good shots, and they should keep them over maybe 80, 100 more damage from here on out. They should be okay. But again, they have one less player to look and have eyes on.
Oh, big shot right here. Peterbot once again connecting downtown right there with a huge headshot snipe. Man, we've seen them do it again and again today. That one's on to Jays as things start to catch up. Team K hit a crazy snipe last game. Now Peterbot with another one here, man. This team, just all kinds of highlights coming out of them, but TK's gonna go down.
Thank you for subscribing, Henry.
Owen, we haven't seen much of this trio right now, but it seems like they picked the fight with the wrong nasty. They're due to finish things up. So, this is it for Pete. For Pete and Peter Bot, I'm not sure if they can actually play for the reboot card here, but they are going to have to try.
YouTube purged. That's why. YouTube likes to purge subscribers. It especially happens when people subscribe with their alternate accounts that they're not active on as well.
We've got Peter Ball, we've got Peacock here, we also had Gabe and Tahi too. I'm wondering if some of our other teams may be in that same situation too, because these guys are definitely at a disadvantage.
Yeah, definitely. These teams have been fragmented, and I mean, you know what? That's going to really open things up for the teams that have potential to strike for second and third. If they go down early, that is going to massively influence the way other teams are going to, jam their way on up to the top and make that final game even closer than we're already expecting at this point. No one is, as written their name in stone here. None of this is solidified just yet.
YouTube just hits me, bro.
Game finds spot there in the feed. Big exchanges here, all ready for teams that matter. Bully finds one too. Remember, they're just clinging on to top 6 there. All important, all big trades.
Oh, huge. That's basically a lot of the top teams who are relevant in these storylines just picking up eliminations.
People play a few games. People subscribe, play a few games, and then unsubscribe when they stop playing.
As a duo, they've been blessed a little bit here, definitely. If you look on height, actually think Vikings getting beamed by the Storm Surge. They're below the last team, and the only team to be below Storm Surge. We may see them go down in the feed as we see Peacock and Peter Ball still just looking for angles.
Yeah, they haven't even found an Elam either. It's going to set all this build on fire.
I've got a few haters, don't worry.
Here comes the additional pressure.
They can do all the hating for me.
Tags though, not going to find any of the players be revealed. Everyone's going to back off now. Just a desperate spot for them to be, and they've expended so much material here. Look at all the heavy mass they've invested inside this mid target area. Weeping Woods is one of the worst places to actually invest your metal into, because you are not getting it back. Not from here, not by any means.
It's bad for that, right? Let's be real. It's basically just a big wood factory in the same spot. There is literally a wood factory to the west of it at the same time. But you're just getting your wood. There's good brick in this area, but not necessarily one you're going to re-harvest, because teams around there are mainly going to be able to get it. In terms of metal, forget about it in this area too. Even when you go to Boney, it's super tough at the same time.
And this is a stat coming in from Duke's trio from Heat number 3, guys, because they have won their 3rd game in a row in Heat 3. Right now, we're covering Heat 2. Heat 3 is happening simultaneously. Another just intense set of 6 games. But to talk about a trio to win 3 games in a row, you have to give a shout out to them.
That's great. They're 173 after 4 games, 173 points. That is absolutely insane. Like, they came 7th in the first game as well. So every single placement so far for them has been single digits.
Yeah, for sure. Like, way to jump back in and do put up big numbers right here as we are again closing out Game 5. We're just kind of getting into the thick of Game 5 here on this broadcast for Heat 2. Back into the swing of things. Zone 4 is going to reveal here now. It's pulling straight up to Boney Burbs. And that means the majority of the teams there are going to be very happy. But look at how many players are on the outskirts. Tons of guys are going to have to start migrating in. Pigot, TK, or Pigot and Peter Bot here are going to mark pretty much the white line rotate. They're like, hey, we just got to get there. Like, let's just get in. And that's the focus at this point.
28 minutes to the item shot resets.
You're just like, right, we messed up before this. We just got to do what we can. We just got to get in, Just do whatever we can to make our way in, and just hope for the best at this point, it seems. And it looks like Shark on low ground. Yeah, it is. I was about to say it's alive as a solo. Potentially that's all of his ex-teammates, his teammates' loot that's down below there, because he has 0 eliminations.
I don't do 1v1s.
Ex-teammates, I think that was potentially AV that picked up those, who's the team that's boxed up right next to theirs. Ex-teammates who have knocked 2 of them, finished 2. And now there's all these extra mats. But for Shark, as a solo, being on 128 points, which is obviously fantastic for the leaderboards, how much more is he going to be able to gain after this? Because usually for the solos, we see them go down in that first and second movings when Storm Surge becomes huge.
And let's not forget, they are in 4th place, guys. So, I mean, luckily, at the very least, Shark has managed to survive and get the additional 5 points for the first set of placement threshold. But you're right. If they can't earn any additional points, like 128 is not going to hold up for very much longer. These other teams are going to start slowly but surely creeping on up. And this is what we talked about. We have now seen several of our top teams here. First place, second place, third place, all missing at the very least a member. And now our fourth place team is down 2. And look at Shark being aggressive here. He's got to fight for Surge at this point. He's got no choice but to get active here. And this is just, it's not looking very good.
Susie Barker. He was unaware because he couldn't see, but there was a knocked body in there, which could have been the Surge that he was looking for. So unfortunately, he just decided to play safe and move back at that moment. But it just didn't end up being the play. Move back to Pegon, Peterbot. Look at the materials. 15.
Cody's fish noob. Top right hand side of the screen. Fish noob. That's the code.
But these buildings are really awkward. The windows here are so easy for you to get shot through and fight through. So you're going to sit and harvest them out. But from here on out, they just have to get a fight. And as a duo, the team that they are boxed up next to is the team who's also super close to them on the leaderboard. Times 2 carry, in fact.
And they're playing phenomenal right now, so this is a very scary position for them to be in. But luckily, they find McNasty here is super lit up. This could be a free knock for them right underneath their builds. These are their floors they're fighting for control of now, and they're going to go in and take the peek here. But they're taking the peek onto the wrong team. They're peeking onto Fash and Carry, who are left to their west right there instead of McNasty. Yes, there it is. That's a knock and a finish here. So
hold on.
Easy there. We knew they were lit up, and look, they jump right in. They waste no time. They know these are the opponent's builds that they just eliminated, and that is the reef.
10 seconds and we'll go.
And again, threshold for placement now checked off here. Couple elims as well. That is what they needed. They just needed to do enough to stay up inside the top 2, top 3 spot, and they can win this all here, at least break into top 6 and be in the finals.
Honestly, Pegon, Peterbot, and TK, you have to say, are the best fighters in this lobby. Have they? The only fight that they've lost is the early game fight that they lost a single member in so far. They have been so good at fighting and so consistent in fighting so far, which is absolutely nuts to see. They just keep picking up refresh after refresh, and unfortunately, Shark wishes he was them in their position right now, as he's currently being tagged by the Storm Surge threshold. One more player needs to go down before it's over, and it seems like it may be him.
Maybe it's not though. Maybe
another thing as well, we've not had any new members in a long time.
No placements, no additional points given out for placement just yet, as there are still top 20 teams now. Finally, someone does go down, and at least is going to be able to stay up for a little bit longer here, as Shark is the player at the back of the threshold, like, absolutely at this point. So making it to the next surge is not going to be very likely, but if he can at least break into top 17, earn some more placement, there's a realistic chance that he can get some more points here.
And like I said, top 17 is where the next threshold is. Super Fortnite tries to make it there. With the mats he has, it should be okay. Even if he just tries to play those medkits out over and over again, he should be able to
I do have a few dedicated members though. Somewhere on the 6 and 7 month memberships now.
So, you see teams go down around 17, that's first and second moving on. So, for him, he has that one med kit. He's a launch pad. Hopefully, he can just hit a launch pad, play a med kit, and just hope that some of those other teams go down. He can pick a nice elimination off the back of Storm.
Look at this. Donnie, James, Knight here trying to play for their second victory royale of the day. Branching their way all the way up to high ground, looking like a super tall tree here in the middle of the zone. And look, Knight's going to get to the front side as well. They're playing this very, very smart at this moment. Love that he's all the way up here. This is an anti-launchpad type design of a hold here. He cannot get contested at this point. He should be A-okay if they can just branch up and connect to. He got on the low ground there, still looking alive. XS, Sharp, still up 2. He takes a little fight there, doesn't find the tag he's looking for. 400 damage below the surge. At this point, I mean, just stay alive, right? Stay alive as long as you can. Try to get some placement points. Getting beyond the surge is going to be a hard ask at this point in the game here. But he's still fighting. He's still looking for anything possible here.
Yeah, he's taking one take for top 17, so he's managed to get the placement points for that. So he's going to go for the medkit play. He had doing it early in particular because that Storm Surge is going to start to tag him up, and I think he's timed it perfectly, so he should be able to. But there's a whole duo or trio right next to him, and he hits a big 113 shot off them. He hits the white tags and back to him as well. That's not going to put him above the Storm Surge threshold by any means, but he's just going to cycle back. But he hits a 160, and it doesn't confirm through. He's not going to get the finish finish on that.
He was 86 damage behind. If it wasn't for the storm, it would have been enough there. But he did get an additional 5 points, guys, for staying alive here. For every team that falls within the top 17, there is a placement point divvied out. And that is what's most important here. Even for teams like P-God and Peterbot. I was actually going to ask, what happened to Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite? We knew they were a man down, but did they survive? I don't see them here. Actually, I do. Gabe lurking on the backside of the storm. He is still up as well, just making it that much more difficult for the teams at the top to catch up to him. He is not giving away those points. Not easy by any means. On high ground, though. Oh, man, they're trying to get their second victory out for real right now, and this could put them inside top 6.
Yeah, they're so good looking for it right now. They're looking, in terms of their materials, a little bit low, but again, they're already into the top 10. One elimination so far. Like, for a team who needs to kind of make sure they push on up, because they were not within the top 6, need to get a couple more eliminations coming into this game. And hopefully they'll be able to finish it out, right? It's looking like they're in such a good spot from early on. Now's the time where they're going to need to get down, start getting those refreshes, and start keeping themselves moving.
Look at that. Bully finally goes down within the top 10, so he was, again, our 6th place holder. They were just barely holding on to that, but it was enough for them to go ahead and continue to make their way through. Will this top 10 finish be enough for them? On the other side, though, Threat, Rise, and Jamper all in the fight here. Big Teller and Elsa. This is the teammates of Bully are still up right now. Don't count them out. Our 6th place team is still in the red here. This is going to be even worse for Jays, Knife, and Donnie, who are not finding that much elim, so they're kind of just stalemating their position here on the standings. They need more if they want to jump on up.
Exactly right there. So up boosting threats down below, popping off builds. Also, same with Jamper again. So they're just popping off down on the low ground. Game still alive.
I'm sure I've seen someone jump down the mountain there.
Popping off now up to 3 eliminations for him total. He also managed to get the chuck cannon with the gold pump at the same time. So he's going to keep moving himself back to the back of the storm. Hopefully he can keep himself up, especially with 31 builds. He can keep this to a top 3 situation. But no, there's a player on the other side of the wall. He tries to slip through. He gets tagged to the zone. We'll pick him up instead.
There it is. He's going to go down. Builds an OMG. He's still up on the low ground here. Jamper and Threat in the mid ground. It's looking like a 3v2v2.
It means you can remove the message.
In the middle here, sitting above the build. It's really going to come down to Falcon and who he decides to focus here. That'll probably determine who wins this game right now. Jamper, Threat, and Rise all up here. Full trio. Oh my gosh. Look at the amount of elims here. 11 eliminations. High ground is now there. The low ground peak is good. They find a tag one, and they need to get the finish here, though. But Jamper's on a bad to be able to stay up long enough. He falls in the very end there. No finish.
Because I'm suicidal, Charles.
A little bit early on the low ground. The double tug cannon here to stay up is going to keep OMG and Build in the game here to get their first victory of the day. And at the very least, give them some credibility here in heat number 2.
Yeah, the only game basically that they managed to get off score inside of one. They went to pick up a victory round. And they played it in relatively, we'll take a smooth fashion, right? Going around the place now, they picked up essentially the eliminations they needed.
So was that you that was? Is that you that slid down the mountain? Wait, is that dude leaving that 50 up there? I'm sure that dude just left a 50 on the roof.
Alright guys, we're going to toss on over to Zeke and the crew here to start setting us up for game 6.
Check on that garage roof.
All good things must in fact come to an end. That's how it be. That is the law of thermodynamics there. That's not true at all. I just did that on the slide. Guys, game number 5. So yeah, the crew comes in pretty strong, but the question is it strong enough? There's one game left. Is it enough?
Unfortunately, I would say there's probably like a 99.9999999. We're talking about Fortnite. Because I didn't say 100% because anything is possible, right? So, hey, if they come out and do something crazy or something like that, hey, go for it. But the best part about the game is that we finally saw some life out of the team.
At last, it's taken us 5 games. We got there in the end. We got there in the end. But you know, you're right. I'm getting some great elimination. I think 11 or 12 eliminations. Fantastic.
Dude's even missing all the chests.
But, you know, looking at Build, OMG, Me Too, and then Splash here, ironically, looking at Peterbot, Peterbot all day.
He's left a chest in Doghouse.
Here we are. But let's take a look at the leaderboard now as as well. As you can see, Hamster remains on top of Carey and Patchy Fishy. 105 placements. They've broken the triple digit placements. 37 eliminations, top of the board, top placement point, top elimination. That is the reason they're sitting pretty on 179 points at the top of the board right now. Egon, Edabot, and TK.
In the first house, above the garage. That's where the chest was.
So right now, Jays, Knifefishy, and Donny as well, they're kind of on the edge there with 117 points. Vivid. I mean, they're only 8 points away from 6th with 1 game to play. This is getting very exciting. And there are your guys.
This is real, bro. This is real.
There they are. Look at
Also, welcome to the stream. Get clipped.
Okay, so I'm gonna read you the placements in order from first to 5th game for Jammers here. Okay, you got 17th, then 14th, then 13th, then 10th, then 3rd. Okay, they have quite literally placed better in every consecutive game that has happened today. We have 1 game left. The only 2 positions that are better than that are places first and second. These guys pulled off. I think they scored.
We are 100% real, yes sir.
Optimism is on a different level right now. But still, they could do it. They could do it indeed. But we've got, do you know, let's talk about some the kind of highlight that could break into the top 6. One of which is Gully, Bank as well. You can see LCO on screen. These guys, I think, have had a great day thus far. I mean, we haven't talked about them too much this season, to date. However, they came them before. They had 11 eliminations at 4th place.
Crystal's got an obsession of spam swapping from his pickaxe to his weapon.
This is where they're kind of based. That's their kind of POI. So of course we have these guys got Furious Trio coming in, doing very well as well.
Yeah, unfortunately that game right there, they did get for elimination, so very few points there, so I'll push them down to that 8th for the 100. They are 9th place right now, but they are on the edge, right? They are really, really close to here. And so to show up, secure some really nice pop off 6th, 8th, and 5th spot in the final. Not put themselves in that.
Guys, I mean, you just don't want to go to the replay round. Like, if you're gonna push it there, like I'm sure there's a trio out there that's like, no, we want to go to the replay round because that's what we.
And he's his next. No, he.
Right
No,
now,
it's not.
we only have 1 game left in the East. Want to see which trios can lock up that top.
Okay, left in any East and then there's any West.
Real good right now, bro. You're gonna have your day in the sun. The question is still really coming in at number 1 spot because I feel like MDF should get a double victory for that. Okay, you two. Okay, you're bragging on MDF. I'd rather put him as another mother. It's time for him to get his day in the sun. Okay, all right. I heard the battle bus beat, so let's go ahead and jump on the board. MDF, Reese, let's do this one last time.
Go Jam.
Alright, go Jammer to lead on into things. Yes, we're still rooting for all the players in contention right now, but I think it's safe to say Pam, W Carry, Fat, they have done enough to punch their ticket into the top 6 here. That 5th place, 5 eliminations in the last game will just about solidify it. They haven't fell short of 7th place on the day today. And nothing less than 5 elims as well, so just consistency across the board.
That's crazy. That is honestly crazy consistency. Like we said, this last game, I'm sure it's going to be exactly the same. Remember, Jam, Red, and Rise. They're at 9. Right? That threshold for top 6 is 125, so 18 points away from where they currently are. They need a big game to make it through. My prediction for qualifier 1 because they look really, really strong coming into the season based off the last season. But you know what? They've been a bit hit or miss so far, and I think this last game is the last chance they're going to prove themselves as a top team. But obviously they can make it through as the qualify in the reboot round tomorrow. But let's be real, they want to qualify through here.
You absolutely want to, especially when you're inside the top 10 right now. I'd break it down to the 4th, 5th, and 6th spots not being faced by you.
Let me check Fortnite's
Your 4th,
tweets.
5th, or 6th, and your bully, Elsa, Bank Teller, Knight, Star Clarity, Spike, Death, or Leo here. I mean, all pressure's on you to pop off one more time. Take that spot and bring it on home. Otherwise, these other teams inside the bubble, outside the bubble, they're going to be able to jump up here and literally snatched away before you even realize it's gone at this point because it's pretty close. You love
to see it going into final game where it actually is close. We'll be keeping out Jay, Sniper, and Donnie, who obviously picked up that one victory royale and then the second in that final game. But outside of that, I've been a bit hit or miss as well. Kurik's hide and seek as well is also super close. They're in 8th right now, along with Spike, Death, and Leo, who are sitting on the boundary, being the team who is 6th. And obviously, he got TK and Peter Bob, who's in 158, who I think will have solidified themselves that slot. I mean, it would be very, very rare, we'll say, if they get no points and somehow so many other people just fly over them or overtake them.
Yeah, that is super unlikely, not impossible though, so they still do have a game, of course, to play out in front of them. And one thing I just want to talk about is the fact that Jane, Snipe, and Donnie obviously nearly picked up the extra victory royales here, but they've gotten a win on the day. Could you imagine getting a win and not being the team up inside that top 6? Same for like Rita Crunchy and Admin Rabsy. Didn't quite make the cut either. They're just outside that bubble. But yeah, for Jays, Knife, and Donnie, they are very, very close to holding that 7th spot.
I mean, for EU, it's very similar to that as well, where the majority of teams who got victory rounds weren't even in the top 6, right? I think in every heat, there was only 2 victory rounds that teams who actually qualified. So it's like, there was big pop-off games, but again, that just shows that big pop-off games is actually going to make you, right? No victory royales, but I've been top 10 every single game. It's going to make qualify. So also, just a thing to know here, Peterbot, and TK, and now have this uncontested, as we just seen Build Teams disengage, which was an interesting play for them, because obviously they managed to win the previous game by doing the exact same thing.
And you know what? Respect to them, not throwing you know, anyone else's tournament away or anything like that, and just understanding like, hey, you know what? We got some good content on this, right? They got a W, they got a win, and you know what? Why not play for a back-to-back at this point? I love that they're trying to fight for that right now, as opposed to just wrapping up their tournament. So big respect to Builds in this trio. We love right? Like they're showing respect for one another on the drop. So that's a great show of respect for one another. For Beef, Lupian, and Zucky, though, this is a fight that means a lot, because it's a team that is very well in the running right now for potential top 6 here. That's a beautiful. Those 3 elims are the difference maker for this team, putting them inside the top position now for or the fight for 6.
Taking them already from 11 to 10, so they're overtaken. Gibbons team was in 10th, but they doesn't match that it's not safe at all. So if Serb team back here this fight, there's another team, there's 3 teams total. Exit and Knight are fighting here, whereas Vandal's team is at
yeah, at least they came in, they recognized, hey, this team is a big weapon out here, take advantage of it, and find the team itself. These opponents are basically putting all the hard work in, snatched up that single deal, but now where it's questionable now. That's a pretty healthy team on the back end there. They have material to actually survive this one now. I'm not sure how I feel about this fight, but the sniper shot opens up to the right back here. It's beautiful from Knight here. We're going to play some beat through here as Clarity is now pushing in. With red, where the opponent is, so this is looking better.
Charles got oofed.
Bill came around every single angle, and Knight has been hitting every snipe that we've seen him do so far. Headshot, body shot, the power he is. He's been hitting them, and now he's starting to come in onto the other side. He's starting to get applied on, but no, he's prepared. He understands he's distancing himself and hitting that other angle. He's firing all the way to that far side, and the tags come out, and that is 1 knock so far. So Phantom is down. It's now a 3-2 situation. Again, spray starts to come out as Clarity seems to be into the 1v1. Knight almost trying to get him one. Knight is lit up 2, but there seems to be a knock in his front, and that will be the fight for Knight. That is comfortable elimination.
I don't know who's that. Fight against Clarity and Knight right there. Almost took down Knight right there. Things would have been a little bit different. He might have actually left that little fight up. Big hats off to you. Respect for making it this far into Heat 2. My friend, we will see you in the reboot round. Along with everyone else.
threshold of the teams who are higher is roughly 125, assuming Spike's team hasn't gotten any eliminations or any points to their name so far. So they are still 8 points behind, which remember, we just mentioned, coming out of Exit Boys and Clary G, those two eliminations they took earlier. Already tied that spot up to qualify, so you can tell the differences, right? G's team has basically sat on this hill every single game so far. They're playing their same strategy, and so with Exit. So, you know, you may say that they're still feeling equally as confident as well.
Yeah, definitely. But there's only a few teams that can actually play the same strategy and enter. Otherwise, you know, these zones have been favoring the South zone pretty heavily today. It's going to come down here again for the last game of the day. There's only a single zone that we've seen actually not pull directly south. But hey, another southeast zone at this point, it's like a tighten it up, right? Put it together. We haven't seen anyone go for still improvements to be made across the board here as G5RC here hide and seek right now, making their rotate through. Vehicles are so important here. Man, I've been watching
5 minutes.
such a long time now, especially in the recent, I'd say championship season. It's really been his season.
The new
sort
skin
of
comes
off.
today.
And I'm excited to see if he can actually clutch up right now and make. I'm pretty certain he's one of the few teams that have not made a grand finals or finals appearance, right? Remember, we talked about this at the jump of the show. There's a lot of players that have never made an actual FNCS that are in the run right now.
He ended up placing 23rd semi-finals here, so they just missed out on getting to the reboot round, and that was here with Curix at the same time. So he's with the same duo. The third is switched out, but they switched together. They've clearly started to improve, so they're looking good. They're at least 100% making it to the reboot round. But like I said, trying to get through to that final, it actually is where they want. Let's be real, they want the top 6. I'm just doing a quick scroll through the placement so far, and I don't see a finals performance. It's from there. I may miss one, so sorry. Previously,
couple trades right there. We don't know they're good though at the top, but hey, just keep it interesting, right? You know what? Wait, did they actually do their drop?
Oh yeah, 13 minutes ago, Pam's 2's already qualified for grind and we're going retail, so there you go.
Oh, they know, they're punching their way on in. Hey, but that answers our other question, you know, they don't want to split Mystic Metals by any means. They're going to take retail row out the gate, so that is going to be interesting to see how it ends up working out for them, right? It's very different drops.
Yeah, I mean, for their finals previously, they were landing like the mid-map, which it wasn't very good, right? Last season,
I've heard of it.
Some of the worst in the game in comparison to other teams, they really popped off. They know that being uncontested is more important for them to go to retail for the finals, which is really big for them. And, you know, right now, we're seeing them getting tagged up by Strizos, and then, let's be real, they've basically already qualified, so they're in a happy mood. They're feeling good about it, and you know me, you ain't worried about them.
No, they're good. They're good at my book here. You know, they're celebrating too. The last game for them, though, definitely the roughest that we've seen so far. Not once have we tuned in with this trio and saw them a member down, especially when it comes down to these fights and these engagements.
I know what it is now.
To choose,
I know I'd heard of it. But don't let it define you, bro.
So, I'd say the only other time was questionable was that Caddy's corner fight against XS. Night Shark and Clarity, but then again, when you face a team that's on fire as well, right? Like a team that was very much in the top 6, in the top 3 at the moment, you know, that kind of stuff's gonna happen.
Yeah, they're gonna hit you back hard. Same exact gear ball.
Tell me, bro. This time a year ago, I was covered in head to toe with psoriasis.
This is like, you know, this is a classic kind of slow play style, like we mentioned, with these teams who really need something big, right? It either one or two ways. They go aggressive, like we saw the Exit Boys, or go rise, jump, or threats, where there's.
And I had that for 12 years.
Right? They're so good in terms of position, loot, and everything right now. Maybe rotation needs to.
The code is fish noob.
The team sitting right next to them, but they're trying not to do anything silly. They're trying not to make a mistake or to keep its team, because one bad play could ruin the qualification for them.
Well, here's a team though, Prize, Third, and Jam, that I think can qual today. I think they can absolutely clutch up that 6th spot, but also win finals. Like,
oh yeah,
they have been so good of all their recent performances, like today is probably the worst day that we've
To
seen
be
them
honest,
play
Miles, there's not been enough people here at all today for duos.
Third party stuff. Like they have been at the top every single time, and you know, sometimes things are just not going to connect for you, but they have that clutch factor. We know it. Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite though. What in the world went wrong here? It seems like Surge has really been their problem so far in Gabe, man. He's barely got anything to work with here. He's trying to stay alive. Tahi also desperately just barely hanging on here.
I mean, they've been popping off with mid-game eliminations, and this is what happens when you go for that and it doesn't work. You get fried and you lose a team member. Yeah, again, they've lost.
As I've always said, bro, never let any condition that you cannot control take over your life.
He just got 5.
Okay, they got 5. That might be the extra bit to put them above. But still, playing devil's advocate, if they go down without getting any more points, that still might not be solidified because there's so many teams up on behind them.
Yeah, all the teams that are behind them are definitely still very much up right now. Like, I don't think we've seen a single one besides Zuni's, AB, and Mikey, who were in 11th that went down. So there's still a realistic chance that those other teams that are on the heels can pop off here. No one wants to go down now. Oh, big save here, though. Sprite does get picked up. He gets the reboot off, so Sprite's back in the game right now. And they are going to find the launch pad. Perfect. All right, things are sort of connecting for them right now to at least keep them alive here. Focus coming in, though, from the outskirts.
Perfect until some shots come out and you see he's got.
Shots just updated.
But it was a good play overall. They got them up. Look at the HP now. Sprite down weak. I don't think there's any heals left remaining on the team. Now the spray starts to come in. Gabe has probably the majority.
New game
of
updates just
as well.
been applied, that's why, so we've got to re-queue up.
Maybe from there they can just sneak around the box and get some easy beams or something like that. But they're just going to sit here on edge. I'm thinking they may get sprayed and it could be over for them. But maybe the snipe goes out, but it's just.
Told you it was coming.
This is really going to come down to the back of Gabe hitting a headshot snipe or something, setting them up for some big loot. Because the rotate from here on out is probably going to be pretty desperate, pretty worse for wears right now. So they will have to come up and over this mountain here. Luckily, it might actually be vacant up above, but remember, these mountain. Oh yeah, it is vacant. Like no one's up there, so it's already an empty base here. Gabe's probably gonna take a peek and figure that out soon, but still.
Well, for me, bro, my condition really didn't come out until I hit year 10.
You're just gonna see like Sprite trying to run in the box with a grey pistol and 45 HP or whatever it is. The same
Apparently, it was the stress of studying in exams that brought my condition out, but I don't believe that.
Very difficult situation we are given the reboot situation they're in. With the max zone, like I said, I still think they've walled. I still think they're okay. As actually, P-God's popping off, I think, solidifying theirs. I think for now, like Mr. Real, P-God, TK, and Peterbot seem to probably be playing for first.
Yeah, definitely. Want to play for first at this
When
point.
did they bring out a red version of Toy Trooper?
They have the chance to do so. We've already seen how shambles our first and third place teams have been up until this point here. For them, they're looking the best here. Definitely the strongest. Look at their loot.
Oh, it's crazy. Oh, Sprite goes down. He's still got that pistol in his inventory right now. Yeah, again, no shield left. I mean, it doesn't seem like they managed to get a single elimination out of that. They're going to hit the launch pad to get out, but even if they build, they have good metal on Tahi, which will make them seem like they're stronger than they actually are. But if any shots
a lot of people are going to be buying that big last skin.
But this is a very good rotate for them after this, trying to make themselves in. But this game is looking not very clutchable for them.
Yeah, but you know what? The longer they stay up right now, the better their odds are to continue to hold that position that they put themselves in. That's that top 6 qualification spot. That is what they're literally just trying to keep that iron grip on right here. They're gonna find a solo though by himself here. This man's on the run, and he's gonna go.
Yeah, you do. You get sick of explaining it to people.
Can he get out of the line of fire right now? Is gonna be the true question. As Tahi does manage to avoid the additional pressure coming in. It's TK and company up above. It's Spike and crew.
But as I realised, the older you get, and the more mature people you meet. A lot more there's a lot more respectable they are. They don't judge. You just get you do just get the individuals that can't help it.
P-God comes in and finishes up right there. A quick wrap up for them. and that's going to shut out.
Sometimes I used to tell people mine were contagious, just to see the look on their face.
But still, finishing at a whopping,
Especially if I knew they were going to be one of those arrogant people.
they're not bad by any means. Peacock, Peterbot, and CK dropped the third place team and now fighting their way on up to the first place position here. They have picked up 7 eliminations already in the mid game.
Now that's crazy. Remember, Pamsu, Perry, and Bash are still in this. They were a duo, but I think they may have got the reboot off as well. So playing for first, like our 2 top teams are still in the running right now, it seems like. So getting the players down below. We see Jampers who needs to play for it. Night Exit Boys who needs to. Jay's team who needs to as well is on 128 right now.
See, with my condition was I had to moisturise at least 3 times a day just to keep the skin hydrated, and then I'd have to literally clean my own DNA up on a daily basis.
Carey's going to find builds in the feed there, yes, so they are still holding on to their #1 slot right now, back and forth. Peterbot finds another one.
And some of the creams I tried, they were just horrible. Some of them were just like pouring a deep fat fryer over you and rubbing it in.
Teammates are still off right now, as Donnie, Knife, and Jays are also just trying to fight to hold top 6 at this moment.
Spike's team goes down as
It should be a short delay. I do have the ultra low latency on.
For Jay's, Knife, and Donnie. I was going to say for hide and 16, but like we know they're out, but also for Jamper, Threats, and Rise now. So I think that slot is mainly looking for Jamper, Threats, and Rise, and Jay's, Knifer, and Donnie as well.
Fighting for it, might sever two teams who might be able to take this top 6 here. The field could be wide open at this point for all we know. And now the zone's going to pull Southwest.
But all the other medication I tried before this medication that I'm on now never worked.
For a little bit of a long time play here, or some additional pressure, but no, that cone there means that there's an opponent pretty close by the outside.
I tried every lotion and potion, didn't work. And then they put me on some new injections just before the start of the pandemic. No, it was just after the pandemic, you know. January. They started me on some new injections that I inject every 2 weeks. And after the 3rd or 4th week, I started noticing a big difference in it.
Yeah, it seems like they didn't have a launch pad to make this rotate at all, so they just started to pressure everyone to either get an elimination to get it back, or just to get those elimination points.
But the hospital's messing me about at the moment. It's taking a while to issue out my prescription.
I don't think in this game to be able to qualify, potentially we've seen it before happen. Rise's team also picks the launch pad to keep ahead of the storm, so the big hitters are still in this, and with Carey's team down.
I don't want to make all this progress and have to go all the way back and start again.
Yeah, and Bully's trio still off 2 guys, holding off the 4th place spot at the moment. And remember, this is where the placement vectors are really going to start to trickle on in. Top 16 already broken into, top 15 now given out. That means the extra place.
Yeah, I'm always being targeted.
Traffic in the feed there. What a salt in the wound to show, hey, you qualified, you didn't at this point. That is going to be a bit of a personal touch to the story there as things come full circle. But on screen right now, a team that's fighting for their life in the tournament right here. Can they make finals? Jamper, Threat, and Rise. Another end game is right here, right before them. They're inside top 13. This could be it.
Zero elimination, so we know their competitors have been popping further behind as we see Peterbot pick up more eliminations in the feed as well. So for Jamper's team,
That's how you use attack, bro.
keep themselves in this during these horrible elevation zones. They will need to get some big eliminations to be able to beat over Donnie.
So possible here. There's a couple players lagging behind, but no, they don't look back. Instead, their focus is on getting forward.
You'd even have minis for me. Cheers, bro.
It seems like on the move here, and Jamper has to take over the tarp, and that's a player from behind. Can he get it before the finish comes through? No. The siphon was good on the opponent. It's all up to Threat here. Can Threat do it? Can he actually clutch up here? That's a huge tag, but not enough. The finish comes through from a late one inside the zone, and no, he is starting to run out of gas, run out of HP here. It's only a single Elam. That is surely not enough here, but he could still do this here. There's 20 plus players up. Huge knock right there. Threat, can you clutch up? There it is.
I love it when you get shoot snipers like that.
It's not over yet. 128 now. 2 Elams for full box up
Get
now.
overly aggressive with the save.
One place to come through. 130. Still alive here. Working around the outside. He finds James. Great tag there. Not enough to down. I don't think it was going to be enough. Jays is still up here. Knife and Donnie have have done it. They have broken to 150. Is that going to be the cutoff here as High Ground is Lupian, Sucky, and Beat still trying to turn up here in the final game?
It will be 150 to be the cutoff. We see 90 with 173 on the side. It's not going to finish you win it, but another big shot comes through to pick up another elimination. So 177. He's going to play the back of the storm as he's now in a top 3 situation with
Piggy.
on High Ground, losing one. P-Gun, Peter Von, TK down on low ground, almost guaranteed win the tournament at this point. With 131, I don't think this is going to be enough for Sucky and Lupian, even if they win this, to be able to touch up. But no, Sucky is beamed off of High Ground, and the win will go to P-Gun, Peter Von, 2K in the final game.
Wow, he's getting close.
224 points, and that's got to be the win for the entire heat.
Absolutely, and if my math is right, that was an 18 elimination victory royale. Waiting for them to start wrapping things up and trying to close this up and bring it on home. What a game for them, Reese.
What an absolute game, and what a heat. They started off the day strong, they continued strong, and it ended strong as well. For me, Reese, and for Monster D-Face,
Guys, absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for casting. Great 6 games out of 10 Yankees. My goodness! We're in the back. Watch shots following the trio. Shot after shot. Step after step. My goodness. And East did not disappoint. Now, of course, we got to talk about the trio.
Jack.
Those top 6 spots. Remember, it is the top 6 that will move into finals next week. 7 through 17. They're going to go into the reboot round, okay? That's happening tomorrow. So if you like this, come back tomorrow and make sure you're here for that, because it's going to be absolutely insane. Adam, David, my goodness. NA brought it today.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely great fights. As they were happening, as they happened, as the show was going on. They performed really well as well. P2Man, he got on top, played absolutely out of his mind.
Should have known we were coming from that direction.
Playing off the new POI there, and also being contested. A contested team just absolutely demolished P2, and it wasn't even close.
Yeah, and I think it's a great point to make. So we had the figure that showed said, was it worth switching to POI? And it absolutely was, because it looks like Macro's trio have
No, I'm not playing in the
managed to hold on to
FNCS.
strategy. They could go through the reboot rounds. It looks like, but I think it could be P-God's trio could have that for finals. It looks like. Let's go back to some of the victory royale today. We've seen some great performances from P-God in general. That last game, 18 eliminations, fellas. Incredible stuff. They got themselves a victory royale earlier on today, and they just kept on delivering the goods that they did.
Oh yeah, these guys were absolutely on here, as you see. It's huge victory right here.
It means only match, Jack.
Clear the top 120 that at all. Punching the victory right there, huge from them as well. We did see this huge steal out in the second the team that was touching you guys do after that. They found themselves a nice little victory right there. And then, as you can see, he got the picking up 8 and 6 right there. And I mean, for goodness, on top, dominating. We got your bot, winning. Wow,
I'm still okay. Technically, MPF still gets a win, but I wanted his team to come out on top. Either way, MPF, that's suck, my friend. Adam, still though, I mean, after they finally make it, but one time that you don't vote for them, we literally made this joke at the beginning of the show. They make it through though.
I tell you what, I was worried of right now. Every other team is just you can see what did separate them from a lot of other teams as well. So earlier on, they had a 14 elimination. The first one today. So 37 in total. That great choice of his, Gary, Apache Fish as well, that trio. But I've said and they really have to actually lift themselves to the finals here. But I was so desperate for them to go Gender!
Miles was using invisibility hats
Just missed out in 8th position, man. I'm devastated for him.
One point going quickly where these guys I have to find out from somebody else where these guys are actually on the leaderboard, and now we can see them in that top 10 at 8th place. They finished so they were coming in as a strong they had the dragon contested. I was expecting the top 6 out of them. I think Reese had a great version of it on that. Everything that they had going.
To be honest, bro, I couldn't tell you how long it's been.
Oh, Adam, I didn't mean to cut you off, Franco. No, I was just saying, I completely agree. I think that it's going to be interesting to see what happens tomorrow.
Campfire over there, Anthony.
Qualified already through. So it opens up, POIs opens up the map a lot, and I think in this match, they could go through. I feel it could happen. We saw them get a victory out last week.
Yeah, sure. Really quick, we got to talk about this other heat that was happening at the same time. We got the replays. We have the victory royale from games 4, 5, 6. Now, remember, Duke's team came out super strong. Got a ton of these games back to back to back to back. It was basically games 2, 3, 4, and 4. But still, my goodness, total ending on 220 points for that trio, which, you know what's kind of crazy? Because I thought our trio was actually going to be the Arky was, but they didn't go that
2 out of 4 stream snipers, not bad.
In each heat, there was like domination from one team, right? Like heat 1, Lake's trio, 2 our heat there, 2 got trio, and then in this trio, look at this, 223 points over Duke versus the really victory royales that were all consecutive, right? Like it was like a back-to-back victory royale in Q3. So, I mean, you guys playing out of their mind. It's great to see that Trashy, Palazzo, and Bizarre end up being both.
But have you really just dropped a gold tap for the grey pump?
And then Bizzle, let's go.
Are you mad?
Let's say, and 2 find themselves sneaking in there in that 6th place spot.
Yeah, what a big difference though it is from 6th position to 1st. There we can see a massive amount of points, about 80 or so in total there, separating the two, which just goes to show how much our top teams didn't differentiate themselves from the rest of the pack. They're really doing incredibly well. We can see here on the board placement was 100, right? Probably from those 3 back-to-back victory royales, which is incredible. 39 eliminations.
I've done plenty of face reveals, bro. If you look back through my community page, I've posted a few on there.
Adding as well to the visibility, we can see Bizzle and get into the top 6 as well. We've got a lot of teams though in this top 7 that are that have not qualified automatically and go through the regional rounds as well. We're absolutely going to put on a show tomorrow. I can see like Tablane's in there. I can see a lot of things. Big Cold and Scrims as well. Another great trio that we know can go Animals and Asia and Uzi earlier on. But this happens in SNCS, 6 games that we've seen, unless you're consistent, it can flip-flop.
Yeah, I mean, to speak to competition there, they had a first position, they won, they had an end position. They ended up
Shouldn't have dropped the tap, Anthony. Shouldn't have dropped the tap. Oh, the P90.
As well as heat number 3 from NA East. Now, don't forget, we still have NA West on deck. We'll take about a 45-minute break. Then we'll be back for that. Please give these 2 guys a follow. Give MBF and Reese a follow. We love all these human beings. Not that this is not possible.
The taps just hit so much better though.
Tomorrow we're here same time, but this time with the reboot.
That's the one good thing. Pump is only really good against somebody that's if it's at least a green or a blue. But the tax fire rate is so much different. See, with a pump you get the shotgun delay. Plus you didn't have a weapon to follow up with there because you dropped the P90 instead. Chaz is like, yes! Chaz is just vibing with an NPC. It is Will Smith. It actually is Will Smith. I think because it's from a movie, it doesn't class as an icon skin. So you like the Harley skin? That don't class as an icon skin because it's a skin from a movie. What's the part of that set? The loose cannon set, that's why. See, the J Balvin is part of the icon skin because it's part of the music department. You must not see Will Smith as an icon to people. I'll tell you one thing. Independence Day's after. They ruined that movie because Will Smith wasn't in it. it was such a letdown that it was in the first movie but it didn't make it into the second one. He refused, he wanted too much money. And I think because he were part of the first one, it'd have made the experience a whole lot better. I think any skin that's made to look at, that looks like somebody that people look up to, I think that's what they mainly class as an icon skin. Of course I've seen Iron Legend, bro. I've seen pretty much most of Will Smith's movies. Yeah, I Am Legend was a good one. I've watched a load of zombie movies over the growing up. But when I was growing up, Will Smith was in a lot more movies back then. Compared to now, more of the newer movies, he's not really showing in much of the new movies. Oh, what's the film called that I seen where they go back to Earth after 1,000 years while his son gets sent down? You've got to be very active to even be considered a mod. Honestly, I say I had the best years in entertainment, the best years growing up in entertainment. Benefits of being a 90s kid. sheep. Get in the passenger seat, Charles, so you don't get shot. Oh, Lord. This is probably the second. Honestly, so always around here. This bad boy. So much fuel that dude's got. Bam, 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 bam. Your show, bam, for a week I thought that was Charles coming in the truck. Right, Anthony, your turn to street snipe this guy. Bam, 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 bam. Bum, 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 bum. What happened there, Anthony? Yeah, why was you wearing that skin, bro? You know what? Honestly, I do not miss the no audio glitch on console. I must be the better player though, because I've got him weak more than you guys. "16 days until the new season, guys. 16 days. The guy's right there. See, that's the benefit of the attack. The shortness, the short delay between shots compared to the pump. Right, GG's guys, that's on my last game. Dun, dun. Boom, 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 boom. GG's and ciao for now.